betrayed, reborn, ascended. Witness the rise of the Supreme Dragon.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the wielder of Bahamut and the Supreme Dragon of Darkness, also trained by Son Goku movie. Before we start, please go support IsseiOmniversalCaos for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei is betrayed by the entire alliance because of an anonymous video that surfaced claiming he was sending information to the Chaos Brigade. However, it was actually his stepbrother, jealous and envious of Issei's immense power. He is sent to Tartarus, where he discovers his true Arcadian origins. He encounters his siblings, Irie and Lux Arcadia, from the kingdom of Adismata, along with his friends and partners. Milim Nava, Lafaya Pendragon, Lefe's twin sister, Ravel, Kaneko, Kunu, Irina, Levi, Louise, Mikan, Asuna, Sinan, Valerie Lucifer, Carla Lucifer, Kira, and Meru. He also encounters some pieces of Razor, Tsubaki, Tomo, Momo, Ruruko, and others who work to repair Issei's damaged heart. Issei is the wielder of Bahamut, the dragon god of darkness, and Ankalagon, the supreme dragon of darkness. He is a student of Son Goku and the wielder of Dark Kurama, as well as the wielder of the 4 drag rides, will take care of defeating their stepbrother and the terrorists once and for all. App 1. Tartarus. In a dark cave, with some water, there was a silver-haired man chained up. His body was full of wounds, whether from punches or stabs, even magical attacks. The blood on his body fell and stained the water. "Ugh, they still think that I'm a traitor," he said, wincing in pain. SKU. Who am I? Well, I'm Issei Arcadia, an adopted son since I was 4 years old. I didn't know my origins until recently, and I've been here for 11 months now, several months locked up and recovering my memory thanks to 2 tenants in my body. It will soon be a year since I've been locked up here, but how did I end up like this? Deceit and betrayal. I was a boy from a family that started out ordinary, but then they showed favoritism. My adoptive parents were Mickey and Goro Hyoudou. At first, they were kind to me, but from the moment I started high school, they showed favoritism toward their biological son, Kazuma Hyoudou. At first, they helped me, but little by little, they focused their attention on their perfect son. If only they knew he was just a fraud and a pervert. In my second year, I learned about the supernatural when a red-haired girl called me to her club and revealed her bat wings, showing that she was a demon, just like the other members, including my stepbrother. He had been attacked by a fallen angel, and he also possessed one of the most powerful sacred gears, the Longinus, capable of killing God, the boosted gear. From that day on, I became his pawn, and I regretted. Fighting rogue demons wasn't the problem. The problem was that she didn't take my training seriously, as she kept coddling us. When I found out she had an engagement, I still remember the humiliating defeat at that time. Kazuma and I tried to face Razor, however, my stepbrother launched himself recklessly, and I lasted a couple of minutes longer and remained determined until the end. I woke up 3 days later and we went to Kazuma, claiming Rias as his prize. He also told me to help him, so we faced him again. I must say that thanks to the balance breaker and my good tactics, we managed to turn the tables. I still remember the trauma we left him with, and his sister thanked me for forgiving him. That day I earned the respect and admiration of some of Ria's team, of course Kazuma too, however a feeling arose in him. Envy. He didn't like me getting all the attention, but I ignored it, thinking he'd grow out of it. How wrong I was. The more time passed, the more friends we met. Kazuma's rival, Vali Lucifer, and the battles with Loki, Diodora and Shalba. Little by little, I felt the girls getting closer to me, especially Kaneko, who used my lap as her personal seat. But again, I felt that look from my stepbrother. Another thing to note is that with every fight I had, my body grew stronger than normal. The same was true during my training sessions with Tannin, a former Dragon King who, despite being grumpy, is a good teacher 100 times better than Rias. One day, he even introduced me to Echo, a dragon with hidden potential. After that, we traveled to Kyoto, but not before I received my first kiss from Rias Gremory upon arriving in the city. However, I had a misunderstanding with some yokai and ended up fighting my good friend Takao Heiko and a brunette named Asaka Taiga. After things were cleared up, I met the hero faction. Yeah, right, they wanted to sacrifice Yusaka and confront Great Red, regardless of the casualties. After temporarily defeating him, we prepared for the raiding game against Serurg Bale. At that time, I considered him an honorable warrior. When I faced him alongside Rias and Kazuma, I had the most difficult fight since Rias ended up injured and the warrior Bale faced my stepbrother and me. I managed to avoid several blows, but Kazuma wasn't so lucky and his new armor didn't last long due to how reckless he was. Fortunately, he was injured and I was able to give him one last blow, leaving him unconscious, although I fainted. Upon recovering, my relationship with Rias Gremory had become official and I felt that look from my stepbrother again. It was making me uncomfortable. I don't know why he did it when he had his own show, he was an iconic figure in the underworld. They even offered it to me, but I stuck to a decent name and didn't go by Op-Eye Dragon, with Ravel as my manager. Oh, speaking of which, I beat the crap out of him about his brother. Later, at an event with the Nords, I met a Nord soldier. His presence felt like family since he was a black-haired boy with a red streak. He had enlisted to find his brothers more easily, and I responded to him cheerfully. "I'm sure you'll find him very soon," he smiled and thanked me, although he didn't know that we had already met at that moment. In my free time, I'd hang out with my friends Takao and Ashen, whom I met before high school. I also knew several girls from outside the supernatural world, like Levi, Louise, and Maiken, among others. Then the Chaos Brigade terrorist group started their continuous attacks. The worst part was that we ran into Shalba again, and the wretch had an arrow with a very dangerous poison. The office helped us and almost died, if it weren't for me managing to deflect the arrow and protect the infinite dragon, though it nearly cost me my life. The upside to that was that we got a bit of a break seeing their plans thwarted, and the infinity dragon was getting closer to me, wanting to learn many things. I agreed. At least we had one less problem. Although, of course, Rias threw a jealous fit, as did Akeno, Zenobia, Rosewise, Asia, and Arena at the time. After that, I met the vampires, the clan of that cowardly cross-dresser Gasper, and I formed a friendship with Satoshi Cruz, someone who was rejected because he was also descended from a clan capable of fighting them. He and Takao formed a highly specialized offensive team. Thanks to that, the clashes with the Chaos Brigade were a piece of cake and we had a significant advantage, forcing their leader, Rizovum Lucifer, to use his trump card. The release of the Beast of the Apocalypse. We almost didn't make it if we hadn't created a seal that would lock him up again, but we had a problem. Rosswise ended up unconscious before the seal was ready, then I felt something in my mind, a method to finish the seal, some steps to be able to complete it, turning out better than expected, although it took a lot of energy to send it back to where it belongs. However, once it was sealed and the Alliance shouted with excitement, I was the only one who saw something I didn't expect. My stepbrother had left an escape route for Rizovum. I couldn't believe it, but I couldn't say anything because I lost consciousness. My body had suffered serious damage and I was unconscious for 4 months. When I woke up from the coma, I was surprised that only Ravel, Taiga, Iko, Kaneko, Irina, Senko, Yosuke's right-hand man, Takao and Satoshi, along with Ingvald were present, but there was no one else. They told me that at first the others were attentive to my care and that nothing bad would happen to me, however, little by little they stopped coming. For my part, I overlooked it and was discharged, and I went to live for a few days at Takao's mansion. I wanted to take a short break and spend pleasant moments with my friends and the other girls. Ravel, Irina, Faya, Office, and Kaneko continued to give me care and affection, and that made me happy. The same was true with the other girls. Until that day, I wanted to return and surprise them. When I arrived at the Hyoudou mansion, my step-parents seemed nervous because they weren't expecting me, but what I saw would change many things. Flashback scene. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Aren't you going to give me a welcome hug?" he asked, somewhat mockingly. "Boru. Son, what a joy that you've returned," he said trembling. "Mickey. Why didn't you tell me?" She was visibly nervous. "I wanted to surprise you. How have you and the girls been? But it seems strange to me that you were nervous. I even saw a bead of sweat on your faces. Did something happen?" "Mickey. And no, it's nothing, son." Their nervousness was obvious and it gave me a bad feeling, so I headed for the stairs. "Son, where are you going?" "To the room. Where else?" I asked somewhat sarcastically. "Boru. Wouldn't it be better if you took a break?" He grabbed my arm even though it was noticeable that it was trembling, showing my suspicions. I pulled away abruptly and ran to the room. But to my surprise, when I got to my room, I heard moans. It seemed very strange to me, so I opened the door a little, finding a scene that tore my heart apart. In my bed were those girls who once fought over me, Rias Gremory, Akeno Himagina, Zenobia Quarta, Rosswise, Asia Argento, Yasaka, Kuroka Hellcat and Amelhold Klarstein. Having hex with my damn stepbrother, they were lost in pleasure, but what made my blood boil was that the bastard Hyoudou looked at the door and smiled arrogantly, that made me kick the door ferociously, and they all reacted. "Rias. Issei," she exclaims fearfully as she covers her body with the sheets, but hickeys and bites were noticeable, and the most striking thing was a red mark on her chest, above her bust, although she tried to cover it up, it was noticeable. "Fizuma. Brother, I didn't expect you to be back," he said as he stepped back from inside the blonde nun and approached with a nervous smile. I can explain." He said nothing more as the retard kicked him in the head, slamming him to the ground. "Akeno. Kazuma. She gets up, but a grave mistake. Her body is red and covered in hickeys. There's white fluid on her chest and marks on her hands and back. But the most striking thing is the dragon mark on her thigh. Wait, Issei-kun, it's not what you think. Asia. Issei-san, let us explain. She stood up fearfully and didn't cover herself, a grave mistake because her legs were trembling and a white liquid was coming out from down there. What are you going to explain to me? What, while I was in a coma, were you all lying in my bed with this miserable wretch? He exclaimed angrily while the girls had nothing to say and the blue-haired girl had to make it worse. Zenobia. Issei, please wait. It's a misunderstanding. Rosswise. Let's talk calmly, Issei-san. I wake up and only my friends are waiting for me. I'd been waiting for them to arrive and not a single call, not a single visit. I go back home and what do I find? My stepbrother having sex with the women who claim to love me. They'd even make a scene if I talk to another girl. He looks at Rias. Especially you. Rias. I. You gave me your first kiss, you came up to me so many times and told me how much you supposedly loved me, we became boyfriend and girlfriend and I always supported you, you even played the part of being the favorite. And this is how you repay me? The pain in my heart was more than I should feel, I wanted to hold it, but the rage was even greater, seeing them gave me a feeling of repulsion, disgust and anger. Rias. Issei, let me explain at that moment, the stepfathers arrived. Boru. Son. He approaches and helps him. What's wrong, Kenichi? Did you know? He looks angrily at those who took care of him. Mickey. Son, we. Don't lie to me, Hyoudou. Did you know? He exclaimed angrily while they were scared because he hadn't raised his voice at them before. Mickey. Why yes, she said in a low voice. Kazuma. He Herma. Shut up, you wretch. You stopped being my brother when you did this. I glared angrily at the girls, my insides filled with fury to the point of making a mess. I didn't know what was happening to me, so I went to the entrance. I'll get the engagement called off. Rias. What? Isaka. What do you mean? If you like being with him so much, then I'll have the engagement completely cancelled and you can marry him. She tries to take his hand. Let go of me. He expelled a bit of his aura, intimidating those present. I went downstairs, ignoring the girl's screams. However, when I opened the front door, Sirzechs and his wife, Grayfia, Serafal, Azazel and Michael were all present. Sirzechs-san, I wasn't expecting your visit, but I'd like to speak with you. I was greatly surprised when I noticed his sharp gaze. Sirzechs. I have nothing to say to you, you miserable traitor. Traitor? What are you talking about? I was about to take a step, but Grayfia pointed a piece of ice at my neck. What does this mean? Sirzechs. Issei Hyoudou is arrested for letting Rizavim escape and handing over information. What are you talking about? The maid only exerts a little pressure on his neck as a sign that if he took a false step, she would pierce him with that ice stake. Serafal. I can't believe you betrayed us, you're a miserable wretch. She said furiously, one of my friend's partners. That really hurt and I didn't understand anything. Me, a traitor. The last thing I saw, besides the teleportation circle, was my stepbrother's expression at that moment. It wasn't anger, but a damned smile. End of flashback scene. It was at that moment that most turned their backs on me, my trial was immediate, everything was against me, they branded me a traitor, and their verdict was to send me to Tartarus, but they also said they would discuss my execution. I felt very afraid at that time. Executed? I was remembering all the times I risked my life protecting them, the many times I was on the brink of death, all the times I'd helped both the factions and those girls who claimed to love me. It was all thrown away because of guilt. When I left the underworld courtroom, all the inhabitants threw stones, rotten food, spit and insults at me, both adults and children. I also saw my figurines, posters, even CDs being burned while they looked at me with contempt. But I also saw sad faces. My friends, Ravel, Kaneko, Irina, Lafaya and Taiga, witnessed me being sent to prison. As I stepped through the portal, they took my jacket and polo shirt, placed the chains around my body, and left me there. Days passed. They barely gave me rotten bread and water. The worst part was that at the end of my first month locked up, Rias, Akeno, Asia, and that wretched Kazuma arrived. Flashback scene. I was exhausted, they didn't give me any food, and suddenly I heard the door open, seeing Asia, Rias, Akeno and that wretched ex-stepbrother of mine. Kazuma. Hello little brother. He said sarcastically as he approached. What do you want? I asked angrily, but also with some pain for her body. Kazuma. What happened to that coldness? Not even a hug. He replied mockingly. Oh right, you're chained up and can't do that. That infuriated me, but I tried to calm down. Speak up already. What the hell do you want? But the redeeded bitch conjures a magic circle, causing my body to feel excruciating pain. Arghhh. Rias. Show some respect to my current fiancé. She said with a frown and deactivated the circle. Kazuma. Surprised, little brother. He takes Rias and Asia's hands and points out some rings on their fingers. Akeno does the same, thinking it would affect me, but after witnessing that incident in the room, I didn't care anymore. Oh, you're getting married. Well, congratulations, I replied disinterestedly. If that's all you wanted to tell me, then you can leave. I waved my hand around like I was shooing a dog, but Rias didn't like that and activated her magic circle. Arg. Rias. Show some respect, you miserable traitor. The chestnut-haired man raises his hand to signal him to stop. Kazuma. Oh brother, I still can't believe you were such a complete traitor. He said, disappointed. How could you do this to us? Look I get punched in the chest, knocking the wind out of me. Arg. I tried to catch my breath, but I had received another blow and another and another and another, then he activated the boosted gear, and I heard a couple of boost. Although it sounded different than usual and proceeded to hit my stomach. Arg. Blood was pouring from my mouth, each blow getting stronger. With the constant boosts, I felt my ribs crack after about 20 more blows. Ahaha, I tried to catch my breath, but they didn't let me rest as I received a shock throughout my body. Arg. Akeno. Fufufu, you shouldn't rest yet, you must receive a well-deserved punishment for betraying us. She said with a lustful smile while her eyes showed a thirst for torture. She gathers lightning in her hands and throws it at me. Arg. The pain was much worse because there was water beneath me. It stopped for a few seconds, but before I could catch my breath, it hit me again with another shock. Arg. Stop it. I couldn't take it anymore. It really hurt. Akeno. You're begging for mercy after betraying us. You're just a bad boy. She increases the intensity slightly, making it hurt more, at least for another 10 seconds. My body ached, I still felt that strong shock and barely had the strength to catch my breath, but Rias extended her hand, causing my body to hurt slightly. Arg. The pain in my chest was too strong, and I saw a pawn piece fly out of my body. Arg. Rias. I can't believe I reincarnated as a traitorous pawn, but now you'll receive your punishment. My eyes were closing. I was about to faint from blood loss and the torture they inflicted on me, but I didn't expect what came next. Asia, I want you to heal him. Asia. But. Rias. Ani-sama said he won't die, I only removed the piece. That traitor has to keep living, even if I don't agree. The blonde just approaches and uses her sacred gear on me, causing my wounds to begin healing, at least the one on my chest where the piece came out. Asia. I'm disappointed that you deceived us all, Kenichi-san. It really hurt that you betrayed us, but you'll be punished as you deserve. She said cynically as I was about to faint. Kazuma. Don't die, little brother, you still have a lot of punishment left to do, and I'd also like you to be a witness at my wedding. He kisses the reteat in front of her, and she reciprocates, then starts groping his breasts and buttocks. Rias. Oh my Kazuma, you're a rascal. She let him touch her while the brunette continued kissing her. Kazuma. Come on girls, we have a lot to prepare for our wedding. He said with a smile as Asia walked away from me and fell unconscious. End of flashback scene. And so it continued, I received a more painful punishment at the end of the second month, pierced by Kiba Zinovia, in addition to receiving attacks of sacred rings on my body, and as always, Kazuma gave me some punches, leaving me again with broken ribs and a swollen eye. But in the third month, I received a double beating. The first was at the halfway point and the second at the end. They always left me with punctured bones, broken bones, or swollen eyes. If they saw I was badly injured, they would ask the nun to treat me, although of course, by then I would be unconscious. The fourth month they told me about Kazuma's wedding with the girls he slept with. Honestly, I didn't care, but they forced me to watch the wedding. If I looked away or closed my eyes for too long, they would hit me. The fifth month was the worst. I received constant visits from Kazuma with 1, 2, even 3 girls who slept in my bed that day. I was forced to watch as that miserable bastard bucked them in front of me and as they, lost in pleasure, insulted me. I just closed my eyes, but I'd get punched in the face and the bastard would just say. Don't fall asleep, little brother, look how I'm enjoying these beauties that you lost by betraying them. Those words made my blood boil. I didn't want to witness such filth, but that Hyoudou never gave up. In the 6th month, they no longer beat me every 2 weeks, now they beat me once a week, and not only that, they sent me recordings of how Kazuma had Hex with them, no matter how much I closed my eyes, but it was completely useless, I could still hear them. The worst thing is that at the end of the month, they went too far with the torture. Flashback scene. Arg. He had received a 10th electric shock from Akeno. Kazuma. Relax, my dear wife, don't take all the punishment. He said while caressing her from behind, making her moan a little. Akeno. Fufufu, do you want to do it here? Kazuma. I'd like to, but there's a special guest. I raised my gaze with difficulty and had two reactions. Surprise and disappointment, since it was Seraphol, and what disappointed me the most was that the brunette Hyoudou gave her a quick kiss. "See Seraphol, what are you doing?" "You're Takao's girlfriend," he said haltingly. "Kazuma. Oh, right, I've been dating Seirach-an for a month and a half now, ever since you ended up here betraying us. That blue-haired idiot didn't appreciate her, and I was there to comfort her." He puts his hand on the shoulder of the black-haired girl with pigtails. "And she'll soon be my future wife. Seraphol. Thank you for being by my side, Kazuma-kun. You disappoint me, Seraphol. Takao was always looking out for you, and this is how you repay him." Receives another shock from Akeno. "Arg. Akeno. Fufufu, watch your words, traitor-kun," she said with her arm outstretched. "Kiba. You should shut up, you're not the one to call me a traitor," he said to me with a look of repulsion. I was disappointed that the one who called himself my friend and loyal knight would do this to me, then I noticed him take out his sword and slash my chest. Arg. I clenched my teeth, but the pain was too strong, plus I got punched in the face by Kazuma. "Kazuma. Your punishment is not over yet." That was the worst torture they inflicted on me. I had 4 sword wounds in my legs, about 4 more electric shocks, several blows to the chest from Kazuma, even Seraphol threw blocks of ice at me, and I fainted after being stabbed in the abdomen with Ascalon. Then they left, causing me to slowly close my eyes and feel my body losing all strength, until. Flashback scene. I tried to catch my breath, but the damage to my body was too much. I had received several shocks, stab wounds, my heart was beating slowly, and I simply closed my eyes. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and noticed that part of my body was floating in the water. Huh? I turned slightly and saw walls different from the place where I was locked up. The strangest thing was that my body didn't have those chains, although my wounds were still there. I stood up and heard something. What was that? I was walking around the place and the noise got louder until I reached a very dark part until I heard growling. "So our host has finally arrived," a gruff voice said. My body froze for a few seconds, but I kept walking until I heard another voice. "That seems to be the case, although it's not in the best condition." I was somewhat dazed, but I got into a fighting stance. "Who are you?" They both take a few steps, revealing a fox with red eyes and 9 tails and a blue dragon with some glittering highlights. A fox and 2 dragons. "That's right, boy, I am the Great Dragon King, or also the Omega Dragon, call me Bahamut." He lets out a powerful roar while with his wings, he makes the whole place feel like it has a blizzard. "Exactly, boy, my name is Ankalagon, the Supreme Dragon of Eternal Darkness." He lets out a powerful and enormous roar revealing his size, which was 2,000 meters. "And I am the 9-tailed fox and at the same time a tenant, my name is Dark Kurama." He roared powerfully while moving his tails wildly. "Tenant, does that mean they were inside me?" he asked, surprised. I thought I didn't have anything," she said, looking at her hands. "Bahamut. It's because of your blood ability, plus there was a seal preventing you from reaching us." He looked at him intently. "You see. Dark Kurama. We've been here since you were a child, but we couldn't establish contact with you because of the seal. The way to make that possible is through 2 things. 1, you entering a state of absolute meditation, although you don't usually do that, and 2, being on the verge of death. So that means this beating they gave me left me on the verge of death," he said, somewhat shocked. "Ankalagon. Well. Bahamut. In fact. Dark Kurama. Your heart stopped beating and. 3. You died. Issei. A, am I dead? B, but wasn't I still alive? Wait a minute, is this even possible? Did I just lose feeling in my body for a few moments?" I couldn't find an answer. "Doesn't that happen when you fall unconscious?" I can't believe I died, as ironic as it sounds. But if that's true, how am I in my subconscious? Bahamut. Your heart stopped, you were dead for a few seconds, since the seal was already broken, we were able to act and make your heart beat again, in short, we transferred a little of our power, so that you would return. Dark Kurama. We were entrusted with protecting you, though we also witnessed everything you went through, and frankly, we're furious about everything they did to you." He growls as his claws rake against the walls. "Especially that damned yokai. Bahamut. Although those features disgust me, all the effort you put in and they beat you like this, especially that red-haired demon." He growls furiously while I look at him. "Wait, when I saw them in my bed, I felt so much anger, to the point that I wanted to hit not only Kazuma, but the girls too," he said curiously. "Ankalagon. Oh, I'm sorry, since I was inside, part of my essence is in your body, and well, that's why you kicked yourself, although I controlled it when you looked at the girls before you lost control. That explains everything." He remembers the moment he kicked the chestnut-haired boy hard that day, and the moment he was about to lose control without realizing it. He asks, "Who entrusted me with their care?" Dark Kurama. Oh, right, you don't know yet, they were your real parents. I opened my eyes in surprise. My parents. My real parents. Bahamut. That's right, kid. Around the place, fire fills up, and in the center, there was a small altar. Place a little blood on the emblem. With some hesitation, I slowly walked towards the altar, saw the emblem, and bit my thumb a little, causing my blood to fall onto the emblem. At that moment, I felt a red glow in front of me and covered my eyes for a few seconds. When I opened them, I was surprised to see two people. I didn't know them, but from the depths of my heart, it gave me a familiar and nostalgic feeling. "Son, you're finally here," said the female figure as she approached. "Son? She grabs my shoulder. "Yes. I'm your mother, Elena." I felt moisture in my eyes, I was crying and an image of her giving me a warm smile came to my mind. Mom. I hugged her as if it were the last day of my life, she returned my hug while I heard her sobbing. "Elena, come here, Mark." She makes space for her father to approach and give me another memory, where I was in a garden, being carried by him while he showed me some landscapes. "Dad." The black-haired boy smiles and hugs him. "Mark." "Yes, son, I'm here." He was trying not to cry, but a couple of tears were visible. I always longed to see you one more time." She cried, sobbing as they held her in a tight embrace. "There are so many things I'd like to ask, so many things to tell you." "Elena." "I know, my little one, we have plenty of time." "Time?" She nods. "Mark. When we place your tenets, we transfer our energy into your body, that's why we're in your subconscious." I break away from the hug and they look at my body. The upper part of my body is covered in scars, most of which have been erased at the whim of the traitors, but I have a piercing mark on my abdomen and an X on my chest, plus I have some electrical wounds, and not to mention that my arms are marked with chains. "Elena. What happened to you, son?" She said worriedly while looking at all my wounds. "It's a long story," I said wearily and sadly. "Mark. We're listening, son." They sat across from him, and I proceeded to tell them what had happened to me. I tried to summarize everything I'd been through since being adopted by the Hyoudou family, the acceptable years I spent with them until I entered the supernatural world. The times I risked my life to help those friends, all the feats I'd accomplished, and how I'd made true friends like Issei, Takao, Satoshi, and some girls who, despite their strong personalities, I liked. My relationships with some of the girls my mother was happy, but I just gave her a look that told me not to celebrate too soon. That confused my parents, so I continued talking about how we'd had a fight with a terrorist group, which made their eyes widen. Then they were surprised and scared when they heard about Trixa and my contribution to sealing it, even though I received some mental instructions to reinforce the seal, so it wouldn't escape again, until I reached the point of betrayal. How those I called adoptive parents hid from me that my former stepbrother and the women who claimed to love me, who claimed to care for me very much, were having an affair behind my back. I didn't know how long it had been going on, but I found out when I saw them in my own room, in my own bed, having sex like animals. To say my parents were annoyed was an understatement. They were absolutely furious. Seeing my mother tremble and her hair flicker, my father was even worse, clenching his fist so tightly that blood was about to flow from them, his hair was turning blonde, and lightning was covering his body. "Bardock. You damn traitors. How dare you do that to my son?" He was covered with a golden aura and his hair turned blonde. Even the dragons and the fox growled with anger. "Arkarama. I used to distrust humans, but now I see that the supernatural are much worse, they're scum." I look at him. "By the way, how come you don't hate me or anything?" The fox just gives a slight smile and places a tail on my head. "Arkarama. Because I met you when you were 3 years old, you were so small back then, your parents thought I was going to hurt you, but you just snuggled up to my tails." He strokes my head and my parents nod. "Mark. Although I partly apologize for misinterpreting things." "Bahamut. Yes, it was the same when you went into the cave where I was living." He moves his claw into a fist and I return his friendly gesture. "Elena. And what happened after you saw that piece of trash of a stepbrother?" She said while getting a little angry. "Well, he tricked the leaders into thinking I was a traitor to that faction, because when I left the house, the leaders were there with a more serious look than usual and accused me of being a traitor. Threatened by the demon leader's wife, I disappeared in a magic circle. What I saw before I vanished was my former stepbrother flashing a damn smile, so I assumed he'd spread lies. Look at his arms. You could see the marks from chains. My trial was immediate and they sent me to Tartarus prison. I think I've been there for 6 months now and well, they tortured me every so often, but the worst part wasn't seeing those shameless women's wedding, but them sending me videos of them having sex with that wretch. Mark. Unhappy bastards. Elena. They hurt my son, that's unforgivable." She exclaimed furiously. "Mark. And to think that my father wanted to form an alliance when they put aside their differences, but after what they did. I know, but they're idiots. They saw that fake evidence and I'm here. My mother gives me a hug. Elena. My little one, you've been through so much and they repay you with betrayal. I wish I could make them pay for what they did. She tightened her hug like an overprotective mother. Don't worry, Mom. As they say, every action has its consequence. When they find out the truth, they shouldn't even bother looking for me. My father pats me on the back. Now, after so much torture, my heart stopped for a few seconds and I was able to get here, which makes me happy about everything that happened after 6 months of pure pain. They both gave me a comforting hug. I won't deny it, I wanted to cry again, I admit it, I wanted to cry again, but I had to be strong. Even though I missed the love of my real parents, the ones who gave me life, a question arose in my mind. Why did they do it? Mom, Dad, I'm so happy to see you again, but what happened that made me end up being adopted? Because I only remember my first name, not even my last. What happened? Both of them changed their expressions to a sad one. Elena. Do you remember when you mentioned the Chaos Brigade? I nodded. Mark. You see, son, you're not from Japan, you're from a hidden kingdom on some islands. That kingdom is called Air, a kingdom where humans and the Protoss race lived in peace, but everything changed when one day those wretches arrived at our home, the terrorist group Chaos Brigade. What? I stood up. Did the Chaos Brigade arrive in Air? Wait a minute, how did that happen? I asked, completely shaken. Mark. It was all unexpected. I see, but how did they invade that place? He was somewhat agitated, and they continued. Elena. One of the high-ranking officers, who claimed to be helping us, sold us out routes, tickets, and because of him, we were attacked by surprise. Many ended up dying during the assault. We tried to evacuate most of them, but we lost 30% of the civilians in the evacuation and another 40% of the military forces, both human and Protoss. How was that possible? I asked, shocked. Who is this he? Mark. Honest was someone close to us, however, it was just a facade. He was power hungry, and not only did he sell our home to that terrorist group, he also corrupted some of the soldiers, turning them into followers of Honest, and we lost our home. I couldn't believe it. I found out the Chaos Brigade attacked my home, and the person responsible was one of them. The worst part is that some of them ended up under their influence. Damn it, as if that group wasn't enough. Elena. Once the civilians managed to evacuate, you and your siblings were our top priority. We couldn't let him have you, so we asked your father's right-hand man to take you away, but not before asking for support from Ankalagon, Bahamut, and Dark Kurama. They decided to be sealed inside you, but the sealing was so strong that you could only access it in a state of meditation or when you were on the verge of death. However, it was the second way you were able to access this place. Mark. But it was too risky if we left them together, so they separated them, that way they wouldn't be found by that group. Your brother ended up in Northern Europe, your sister in North America, and you ended up on the Asian continent. Now I understand why I was in Japan. They both nod. Mark. This will hurt a little, but these are the few memories you have of your time in Air. They both placed their hands on my forehead, and those memories that were sealed in my mind. I was finally able to recover those memories. I saw when I was born, the look on my parents' faces as they carried me, the time a boy with black hair and a small red streak smiled at me, who turned out to be my brother, when I was playing with a toy while running around the fields with my parents and older brother, although there was also a red-haired girl with us, who was my younger sister, as we enjoyed the beautiful views of my home, a town that, in addition to having technology, also has beautiful places. But also that night when subjects with bat or crow wings or masked figures arrived to attack out of nowhere, and how many people fled in fear, I was scared as I saw fire and loud noises. Now my parents ordered the evacuation while some soldiers, under my parents' orders, took my brothers away who were scared and confused. Then, another memory when I was in a building and saw the fox and the dragons, as well as my parents and some runes below me, and the last one, how my parents approached and took my hand. Before I closed my eyes, I saw that they both had a sad smile, tears and some words. We love you. I clutched my head in pain as those memories flooded my mind, and I felt tears falling from her eyes, trying to recapture those beautiful memories. I remember everything. Absolutely everything from when I was little. My home, my brothers. Mom, Dad. I open my eyes as I see some particles. Mom. Dad. They both exchange glances. Elena. Honey. Mark. Yes, our time has come. What? I felt a great pain in my heart, seeing how they began to disappear into particles, making me understand that they would no longer be by my side, but they are coming closer. Mark. Don't cry, son. We may have left this world, but we won't die. Elena. Because we will be. Both. Here they placed their index finger on my chest, where my heart was. Mark. Take good care of yourself, son, and I hope you can reunite with your brothers. Elena. Be strong and value the people who truly appreciate you. Both. We love you very much, son. They give me a hug, and I, still with tears in my eyes, return their hug as I watch them slowly disappear. And I love you, Mom, Dad. I felt that there was already a space in front of me, my parents had left again, I fell to my knees and only saw particles of energy spreading, but I felt a claw and two tails on my shoulders. It was Bahamut, Ankalagon and Kurama who gave me a small smile. Kurama. Calm down, pup, we're with you. I just nod while wiping away my tears. Thank you. I stand up and look again at the place where my parents were, clenching my fists with determination. I don't intend to die here. I still have friends, I still have people who believe in me. Girls who truly value me. Kurama. That's my pup. The dragon nods. But I'll have to find a way out of here. Now I have a goal. He turns and shows a serious look. To find my brothers and, most importantly, to reclaim my home. Ankalagon. We are with you, but we have to find a way to break those chains, they have suppressed you 100%. Kurama. I can take your body, but I will need at least one chain to break so I can regenerate your damaged body, but the control will be temporary. I know, I've been in one place for 6 months, with a ration of the worst food, a torture therapy that they give me every week and those disgusting videos. Bahamut. Look on the bright side, at least you can get into this place if they put on that nonsense. Issei. Right, but oh well, let's see how it goes now. I extend my fists and they both reciprocate the gesture. I'll see you later. End of retrospective scene. After that encounter with my tenants and my parents, I stood firm, I endured other months of torture, insults, spitting. If they showed me those videos, I would enter my subconscious and avoid having to see or hear those scenes. Although I received shocks and severe stabs, I tried to endure them, but sometimes they left me on the verge of passing out. In those moments, Asia reluctantly healed me, though I feel sadness for Takao, who sees Serafal as one of those responsible for my torture. And here I am, about to complete a year trapped in this place. I think there's only a week left until the Christmas party and I'm going to miss it, but oh well, just in case. Oh, I hear someone approaching. Normal narration. The door was opening, however, the chained Redeed looked at who had arrived and only narrowed his eyes in anger, the one responsible for locking him up, the one who messed with his exes, Kazuma Hyoudou. Kazuma. Hey little brother. He said mockingly as the Redeed with black tips rolled his eyes. Issei. Oh, it's you. He punches me in the stomach. Kazuma. Is that how you greet me, brother? Seriously, being here has made you lose your manners. He replied with some sarcasm. Issei. Get to the point, Hyoudou. What do you want? Kazuma. Oh, I felt sorry for you being here, so I finally decided to relieve you of your burden. Issei. What are you talking about? He asked with fake pain. Kazuma. Well, there's a meeting next week and they'll see how they can relieve you of this burden you're carrying. He replied with a smile as he held him by the hair. In short, they'll see how you die. Issei. Ha, have you gone this far? To the point of killing me? Kazuma. Don't worry, little brother, that way you can die in peace while I join the winning team. I even want to see their faces when they find out you were never the traitor, haha. Oops, I think I'm saying too much, but it doesn't matter, in your current state you don't stand a chance. I hope you don't die before then. He heads for the door. Rest in peace, brother, ha 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 ha. He retreated from there while the Redeed lowered his head without noticing the smile he had, since he had an idea of how to get away. Minutes later, the chestnut-haired man had returned to the Hyoudou mansion, where he was greeted by his current wives. Rias. My love, where have you been? Kazuma. Oh, I just went to get something, dear, but I'll be out again. My friends Mitsuda and Motohama invited me to play, so I just came for a couple of things. Asia. But will he return early? Kazuma. Don't worry Asia-chan, I'll be back before dinner time. He kisses her while caressing her butt. Bakeno. Ara, we'll be eagerly awaiting your return, Kazuma-kun. She licked her lips as Kuroka hugged him from behind. Kuroka. I'm looking forward to having a session with you, my Kazuma-naya. Licks his cheek. Kazuma. Don't worry, I'll give them their night. Rias. I really want us to have children. Kazuma. Relax Rias, we have to enjoy life, we'll deal with parenthood later. He kisses her and she kisses him back. Well girls, see you later. See you later, husband. They said in unison, while he just managed a smile. The chestnut tree approached until it reached an area where there were no civilians to activate a magic circle in his ear. Kazuma. Is everything ready? Yes, everyone will attend next week's party, they won't know what awaits them when they return home. Yes, my relative will broadcast his death, so they'll see he was never a traitor. I know, and don't forget the deal, you did convince me to let you go. Reservation. The chestnut tree wore a disgusting smile, but unbeknownst to him, in the shadows of a tree, was someone with a tape recorder and red eyes. Finally, we have the final evidence, you son of a bitch. He sharpened his gaze as the brunette received an image on his cell phone, which turned out to be the girls who got married, wearing lingerie. Smile while you can. He left, causing the leaves to fly and making the brunette nervous, but he calmed down when he saw they were just leaves. App 2. In Hyoudou, specifically in an empty house, a blue-haired man was putting on his trench coat while a blonde man stood with his arms crossed in the entrance. It's time, Takao. He closes the lid of a pocket watch. Takao. I know, Satoshi. He takes his sword and heads for the exit. Satoshi. Everything's ready, right? Takao. Yes, Ashen and some contacts will have the preparations ready. Satoshi. Then, I'll see you at the meeting point. He bumps fists with a blue-haired boy who was looking at his house. Will you miss this place? Takao. No, after what they did, I stopped considering this place my home. He extends his palm. Ready? Satoshi. Done. He creates flames in his hands, just like the blue-haired boy, and throws them towards the house, causing it to catch fire. Takao. With this I will have cut ties. Satoshi. I know, same with that damned faction. They both turn around and walk away. Of Takao. Greetings readers, this is Takao Heiko, one of Issei's closest friends, besides Satoshi. He was part of the alliance until my friend was unjustly imprisoned. How did this happen? Well, let's go back to the beginning. When Yusaka was kidnapped, we noticed a group of demons arriving at our home and suspected they were the ones who attacked. We confronted them, and my apprentice at the time, Asaka Taiga, faced the redeed. But he was so confused by the sudden attack that I felt he was telling the truth, so I stopped the fight and we cleared things up. That's how we met and formed a friendship. His demeanor was that of a respectable warrior, unlike that brown-haired boy who was his stepbrother. We met often and quickly established a good teamwork, so when we faced the real culprits behind Yusaka's kidnapping, a group that called themselves the Heroes faction, but they weren't heroes at all, since they wanted to confront Great Red, sacrificing Yusaka, and didn't care about the civilian casualties they would cause, we worked well together and gave that fake hero his well-deserved scar on his eye. After that, Yusaka sent me to Kuoh, though I also went with my partners, Himari and Mizer. I also met Sirafal. She had a somewhat childish personality, but she was pleasant at the time. I was a VIP spectator at the raiding game between Rias Gremory and Sekiryuutei, and I got to see the fight between the redeed, Issei, and his stepbrother against Sekiryuutei right in the front row. It was very difficult. Rias ended up seriously injured. Kazuma was an idiot who rushed in without a strategy. What good is having the boosted gear, which is a sacred gear of the Longinus type, and, on top of that, one of the most powerful, if the user is so foolish as to think that having such destructive power is the only way to win. It didn't last even a minute, and he ended up unconscious, even though he used his strongest transformation, and proved it in the fight against the fake heroes, but Issei remained firm, with great strategy and willpower and barely won, although with broken bones and without armor. After that, Issei officially announced his relationship with Rias Gremory, which I congratulated him on. However, I noticed that Kazuma, his stepbrother, looked at him with envy and hatred. Shortly after, we received a rather strange visit. The Infinity Dragon herself decided to stay at the Hyoudou mansion with Issei to learn a few things. But soon after, we suffered another attack from that terrorist group I hate, the Chaos Brigade. Along with them were those so-called heroes, but this time, they had a weapon capable of easily killing a dragon. Their objective was to kill Office, and to make matters worse, one of the 4 original Mass, Shalba Beelzebub, appeared. Issei told me that he remembered thinking he had killed him in a frenzy when he made the blonde girl named Asia Argento disappear. It was a very scary battle, because we almost died, especially Office, if it weren't for my friend who managed to save her and dodge that arrow with cursed blood, and Shalba died, but the coward Cao escaped. Thanks to that victory, we were able to have a little rest, and as for me, I formalized my relationship with Sirafal Leviathan. I also noticed that the Infinity Dragon was getting closer to Issei and that he was hanging out with other girls, which was normal since he knew them from before. Taiga got along well with the pink-haired Louise, as well as Echo, Arya, Maiken, among other girls that my friend knew, but Rias and the others made their jealous scenes, which was a little annoying if you tell me. After that, we went temporarily to Romania and met Satoshi Cruz, someone despised by vampires because he was the son of a clan that dealt with them, the Belmont clan. We also got involved in an internal conflict within the race of that cowardly cross-dressing vampire. But the good thing about meeting Satoshi was that we created a devastating 3-person team. Thanks to that, attacks against the brigade were a piece of cake until the appearance of Rizavum Live and Lucifer, the leader of that group, along with his bootlicker named Euclid Lucifuge. I had no idea that he was Grayfia's brother, and we established a very difficult battle since the wretch released Trixa, the beast of the apocalypse. My role at that time was to provide cover for the creation of the seal, which was extremely difficult with the beast and soldiers of the brigade pressuring us, but, together with Satoshi, we kept them at bay, and the seal was successfully performed. However, Issei and Roswis were knocked out of the fight, and unfortunately for us, Rizavum and a large group ended up escaping. But what I found strange was that Kazuma was there and was exhausted, at least that's what I thought at the time. From that day on, Issei was completely in a coma for 4 months. It was very difficult for me to lie to his friends, since most of them weren't involved with the supernatural, though I didn't know that at the time. Both Taiga and Satoshi, my girlfriends, kept that information hidden under a pretext, but seeing them waiting for his return hurt me. To my surprise, I noticed how the girls who were dating my friend back then. It's worth noting that Kaneko, Irina, Faya, and Ravel weren't his girlfriends at that time, were always there for him. Taiga and Iko were too. Office, despite being exhausted from the battle, also saw him from time to time. But suddenly, Rias and the others started to stop looking at him, first the Redeed, then the fallen hybrid demon, then the 3 friends who pray to a dead man, then the Valkyrie, then that black-haired cat girl, then the vampire girl, the magical girl, and to my surprise, Yasaka stopped looking at him. At that moment I thought it was because of work issues, so I overlooked it. How wrong I was. What pleased me was that Vali was visiting him, which was unusual, but he considered him a warrior. Serurg, damn it, even Razor went to see him, along with his cousin Ashura. Although I also had another problem. Ashen, a friend of Issei's, was worried because he hadn't shown up for several weeks. 4 months had passed, and to my joy, Issei woke up. I still remember when Irina, Faya, Kaneko, and Ravel all jumped on him, crying tears of happiness. He looked so happy, and I offered him a place to stay at my house temporarily. Kaneko, Ravel, and the others wouldn't leave him alone for a second, and when I called the others, they almost lynched me and Satoshi for keeping what happened from them. Ashen also wanted answers, so we told her he'd had an accident and let him rest at my house in Kyoto. Days later, he wanted to go to the mansion to surprise his partners, but I had a bad feeling. A few days passed and I didn't hear from him. I asked Serafal and she seemed somewhat uncomfortable until I found out that there was going to be a trial, and I was greatly surprised to see the following. Trial of the Alliance traitor, Issei Hyoudou. I was in shock. My friend, a traitor. What on earth was going on? How was that even possible? When I went to the mansion looking for answers, I saw Kazuma kissing the women who were calling themselves my friend's girlfriends. I demanded, what did this mean? And his answer was that he was comforting them because of their stepbrother's betrayal. They were devastated, and he was there to give them that comfort. That infuriated me, since their sadness was completely fake. I was about to jump on him, but Rias told me about my friend's supposed betrayal while she was being caressed by Kazuma. I was furious, but I pretended to be shocked and went back to my apartment in Kuoh. When Satoshi asked me what was wrong, I told him everything, and he was just as furious as I was. How the hell dare they do that? Not only are they accusing my friend of betrayal, I also see that the women who claimed to love him were very attached to Kazuma, and it seemed like they had been doing so for a long time. When the day of the trial arrived, they didn't let my friend defend himself, and the so-called evidence they mentioned pointed to Issei being a damn traitor, according to that red-haired crony, and the verdict was even worse. Flashback scene. Searches. Very well, now that the recess is over and everything is clear, the people shouted death and imprisonment. Which infuriated us, but that jerk continued. As I was saying, having made everything clear, I decree that Issei Hyoudou will be imprisoned in Tartarus. Everyone exclaimed loudly. And his possible execution will be evaluated. Why? Lock him up, traitor. Let him rot. Let him die for being a traitor. That Crimson Warrior is a fraud, may he die for betraying us. Our children admired you and this is how you repay them, you disgusting traitor. Satoshi was furious, but I kept him calm, at least as much as I could, because my blood was boiling too, seeing the situation and how Kazuma was hugging those who had once been with my friend, including Yasaka. Although I wasn't the only one who was enraged. Taiga, Iko, Ravel, Kaneko, Irina, and Faya were also furious and saddened by my friend's cruel fate. Some of them didn't believe in those supposed crimes, and for a simple reason. He risked his life many times, he pushed himself beyond his limits to protect them, and then suddenly he betrays the very people he almost gave his life for. That's fucking stupid. At the end of the trial, it seems that giving that damned verdict wasn't enough, they took him all over the plaza and threw rotten food at him, spit on him, stones, and the fact that they burned all his merchandise, absolutely all of it, even that of a brat who threw a doll photographed by Issei himself. If that's how you see it, then he's just one more of the bunch. After the trial ended, I headed to my apartment, trying to calm down, but what happened left me with a lump in my throat. I wanted to see my partners. They said they would wait for me in Kyoto, so I was going to get ready, but then Serafal arrived. Flashback scene. I was sitting down, after the call with the girls, I wanted to take a breather and she came up to me and hugged me. Serafal. Okay, calm down, everything will be alright. I can't believe what happened. I tried to stay strong, but like I said, it was painful. Serafal. Me neither, but I'm here to soothe your pain. The blue-haired man was about to return the hug. He deceived us all, and now he'll pay for his crimes. I abruptly pulled away from her and stood up from the chair. Serafal. That hurt. What's wrong, Tak-kun? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I should be telling you that. My friend was locked up for something he didn't do. Serafal. He betrayed us. How can you say that after all the times he busted his ass to protect us? Do you seriously think he did all that as a trick or a ploy? Serafal. But the evidence indicates that it is correct. And who sent them? I asked angrily. Serafal. We received them anonymously. I couldn't believe it. Were they really that stupid? My reaction was simply to laugh ironically. Even Kunu would be suspicious of that anonymous submission. She inherited the intelligence Yusaka lacks. But back to the discussion. What are you laughing at? Are you telling me that based on an anonymous tip they concluded that Issei was a traitor? He slammed his fist on the table, completely enraged. Serafal. Hey, calm down. Was that clear evidence that he sold information? Besides, Kazuma told us that he was the one who let Rizavim escape. Azuma, that bastard has something to do with all this. Let that damn Lucifer escape. He was unconscious after the sealing. It's absolutely impossible for me to let him go. I was furious, I couldn't believe one of my partners was against my friend. Serafal. Takao, calm down. I know you're furious about what happened, but you must understand that what that traitor did had consequences. Do you see him as a traitor? I look her in the eyes. Serafal. Everything points to him betraying us. She said seriously as I stood up. Tak-kun. I'm going to Hyoudou. I don't want to argue anymore. I'm heading to my room. I can't believe you're treating him like this after everything he did for you. Serafal. Wait. She's a little startled when she sees me looking at her with my Sharingan. Takao. You know, I thought that naivety was part of your childish attitude, but I see this as just your default. I didn't care that it hurt her. I was so furious at that moment that I left for Hyoudou immediately. End of flashback scene. I don't regret saying that to her, I was completely furious at the time, but for her to treat my friend like that, and not only her, but that stupid sister-in-law, the one Issei helped several times, not only his damned faction, but his boar sister, and speaking of Rias, the ungrateful wretch, kept caressing and kissing that miserable Kazuma after the trial. I arrived home in Hyoudou, and both Himari and Miser comforted me. I was overwhelmed with so many emotions. Helplessness at not being able to help him in that moment, and again, that pain and guilt. The days passed, and that guilt only intensified. Once again, I had to hide him from those who cared about my friend. It would be even worse with Shen, since the last time he asked, he seemed completely serious and worried. It was even worse with those in the supernatural world. Ravel was locked away in a separate house, crying. Razor told me she hardly ever went out. Her cousin Ashura also came to look after her from time to time, since her parents said, that traitor will rot for what he did. Taiga and Iko didn't want to leave the house. Office had gone to recover, so there was no news of her, and besides, she wasn't there that day. And what about Senko? She was saddened by what happened and disappointed in that dimwit she had as her leader. I argued with Yusaka about 3 times, not only about the trial, but about messing with that idiot Hyoudou. During the third argument, I heard the following. Kazuma was the one who supported me when I learned that Issei was a damn traitor days before he was captured. I discovered 2 things. The son of a bitch really had something to do with that supposed evidence, and not only that, now I understood why the women who said they loved him disappeared when he was in a coma. It was because those damn boars were sleeping with that bastard. I won't deny it, I almost lost my temper and activated my Sharingan to put her into my illusion, but I made an effort not to do it, I didn't want to be locked up. The days went by and we had no way of getting evidence, and I couldn't go with Kazuma without running into the boars who accompanied him, but this was just the beginning. A month and a half after my friend was in Tartarus, I was walking around Kuoh, wanting to pick up some things from my apartment, plus I've been arguing with Serafal about it, but I didn't think everything would be ruined now. Flashback scene. I was riding my motorcycle back to my apartment. I'd been in Kuoh for a few things, like Satoshi, Ingvald, Ravel, Taiga, Kaneko, and Iko moving. I had a row with that idiot Searches and that lazy bum Azazel, but I made it clear I didn't give a damn about their opinions. I told them they were going to Hyoudou and would be under the protection of my territory. As for Senko, she was only going to the mansion for Kenichi, so there was no problem with her staying in my territory. I convinced Razor and Ashura to let her stay. However, I stopped for an energy drink, but when I looked toward the park, I saw Serafal hugging Kazuma, and the worst part was how he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back. My anger grew so great that the drink I had froze completely and shattered when I squeezed my hands together, causing both of them to stare at me. Kazuma. Wow, wait Takao, no, I lift him up by his jacket. One more word and I'll leave you with decorations on your face, I don't care if you're the faction hero. My mood dropped to 0. Kazuma. Hey, calm down, he receives 2 kicks to the head, leaving him stunned. I warned you. Now he looked at Serafal, who was speechless. Did you bite your tongue or something? Serafal, not. But. Don't call me Tak-kun. How could you do this to me? She just stays silent. You know what? I'm not a damn ghost. Serafal. I felt sad after our arguments. Does that give you the right to kiss him? I replied angrily. Serafal. You defend your friend, you can't admit that he betrayed us, and after arguing you went to Kyoto, we tried to talk, but you remained firm and we argued. How do you think I feel? Sad. And I'm furious and frustrated, but for you to do this she confronts me. Serafal. You left me alone. Kazuma-kun was the one who comforted me after what you did. So it's my fault. My anger grew. Kazuma. Ugh, he rubs his chin. Hey, the black-haired girl approaches and helps him up. I know you didn't see my brother betraying us coming, but you have to face reality. He let Rizavam go and sold information. How can you not accept that? He hugs her. That's why I went and approached him. I gave him the affection you didn't give him because you were closed off and… Shut up. Wasn't it enough for you to leave with Rias and the others? Now you're going after Serafal. I asked, annoyed, but what she said marked a turning point. Serafal. I'm sorry, Takao, but I see you're having trouble admitting what happened. I'll be with Kazuma-kun because of how kind he's been these past few days. Her eyes widened slightly because she'd said too much, but I remained silent, gritting my teeth. I spent a minute digesting all of this, and then I gave him a firm cold stare. Fine, very well, I hope you're happy with your decision because there's no going back now. I don't want you coming back later begging for forgiveness and pretending none of this ever happened, because not only will I not forgive you, but you'll be dead to me just like us. Goodbye forever, Serafal. I turn around and leave. I could have sworn I heard sobs, but there was no going back, even if it didn't seem like it. It hurt so much to have said that, though it also hurt to think that maybe the love she gave me was never real. I got on my motorcycle and left, but not before having my familiar, Meta Knight, keep an eye on that bastard Kazuma in the shadows. What he didn't know was that I had trained him in stealth, so even with that Nekomata, he wouldn't be able to find him. 4 months have passed since he was locked up and I couldn't find a way to prove my friend's innocence. I argued with Sirzechs again, this time because I wanted to see the supposed evidence that marked the Redeed as a traitor, and he responded to me. That case is closed and won't be reopened, besides, you're not in a position to ask for that. Despite my protests about why they believed in evidence from an anonymous source without bothering to find out who sent it or to thoroughly investigate, the bastard threatened me that if I continued like this, I would be imprisoned for insubordination, and Yusaka agreed. Bullshit. I can't believe how idiotic they've become, but I've retreated from the capital of the underworld, and when I got home, I received messages from my family, and to my anger, I see that bastard Kazuma was doing something behind the faction's backs. I carefully followed him to the places he frequented. Besides the academy, he went to seedy establishments, like a bar where girls offered services. HMPH, disgusting cheater. But he also went to a rough area on the outskirts of Kuoh, where he talked to strange guys. At least, that's what a normal person would think. However, I knew something was wrong, but I had to stay out of it. If I did something reckless, the whole operation would be ruined. After that incident, Meta Knight informed me that Kazuma was just going about his daily routine. I assumed it was because of the wedding. I refused to go, but I was obligated, so I put up with it, as did my partners. When I arrived, I saw my friends' exes excitedly entering the venue and joining in a sacred and eternal matrimony. Let's see how long this shit will last. In the 6th month, my relative continued to watch that unfortunate man, and again I noticed that he went out to bars, and days later to the same area outside the territory of the heiresses, and I found something that could be very useful to me. The son of a bitch was with that cowardly bootlicker of Rizavam, Euclid Lucifuge, Grayfia's brother. I didn't hesitate to take several photos that would make him look like the bad guy, but I knew that wouldn't be enough, since they'd call it slander, but I kept watching him. The next day, my relative informed me that he was heading to the academy with that envelope. I suspected he would go with Sona and deceive her, or do it anonymously and deliver that envelope, so I wouldn't allow it. I arrived just in time, put on a dark hoodie and different pants, and took a different route to intercept him. I made sure my eyes weren't recognizable, and I put some charcoal on my hair, at least the front part, covering my blue hair. I approached like a normal person. Once I was close enough, I snatched the envelope without him noticing and got out of there at full speed. He followed me for a while, but I managed to lose him and hid, while the brunette looked furious. Once I was in a safe place, I checked the envelope and was furious. That son of a bitch had fabricated evidence against me and photographs where I supposedly was meeting with them. If they did this to my friend and believed it, then they're complete morons. It was all clear to me. Kazuma was the real traitor, but the odds were stacked against me. I had to get more evidence, so I told my relative to keep an eye on him and returned to Kyoto, unaware of the surprise that awaited me at home. Flashback scene. I've arrived in Kyoto and taken the direct route back home. I wasn't in the mood to talk to that stupid useless Yusaka. However, when I got home. I'm here, my eyes were closed. I got some good material for I opened my eyes and freeze, standing in front of me. The following people were there. Louise Valliere. Lycan Yuki. Ari H. Kanzaki. Levi McGarden. Shauna. Stella Vermilion. And Eris Boreas, girls I thought didn't know about the supernatural and were also there, Senko, Kaneko, Ravel, Irina, Faya-Iko and Taiga, with a nervous look. OOG girls, I was nervous. I told a lie when he was in a coma, and now that he's been arrested, I told you that Issei was transferred and it was all so sudden, but it seems the lie didn't last long, because of the low spirits of those who know the truth. Lycan. We want answers. Eris. What happened to Issei? She placed her hands on her hips and showed a very angry expression. I already told you girls, he went to Shauna, pulls out a sword and points it at me. Shauna. Stop deceiving us. She exclaimed angrily. Stella. Could you please tell us the truth? I tried to see the other girls, but they had their heads down, and also, to my surprise, I saw Satoshi tied up just like Ingvald. Arya. They didn't say anything either, so you'll say them. I chick as if I tell you, then I won't. I remain silent when I see Louise take out a wand and make a small explosion, causing a small ball to burst. That's when I realized that they knew about the supernatural from the beginning, and Levi also gets up. Levi. Takao, stop treating us like fools. We've known about the supernatural for a long time and we want to know what happened to Issei. There was no other option. The girls were demoralized, my friends were tied up and being interrogated, and I was next, so I had to speak. How much do they know? He asked seriously. Eris. I've seen that redeemed Gremory girl hanging around that brown-haired Hyoudou a lot, and the most distinctive thing about her is the ring she's wearing. She was acting really forward around him. Isn't she supposed to be with Issei, just like the others? Louise. It's true, when we heard the rumors from the academy, we asked him and he confirmed it. Now that same woman is with his stepbrother. Can you tell me what's going on? Lycan. That's true, and the worst part is that in the afternoons those girls would come out with their clothes all messed up. Weren't they supposed to be fighting over Issei? I should have expected it. That wretch was such a pervert that I suppose he must have had his moments even at the academy. With how perverted that wretch is, I almost punched him in the face when he looked at Himari and Mizur in a perverted way, to the point that he lifted up her skirt. But anyway, I sighed, asked them to sit down, and proceeded to explain what happened from when I met him, what he did when he started his life in the supernatural, and the confrontations we went through against a group with extremist ideas, including the multiple relationships that Issei had at that time with the other girls, and the jealous scenes when he approached those present. Issei was very kind to all of you, that's why you wanted to be the favorites. The girls were visibly nervous but nodded. I continued telling them about the battles we had and how we met Satoshi, the final confrontation and our temporary victory, then I told them that because of concentrating his energy for the ceiling and the battles he did, he ended up in the hospital for 4 months. Stella. So that's why we didn't see him for 4 months. She comes closer and grabs my shirt. Why did you hide it from us? Do you have any idea how worried we were? They all nodded angrily. I know you were worried. I take her by the shoulder. But the code was to prevent the supernatural from coming to light. I'm sure you all know what would happen if others found out. Stella lets go of me and clenches her fists in frustration, but she nods, and the others do too. They knew that if that happened, there would be a major disaster. And I apologize for keeping that news from you. Lycan. Okay, please continue. Thank you, and I continued my story. Issei woke up and I offered him a place to stay for a few days. Days later, he wanted to surprise them, but after that, I lost contact with him. Shortly after, I received news that Kenichi I swallowed was arrested for alleged betrayal of the alliance. Louise. What? Stella. What? Shauna. What? Levi. What? Lycan. What? Arya. What? Eris. What do you mean arrested for alleged treason? Stella. Is that true? She looks at Kaneko and the others, and they just nodded as tears started to flow again. Louise. Oh. Arya. Despite the effort he made to protect them, and they arrested him for alleged treason. Eris. But what the hell is wrong with you? I proceeded to continue with my story. Well, it turns out it was all the work of my ex-stepbrother, Kazuma. Absolutely everyone looked at me. Satoshi. Does Kazuma have anything to do with all this? Arya lets them go. Yes, look at this. I place the envelope I stole from Kazuma on the table, and everyone watches and is surprised to see that I am supposedly an infiltrated accomplice of that damn brigade. Satoshi is the first to react. Satoshi. So the flames he generates change from yellow to purple. That son of a bitch was responsible. Ravel. So. Hineko. The one responsible for Issei-senpai being locked up. Taiga. It was that bastard Kazuma Hyoudou. Her nails lengthen and her gaze sharpens. Senko. I didn't trust him from the moment I met him. Putting aside his excessive perversion, I felt he was a bad person. I always felt envious of Issei, but to orchestrate all this to lock him up. Louise. So, if we have this, you could present it and. No, not like that. Some of the girls were upset and confused. Lycan. And why is that? Because Kazuma is considered the pillar and hero of the alliance, he retained all credibility. He married Rias, and the girls who supposedly loved Issei though, I suspect they were deceiving him before he was put on trial stayed silent when I saw that those who had just learned the news were unleashing a killing instinct. To my surprise, Kaneko, Senko, and the others were the same. Remembering what they had done enraged them. Lycan. All this time. Arya. I have feelings for him, but those girls were always making a scene. Stella. But then they go after that shameless guy. Eris. And the worst part Issei is locked up. Satoshi and I nodded sadly. So that's what happened to him. Everyone reacted and we looked at the entrance. To my surprise, it was Ishen. Ishen, how I asked, surprised. Ishen. It's been months since Issei last appeared and I found it strange. I didn't believe that excuse about him being transferred. He approaches everyone present. And allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Ishen Phantom, son of Layla and Argyle Phantom, King Alverdage, of the Dark Kingdom. Louise. Don't you know what will happen if Milim, Lux, Irie, and Lucifer find out? They'll send their entire army against the factions. The whole Dragon army and the Adismata army will go against them. I opened my eyes. I had heard stories of a kingdom that was near the Scottish and English territory. Everyone was surprised, even me, and we were going to bow because he is a prince, but he extends his hand. Ishen. There's no need to bow, they're my friends and I'm sorry for hiding them. A hooded figure lands beside him. Here's my companion. I wanted answers from Issei as well, but please continue with what you were saying. I nodded and commented on my friend's trial. He had been sent to Tartarus and faced possible execution. I've been searching for proof of his innocence, but Kazuma poisoned Yasaka's mind with Hex and the other leaders with lies. I even mentioned that I broke up with Serafal because she also believed in that false evidence, and the worst part is that she sought comfort with Kazuma after the arguments. So I broke up with her when I saw her kissing him, but not before having my familiar keep an eye on him. It's been 6 months since Issei was locked up and now I've noticed Kazuma doing things outside of that bitch Gremory's territory. It turns out that that wretch is the real traitor, and not only that, he also spoke with Euclid, the bootlicker of the Chaos Brigade leader. He asked him to fabricate evidence that I'm supposedly conspiring with that damned group and Issei was most likely tricked into doing the same thing. But like I said, the leaders were stupid enough to let themselves be manipulated, especially that boor Yasaka. I finished, saying the last part venomously. The pressure felt very strong. I knew that part of it was the girls who had just found out, but I didn't expect Ishen to show such an angry side, although the one I felt the most instinct to kill was the hooded one. Ishen. I didn't expect the biblical leaders to be so stupid as to believe false evidence. The hooded figure looks at a photograph that incriminated me and squeezes the table, causing part of it to break. Ishen, who is the hooded figure? He said, sounding puzzled. Ishen. Oh, well, the hooded figure removes his hood, revealing silver hair that belongs to a girl. Let me introduce myself, Ishen-san. My name is Sun Elma, third daughter of King Mark and Queen Elena of Adismata, and sister of Lux Arcadia, Irie Arcadia and Issei Arcadia, or as you call him, Issei Hyoudou. What? I didn't expect that at all. My friend was from the kingdom of Adismata, and more specifically from Arcadia. I didn't know much since they keep their kingdom secret, just like in Adismata, but I do remember the royal surname. Lycan. Issei and Arcadia. Louise. How can we be sure of that? She exclaimed somewhat suspiciously, but Elma, in her palm, made a holographic image appear, showing the same silver-haired man along with 3 children beside him, 2 boys and a girl with the same hair color. Levi. It's true. Eris. So you're my sister-in-law? She asked, her eyes wide. Elma. Huh. Eris. It's not what it looks like. She said, blushing. Stella. Hey. What do you mean, your sister-in-law? Eris. Well, I love Issei and I'll be his partner. Stella. And who decides that? I'll be his partner. Ravel. What do you mean, you? Besides, Issei-sama will be with me. Haneko. Issei-senpai will be with me. She stands up angrily. Faya. I will be the one to have Issei-sama's children. Irina. I've loved my darling since I was a child, so I will be his partner. Louise. I've known him for a long time, so he'll be with me. Senko. He will be with me. Taiga. No way, I'll be with him. Satoshi, Ashen, Elma, my partners and I were watching the scene, it seemed like they were playing catch, but the scene ends. Levi. Stop. Everyone looks at her, you know Issei is in Tartarus. First we have to find a way to free him and then we'll discuss that because I want to be with him too. Arya. It's true, I'm sure we all have feelings for him here and we put up with it because of those boars, but it's not the time to discuss that. Lycan. We have to save Issei. The others lower their heads in shame. Elma. I like them. She said to Ashen, who had a bead of sweat and a nervous smile. We can't confront him now. The wretch is considered a pillar of the alliance, a hero, and someone highly protected. With those two things, it won't be enough to lock him up. Everyone was frustrated, even me. Senko. We mustn't give up. If you've managed to get evidence against that wretch Kazuma, then we'll get more. Taiga. Yes, we can. We'll prove their innocence. We all nodded. Elma. I will help them, I want to see my brothers one more time. Satoshi. That reminds me, a Nordic soldier was named Shun. Elma. Really? The blonde man nods. Satoshi. I'll see where he is and bring him back. Elma smiles. Elma. Thank you very much. End of flashback scene. Honestly, we thought we could find him easily, but things got strange and we received bad news from Satoshi. It turns out Lux was arrested for insubordination. It seemed odd to me since the boy was loyal. Most likely, he knew it too, but he complained at the wrong time. When Elma found out, she was even angrier. Her brother was being punished unfairly and she wanted to make them pay. And as if that wasn't enough, halfway through the 7th month, we were forced to attend another wedding. This time it was with Seraphol, Penimune and Gabriel. Absurd, him marrying Michael's sister. Having to witness that made my blood boil. He had a victorious smile, and I swear that wretch looked at me with a mocking grin. I held back my anger and just clapped. Smile while you can, I told myself. In the 8th month, Kazuma just returned from his second honeymoon and his behavior has been very strange. Meta Knight informed me that he's been leaving the territory quite frequently. Even Sona told me that his grades were dropping and his behavior at the academy was worsening. I also received a visit from her with Saraerg, Razor, and a white-haired girl. It turns out it was Marahan and they had a relationship before Lux, and by before, I mean before the alliance even started. When she found out he ended up in prison, she was devastated and we were all very worried because there was a noticeable bump on her abdomen. She was pregnant. What concerned me was that her emotional state might affect the baby, so they sent her to my territory so she could relax. I agreed and she introduced herself to my tenants. The most surprised was Elma because she was going to be an aunt soon. That made her happy but also sad because Lux was in prison. Ashen took matters into his own hands and asked someone to get them out of there and hide them temporarily in Alverdich at the beginning of the 9th month. Flashback scene. Bambor. I went into my house and slammed the door, although I wasn't the only one angry. Louise. What's going on? Senko. That stupid Yusaka has neglected her duties a lot in order to please her Kazuma and has left me with a ton of paperwork. And she won't even let us see that damn evidence. I sit down and they serve me some tea. Thank you, Himari. Himari. You're welcome, dear. She sits down next to me. The good thing is that the barrier in this territory prevents any transport signatures. Elma and Ashen had reinforced a barrier near my house and that's how we passed incognito. Then, we saw a teleportation circle and out came a silver-haired boy and a girl with a spear and hair that was a mix of blue and pink. Ashen. You arrived, Piri, good job. Marahan. Lux. She threw herself into his arms as he lowered his sword and returned the embrace. You had me so worried. She said, tears welling in her eyes. Lux. Don't worry, and I'm sorry for leaving you alone. I made a mistake and they locked me up. She kisses her forehead. Satoshi. It's great to have you back, Lux. Lux. Hi guys, and yes, thanks to Piri-san, I was able to get out of prison. Elma. Oni-sama. She approaches and the dark-haired man is surprised. Lux. Little sister. She carefully separates from Marahan and approaches the Redeed. Are you okay? Elma. Brother. Finally reunited. She said with tears in her eyes while tightening the hug. Haha, family reunions are my weakness because tears were coming out of my eyes. Lux, it's so good to see you again, Elma. Where have you been? Elma. I've been to Alverdich and was taken in by the parents of Issei, the prince of that kingdom. She steps back to look at him more closely. You've certainly grown, big brother. Lux. Thanks sister. By the way, Lux, what happened? He asked curiously. Lux. I had gone on a mission and remembered my siblings. I realized that Issei is my brother, the brother I'd been searching for, just like Elma. But when I returned from my mission, I asked about him, but the decrepit old man told me he'd been arrested for alleged treason. According to some evidence, he was the traitor, and I was furious. I demanded to see him, but the old man refused, and because I was hostile, he took it as insubordination and locked me up. He also stripped me of all my achievements for siding with a criminal. Fury. I wanted to punish that old man, but I only did what you asked, love. It was fun watching those wannabe warriors suffer, though. And I trembled a little because I could see that his spear had some red liquid on it. Issei. But the good news is you're free now, and let me tell you something. Since we've freed you and they might be looking for you, I've decided that both you and Marahin should take refuge in Adismata. Lux. Thank you, and I apologize for causing any inconvenience to your kingdom. She bows, but Issei only manages a smile. Issei. Don't worry. He stands up and looks at the girls who like my friend. Girls, I'll ask you to come with me too. Only those who recently found out about Issei's confinement. Arya. Louise. And why is that? Issei. I know you want to help, but it's best to keep you out of this for now. Kazuma's a womanizer and he'll do anything to make sure no one gets in his way, so you'll be better off at my place. Don't worry. I'll make sure Issei is freed, even if it's the last thing we do. Both Satoshi and I nodded, and after a few seconds, the two women nodded, but with resignation. Louise. Taiga, please. She nods and gives her a hug. Taiga. Don't worry, Issei will be free by our side soon. She nods with some sadness, but she won't give up. Eris. I trust you to rescue my future fiancé and theirs, please. Issei smiles and nods. Issei, then let's go. Elma. Could you do the honors? The Redeed nods and puts her hands together, making circles appear that are different from the ones she normally saw, creating a kind of portal. Elma. This way please. They all nod and enter. Levi. Good luck. We all nod and then Shun and Marahin enter. Once they pass through the portal, Elma closes it. Issei. It's time to take matters into our own hands, Takao, Satoshi. We looked at him. Elma and I will join the search for Kenichi's innocence. Satoshi. Thank you. End of flashback scene. I won't lie to you, it was a headache trying to find evidence of Issei's innocence and proof that would make Kazuma the real culprit. The reason is that the jerk was always hanging out with my friend's exes and we preferred to avoid seeing that, but we had to be vigilant. One simple lapse in our guard and he'd get away with it. But luck was on our side. During the 10th and 11th months, we were able to gather more evidence of his meetings with Euclid members of the brigade, and this was the best thing. Until I heard something that happened before a year was up. Flashback scene. I was keeping watch over the Hyoudou mansion. I saw Kazuma arrive, but he only left for a few minutes, so I followed him across the rooftops and through the trees without being seen. I also concealed my presence to avoid Kuroka and Yusaka. Finally, I saw him stop in an area where there was hardly anyone around. Kazuma. Is everything ready? Yes, everyone will attend the party next week, they won't know what awaits them when they return home. Yes, my relative will broadcast his death, so they'll see he was never a traitor. I know, and don't forget the deal, you did convince me to let you go. Rizavam. He gave a disgusting smile as he hung up the call and received an image of those bastards, but what he realized was that I had recorded everything. Finally, we have all the evidence, you son of a bitch. I sharpened my gaze but proceeded to retreat, startling him with the noise, but the idiot thought it was just leaves. End of flashback scene. When I informed the others, I felt a killing instinct from the girls, but we had to prepare. If I recall correctly, there's a celebration in honor of the hero and pillar of the alliance for the victory, but the unfortunate man wants to use the event to orchestrate Issei's execution by the brigade. Taiga. That bastard, I wish I could break his bones. Senko. But how will they do it? The entrance is supposed to be guarded. They'll most likely attack us. After all, absolutely everyone will be at the event and the portal will be exposed. But we have to find a way to open it from another side. I don't want to see them approaching when they find out the truth. Elma was analyzing. Elma. I've never created a portal to Tartarus because of its instability, and if I did, it would only be for a very short time. So I'll go and get it out as quickly as possible. We all turned around and saw Razor and Ashura with their arms crossed. Ravel. Brother. Cousin. Razor. Hey sis, we heard what you're planning, so I'm volunteering to get you out of there. Ashura. As for me, we'll be at that party until the very end to cover for your absence. Issei. Thank you both. Elma. Then we need to get ready. We all nod in agreement. And here I am, walking with Satoshi to the faction party. He went ahead first, but that wasn't a problem, since we'll meet at the place where Elma and the others are going to take him out. As for me, I have the most important role. To leave solid evidence of the true traitor and prevent him from interrupting the attack. The rescue of our friend has begun. End of chapter. Chapter 3. In the underworld, everyone was gathered. All the factions belonging to the Alliance were assembled. Takao and his partners arrived at the party. The blue-haired boy had an indifferent expression, as most were eagerly anticipating the main event. The leaders were jubilant, celebrating their victory and the containment of Trihexa. Satoshi was elsewhere with his girlfriend Ingvild, having a casual conversation with Ashura. Suddenly, Kazuma Hyoudou entered the main hall, beaming with pride as he was greeted by everyone present. Behind him stood his wives, both elegantly dressed. Searches. Thank you for coming, Kazuma-kun. Kazuma. Oh, thank you Searches Nai, for everything you've given, especially for these beautiful women by my side. He takes Rias by the waist. Rias. Oh my cute Kazuma. She kisses him while the others fought to get a kiss from him. Searches. You all look so happy. Come on, enjoy yourselves. We'll make a toast in a little while. They nod and join the others. It should be noted that Sona, Tsubaki, Haruko, Tomo, and Momo, who believed in Issei's innocence, chose to distance themselves from Rias and the others. Saji. Come on Sona, we have to greet Kazuma and his wives. Sona. You do it, I'll go talk to other people. She leaves with Ashura and Satoshi. Saji. TSK. What's gotten into him? Whatever. He leaves with Ria, Tsubasa, and the rest of the entourage. Himari. Awkward, don't you think? The blue-haired boy nods. Takao. I know, having to see these idiots acting like nothing's wrong. Kazuma. Hello, it's great that you all came to the meeting. He approaches, but a perverted look towards the blue-haired boy's partners was noticeable. Takao. Do you want me to fix your face again? He narrowed his eyes, and the brunette just waved his hands no with a nervous smile. Kazuma. Whoa, calm down. I was just saying it was nice to come to the meeting. He replied cheekily with a smile. Takao. You've already said hello and congratulated everyone, now get out of here. Kazuma. Relax, Takao. We've had a lot of difficulties, but I want to get along with you. Takao. Bullshit, let's go girls. Kazuma. Hey, it's just a nice gesture, besides, don't take the girls, I don't bite much. He smiled and the blue-haired boy's gaze sharpened. Takao. You say I should decorate your face. I clenched my fists and approached, but Rias and the others approached. Rias. What were you going to do to my Kazuma-kun? Takao. He's disrespecting my partners and I'm not going to tolerate that. Kazuma. I just wanted to be nice. Himari. You're a liar. Isaka. That's enough, Takao, Himari. I don't want any trouble, and I certainly don't want you to upset Kazuma-kun. Is that clear? Takao. Humph, I don't want to hang out with him, and I'm not in the mood to listen to his nonsense. Isaka. I won't tolerate that behavior. Takao didn't care and turned his back on him. When we get back to Kyoto, we'll have a very serious talk. Takao. I don't want to talk to people who turn their backs on others. He leaves. Isaka. How rude, Kazuma-kun, please apologize for what happened. Kazuma. Don't worry, Yasaka-san. I'm sure he's still angry about that incident. Serafo lowers her head, but he strokes it. Don't worry, Serafo, I'm here with you. Serafo. Thank you, Kazuma-chan, I love you. Hugs him. Kazuma. By the way, have you seen Ravel-chan, Irina-chan, Faya-chan, Iko-chan, Kaneko-chan, or Senko-chan? Asia. No. Hiroka. My sister isn't here. Isaka. And neither are Senko or Taiga. She looks at her daughter. Kunu. You haven't seen the other girls, have you? Kunu. They said they wouldn't be attending, they weren't in the mood. She leaves, not wanting to be near her. Isaka. Why is my daughter so spoiled? Kazuma. Don't worry, maybe she's just not in a good mood because her friends didn't show up. Let's put that aside and have some fun. Akeno. Fufufu, I wish the party would end so we could go home and do things. Kazuma. Don't worry, my lovely Akeno, I'll give you all a surprise when the toast arrives. Rias. I'm really looking forward to your surprise. Kazuma. Believe me, you'll cherish this memory. He smiled kindly, but deep down it was a smile full of malice. However, Himari used her keen hearing and alerted Takao to everything, so he sent a text message. The party continued. Many had already had more than one drink, so happy about their supposed victory, and the fact that Kazuma was there meant that they were in total calm and tranquility, even Aden, who had forgotten about the attack on the prison in his territory and the disappearance of Arcadian Light, although he only used Lux. Ashura was chatting with Kuoh, and they had good chemistry, trying their best to hide their feelings. Satoshi and Ingvald were talking to Sona about a vacation, but the dark-haired girl understood the hidden message. Everything was calm, too calm. Takao noticed even the guards drinking and flirting with some of the young women who worked delivering food. Rias. Oh my Kazuma, are you enjoying this party? Kazuma. Of course, my Rias, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Zenobia. I can't wait for the moment we return home and you make us yours. Asia. Yes Kazuma-san, I'm excited too. Hiroka. I'm already looking forward to the birth of kittens, Kazuma-naya. The brunette just smiled as he stood up. Kazuma. Girls, please wait for me a moment. While they give him his space to go, he asks for the floor, which Sirzechs grants, drawing everyone's attention. Sirzechs. Your attention, please. Tapping his glass to get everyone's attention. Our hero and true pillar, Kazuma Hyoudou, would like to say a few words. Everyone applauded as Sirzechs moved away from the area to make room for the chestnut-haired man who was smiling calmly. This gave Takao, Satoshi, and the others a bad feeling, but the blue-haired man was internally glad to have sent the message. Kazuma. Dear supernatural beings, I want to thank you all for your efforts in bringing us to this time of peace. Without your constant effort, we wouldn't have reached this point. A hologram of Gregory appeared, but for some reason, members of the Chaos Brigade were attacking. This didn't surprise Kazuma, who continued to smile calmly, while Takao and Satoshi sharpened their gazes. Thanks to your efforts, you have achieved such peace that you have greatly lowered your guard, only to become easy targets. The scene shifted to Asgard, where the same thing was happening. This shocked Odin, Roswas, Gondal, and the other Norse beings, while Ashura simply maintained a serious expression. They managed to give us free rein to destroy them. The scene shifted to the sky, where the same thing was happening. Michael, Gabriel, and the angels were shocked by this. They managed to show their weakness to us, the Chaos Brigade. With that revelation, a collapse began among those closest to him, both the leaders and their wives, though to him they were nothing more than his concubines, revealing more foundations of the supernatural world being attacked by the Chaos Brigade. If only they hadn't abused their renowned pillar, whom they turned their backs on like idiots simply for believing in something that arrived suddenly and seemed irrefutable to even the simplest and least analytical eye, showing Issei that he was about to be judged. And I know that many are still hurt by his supposed betrayal or by the realization of his mistakes, but don't worry. The members of the Chaos Brigade, infiltrated into the party, began to attack. My loyal subjects will take care of ending this suffering. Displaying the most sadistic and deranged smile he could muster. Several guards were being attacked and easily killed as they were caught off guard. The leaders reacted and led the counterattack, but the first to act were Ashura, Sona, Takao, Satoshi, and those who supported the Uzumaki's innocence. Takao. Diamond dust. Several members of the brigade were frozen, while Himari and Mizur covered their backs. Satoshi. Asobi Woao Reda. Nake, Sakub, Sashite Shine. He brutally attacked a large one and was seriously injured. A fallen renegade tried to attack him by surprise, but was swallowed by a water dragon and thrown where his companions were, making a great impact. Ashura. I knew they were stupid, but I didn't think they were this stupid. He was referring to the guards who had been taken by surprise and were the first to fall. He said this while grabbing a rogue by the neck and slamming him to the ground, then kicking him back to his other companions. The leaders were also attacking the brigade soldiers, while they watched Kazuma standing in the middle of it all, enjoying his glass of wine and smiling. It seemed as if he was the only spectator of this show. But the only ones who did nothing, the only ones who were in shock at what was happening, were Kazuma's wives, who watched in disbelief what their beloved husband had just done. But since the number of brigade members attacking the party was small, they were quickly eradicated, though thanks to the swift action of Takao, Satoshi, their partners, Ashura, and close friends, they managed to hold them off. However, they knew this attack was merely a bluff, as projections showed more soldiers in other territories. Azazel. Hey Brad, what does this mean? Kazuma. Don't you see? I gave them their gift as a token of gratitude and to tell them that I smashes the wine glass am the real traitor, the one who let Rizavam Lucifer escape, giving me an offer I couldn't refuse. Searches. Then, he said in shock. Kazuma. That's right, you stupid little snitch. I let him go, I'm the one responsible for that brigade still being standing. Ha 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 ha. He grabbed his face and burst into laughter. That statement was a cold shower for all the leaders. They were in shock. Many guests, injured by the attack, stared in disbelief at their beloved hero, who turned out to be the real traitor. Kazuma. Look at their faces. It's completely different from when they judged him. He again projects the trial to the Arcadia where everyone was insulting him, belittling him and wishing him the worst when he was declared guilty and would be sent to Tartarus. The leaders opened their eyes and felt something crumble. They had judged an innocent man and unjustly imprisoned him. The look on their faces was a reminder of their past actions. They had been so confident and resolute that day, and now they were pale and filled with fear, having made a grave mistake. And what about the girls? That made them feel a strong pain in their hearts. Rias, Akeno, and the others felt tears flowing freely, while Serafal, besides holding back the pain in her heart, looked at Takao, who only had a cold look and didn't even look at her. Rias. Kakazuma. Kazuma. Oh girls, it was nice while it lasted and I really enjoyed being with you, but here he throws away his ring. I'm ending my relationship with you, though I admit the only thing I liked was how you gave yourselves to me in bed. This completely devastated the girls. Sirzechs was furious. He had been treated like an idiot, and what about his parents? They were astonished to learn that he had used the girls as mere concubines. The redeed expelled his aura of destruction, but it dissipated when he received a sharp look from both Takao and Satoshi, making him feel bad for the biggest mistake he had ever made. Mickey. Son, what are you saying? Kazuma. Oh right, my parents are here too. He smiles arrogantly. Or should I call them corpses? He generates a sphere aimed directly at his parents, but as he throws it, Satoshi appears and deflects the kick, causing the sphere to pass by Kazuma's head. I'd forgotten about you. Satoshi. We never considered you a hero. To us, you're just a bastard. He walks to the side, looking at him and pointing. To me and my friends, we only see you as a miserable wretch who imprisoned his own stepbrother. Kazuma. Oh right, you were his friends who trusted him until the very end. I should have had you locked up too. Clicks his teeth. Takao. Sure, but your plan backfired when I stole that fake evidence from you. He said as he took a few steps. Kazuma. So you were the one who stole that from me. Takao. What do you think? After I officially break up with Mao Leviathan, since she preferred a bastard. Tears welled up in the dark-haired woman's eyes upon hearing this. I never stopped watching you. Especially when you had your meetings with Rizavam. This surprised the leaders. Azazel. Did you know? Takao. From the beginning. Michael. And why didn't they say so? Takao. Would you really have believed me if I said that your hero was conspiring with that shitty Lucifer? He sharpens his gaze, leaving them both speechless. Searches? But. Satoshi. Stop bothering me. Issei is a traitor and the evidence is absolutely solid. And stop bothering Kazuma. He's the hero and the pillar of the alliance, so I won't tolerate any slander. He shouted while mimicking the Siskin, even slamming a table in the process. Wasn't that what you said a while ago? The redeed remained silent, as he was right. Kazuma. Wow, these two really do use their brains. He replied mockingly. Takao. I never trusted you. Your envy was obvious, your gaze full of hatred and jealousy. When Issei was captured, I suspected you had something to do with it, especially since the girls were magically on your side, particularly that boar Yusaka. Yusaka felt a sharp pang in her heart and couldn't argue. It seemed strange to me that those girls who fought made a scene out of jealousy so Issei would indulge them, gradually disappeared, and I understood why. They were getting into bed with you and having hex like boars. Kazuma. Bravo, bravo. I love your deduction, Sherlock. He clapped sarcastically, but noticed the girl's stares. But don't worry, girls, don't think I've forgotten about you. After all, how could I be an emperor without my semen stores to keep me from getting bored when I'm bored, because there's no one in the world who can beat me. Searches. Yura the chestnut-haired man extends his hand in a stop gesture. Kazuma. Relax, brother-in-law, the main event is still to come. He now projects an image of a specific location. Let's see how my little brother is doing. Azazel. Wait, brat. Michael. What are you going to do? Kazuma. Didn't I say that a while ago? I said my men would take care of their suffering. He smiled maliciously, while Takao and Satoshi showed a little concern. Satoshi. Weren't they supposed to open a portal? He thought anxiously. Searches. How is it that? Kazuma. Did you forget about the party? Everyone was here and the portal was so neglected. Besides, why do you think so few people attacked here? Rias. Issei she watched with tears and pain in her heart as she saw him chained up. Akeno. Issei-kun she had a somewhat lost look when she saw the redeed. At that moment, everyone opened their eyes and was startled as several members of the brigade were arriving at the cell where he was. Searches. Make them stop. Kazuma. Why? Didn't you tell me you were going to discuss his execution? He smiles. Well, I'll finish your job. Takao. Son of a he thought with a drop of sweat on his brow as he watched the soldiers approaching. Rias. And no. Don't do it, don't kill Issei. Kazuma. Isn't this what you wanted? He throws his arms up. Well, as they say, what's given away can't be returned. Enjoy your execution. Ha 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 ha. Searches. Stop. Rias. No. Don't kill him. Takao gritted his teeth in frustration at the Redeed's hypocrisy, though not only hers. The other ex-partners were crying their eyes out, begging her not to kill him. Satoshi didn't like that at all, and it got even worse when he saw Kazuma smiling, having won, yet. Moments earlier in Tartarus. Issei had his eyes closed. He had been given rotten, stale bread and water that morning. He didn't even eat the bread because it was full of saliva, and now he was thinking about everything that had happened to him during the year until he heard footsteps approaching. Issei. And now who's coming to mess with us? Suddenly, he sees the door opening. He thought it was the guards, but to his surprise, he notices the guards falling dead and sees some guys enter with psychopathic smiles. Oh, has the replacement arrived? Look guys, this idiot thinks he's all that even though he's chained up. Many laughed while Arcadia was looking at something in particular, Kazuma's familiar. Issei. So that son of a bitch Kazuma wants me dead, huh? I shouldn't be surprised. He smiles. From what I can see, they're all Kazuma's obedient little dogs. But he receives a punch from one of them, as well as a kick, making the silver-haired man clench his teeth. You're quite funny, said a fallen as he prepared a light spear. Let's see if you're still like this after a little torture. He lifted him up. I'll start by ripping off your arm. This was his only chance. Issei moved to the side, causing the spear to destroy the chain that held his right arm. Oh, I missed, but in your current state, there's nothing you can do, he said mockingly, now pointing the spear at his other arm. Say goodbye to your arm. But to his surprise, the arm holding the spear was caught by the Arcadia. He was in shock, thinking he was just weak from being there for a year, but he felt immense pressure, until. Crack. Ah. The others were shocked by what was happening. They approached and prepared their attacks, but froze when they saw the Redeed's face. He had 3 marks on his cheeks, but with a savage appearance. His hair was standing on end, his teeth showed fangs, and his eyes, instead of being sapphire blue, were red with slit pupils. But what filled them with fear? Issei. Who was the one who was going to say goodbye to the arm? He said with a somewhat distorted voice. Back at the party. The reaction of surprise from those present was total, especially Satoshi, Takao, Ashura and those who supported the Arcadia. They did not expect this, but looking on the positive side, it would be beneficial. Kazuma. What is that? In the projection, Arcadia was seen throwing the renegade who was holding his arm towards his companions, then taking the chain that was holding his other arm and squeezing it so hard that it was destroyed. Searches. He was able to free himself. Azazel. Despite the mistreatment he received, he said, surprised, making the girls and friends feel bad. Auden. He remains standing as if nothing has happened. At that moment they see that the appearance of Arcadia is becoming more savage. Rias. Issei. The blonde Cruz looks at her angrily. Asia. What's happening to Issei-san? At that moment they saw something red begin to surround Uzumaki, something that Kuroka and Yusaka recognized, but especially the leader of the Yakai, since she noticed that the red chakra that Issei was releasing resembled a fox. Kazuma. What the hell is that? Satoshi. Well, I guess there was a change of plans. He replied somewhat mockingly. Kazuma. But he didn't have any sacred gear. Even that lazy crow was thinking of making him one. Takao. Who knows, maybe he had it hidden and it woke him up after so much torture. He said sarcastically, although he had no idea. Isaka. That chakra, she thought to herself in surprise. How could I not have sensed it before? Back to Tartarus. Everyone was witnessing as the Arcadia began to be completely covered in red chakra and resembled that of a fox. Issei. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. He positioned himself on the prowl like a predator. Don't be afraid, he's just intimidating, in his state he won't do much. Finish him off. Shouted a member of the brigade, but he fell silent in fear when he saw that the Redeed was in front of him and had a claw ready to strike him. But he wasn't the only one affected. The damage also impacted the others and the wall collapsed. The other soldiers were taking some criminals out when they saw Uzumaki emerge from his cell. Issei. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr in the underworld. Those present were even more astonished because now the Reteed seemed full of life and was mercilessly attacking the members of the Chaos Brigade, but Ashura and Takao noticed something else. As if this was now personal, very personal. Kazuma. What the hell? How the hell can he move despite the torture that the bitches and I gave him? He exclaimed furiously while the guilt fell on the girls, although the so-called friends also lowered their heads because they also tortured him. Takao. He has always proven to be a box of surprises, unlike you arrogant traitorous imbecile. Rias. MMI, is Issei. Takao. I heard you bucking hypocrite. Searches. Tak. Satoshi. Not a word, you piece of shit. You and those pathetic leaders were so incompetent as to fall for this trick, and we warned you countless times. But you, as always, refused to believe us." He looked at each of them. Sirzechs, Ajuka, Falbium, Azazel, Michael, Auden. Hakao. The Male Leviathan, Yasaka's boar, even you, Valerie and Emmhild. Although, I suppose you fell for it easily because you were led astray by false words. You said you loved my friend, you made him jealous, but when he was in a coma, you got into bed and became this traitor's boars. All of them, without exception, lowered their heads as they began to cry. Seraphil was the most affected, and when she saw the blue-haired boy, who wasn't even looking at her, she remembered those words. "Fine, very well, I hope you're happy with your decision because there's no going back now. I don't want you coming back later asking for forgiveness and pretending none of this happened, because not only will I not forgive you, but you'll be dead to me just like us. Goodbye forever, Seraphil." Seraphil. "Takun, forgive me," the blue-haired boy heard her, but didn't even look at her. Kazuma. "We agree on one thing, Takao, those bitches were good boars in bed. Ha 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 ha. That made all the ones who slept with him feel dirty." Takao. "Although in part, I think Issei and I thank you." Kazuma. "Nani?" Takao. "Because you made us see that we wasted our time on women who supposedly claimed to love us, but who, at the first sign of trouble or because of sweet words, discarded us." He approaches. "Although your ploy wasn't entirely successful, because some girls didn't fall for your charms, girls like Kaneko, Ravel, the Faya, Senko, or Iko, who were always attentive and waiting for my friend. Like the other friends Issei frequented, but that stupid Rias, Gremory and the others made a scene out of jealousy." Kazuma. "Damn it, I forgot about them and couldn't seduce them," remembering how the girls clung to the Redeed and feeling a little frustrated at not being able to do anything with them. Satoshi. "It's obvious, genius, it's true love, and even though it sounds like a cliché or a fairy tale, it's true. The power of love worked on girls who had mixed feelings and didn't flatter him with their bodies, not like certain people, whom I don't want to name, but whom I'm looking at right now." He glances at the Redeed's exes, who were feeling even worse. Arthur, Barakiel, even Sirzechs were angry, but Ashura gave them a cold look, and Vali grabbed the blonde man's arm. Kazuma. "Well, that love will die. My men from the Chaos Brigade will finish off my idiot stepbrother." And Tartarus. The silver-haired man was advancing at great speed and furiously finishing off the members of the Chaos Brigade. Fallen, demons, and mages were not enough. Even though there were many against one, the Redeed had no mercy, and to the terror of the soldiers, they saw the Arcadia sprout a second tail. Issei. Grah. He leaps high and with his claws, he slams his claws into the ground, creating a large crater and taking out 5 rogues. "What the hell is this guy?" Kazuma-sama said he didn't have a sacred gear. A demon exclaimed. "That doesn't matter, we have orders to kill him at all costs. Prepare your best attacks." Multiple circles formed as if under a dome and began to charge. At the party. Kazuma was smiling, thinking that with it they would kill his brother, while Rias and the others were crying desperately, thinking that they would die. Rias. "No. Stop, he's my lovely pawn, don't kill him." Kazuma. "Don't worry Rias, when the alliance falls, I assure you I'll send you to the same place as him." He replied mockingly. Then everyone saw that the place where the Redeed was standing had exploded. "Ooh." It was the unified cry of the women who were their partners, while the leaders clenched their fists. Ashura. "They really do have little faith in Issei. I can't believe they call themselves his friends." He replied with his arms crossed while Kuoh sat on his shoulders. Kuoh. "You're pathetic, Mom. You saw how Issei always got out of trouble, no matter how difficult it was." She sighed. "I consider him a great boyfriend because of that, something you ruined by sleeping with that awful person." Yusaka just cried. But again they see the hologram and are surprised to see the silver-haired man almost intact, and I say almost, because they noticed a third tail emerging and to their horror, they were watching him finish off the attackers, leaving a shower of blood and continuing to advance. Michael. "Oh my god, what's happening to him?" Gabriel. Issei-kun. He watched as he passed through a wall and eradicated 5 rogue exorcists like mere straw dolls. Ajuka. "He's getting angrier and angrier," she said in shock. Hakao. "That's different from what was planned, but in a way it's good, although I hope Elma and Lux manage to get him out of there before he opens his eyes," as he sees that the Arcadia was growling louder and its 4th tail was coming out. However, something in the Redeed was changing. His skin was tearing, his blood remained there and began to mix with the chakra he was releasing, and suddenly, a black dome slowly surrounded him. Seconds after it dissipated, his eyes were glowing circles, and his physique was similar to that of a fox, although some features on his face remained, like the shape of his hair. But what was terrifying was his overall appearance. The reddish chakra completely covered him, and he let out a powerful roar, making the renegades in Tartarus begin to tremble with fear, although Kazuma was just as terrified, even though he was only seeing him through the hologram. Rias. What happened to my Issei? Asia. Her skin was completely torn apart. She said in shock before fainting, thinking about how painful that transformation was. Kuroka. That fox. Isaka. Dark Kukurama, she said in an almost inaudible voice. She was the most shocked. She had not the slightest idea that the silver-haired man possessed him, although he never showed it until now. Searches. But what happened to him? Azazel. We don't know, but he looks furious. Just like Naruto loses control. In Tartarus. The renegades were now truly terrified, standing before him, that boy who was supposedly beaten, weakened and tired, but now they saw that he was full of energy and about to unleash a massacre. A monster. Kill it. The fallen angels generate powerful spears and throw them at the four-tailed beast, however, the mini fox strikes the ground and destroys the ground, generating a shockwave and repelling the attacks. Damn it. Again. He prepares a spear, but a claw emerges from the ground and snatches it. Ah. He wasn't just screaming from being crushed, but the chakra he was emitting was incredibly hot. Finish that bastard. Another yelled, but he saw that the claws holding the fallen man were growing longer and grabbing him. Arg. The other renegades generate the magic circles again, but this time the four-tailed beast leaps high and passes through some circles, moves its claws ferociously, and destroys 3 exorcists and 7 demons. Some rogue exorcists drew their firearms and shot at him, believing he was a demon, thinking they would kill him. But his pawn pieces had been ripped away long ago, and his heart had stopped beating, severing any demonic ties and traits within him. He was an Arcadian, though they didn't know it. Once the bullet struck the beast, they were astonished to see them disintegrate. But what? A demon generates a magic circle, and the ground begins to form 2 fists with the intention of crushing him, but the beast jumps and dodges it, then turns its arms, launching a strong wave of wind, knocking it down. But it didn't end there, as he extends his arms and picks up some large rubble and crushes the demon, not once or twice, but several times. Move aside, I'll take care of this. Said a muscular demon with a smile, cracking his knuckles as he launched an attack. He was so confident he was unharmed and landed a solid punch to his face, but what he didn't expect was for another upper half of his body to emerge and tear his body apart with its claws. Let's get out of here. Many tried to escape, but the beast leaped and attacked the cowards. The others climbed out of the pit where the silver-haired man had been placed, although some fallen angels, demons, exorcists, and renegade yokai died in the process. The beast reached the surface, but noticed a large number of renegades, with magic circles prepared. In the underworld. Kazuma. Ha, now he has no escape, my little brother is finished. Because of the numerical amount, he thought he had already won. Hakao. Do you really think that's enough to finish him off? Don't you remember that despite being outnumbered, he managed to pull it off? Kazuma. Son of a, the blue-haired boy looks at him with a Sharingan. Hakao. Shut your mouth, you traitorous scum. Then they noticed an explosion in the hologram where the Redeed was standing. Kazuma was smiling, the leaders were frustrated, and the X's were crying once again, but when it dissipated, the beast was still there as if nothing had happened. Kazuma. Impossible. Then they saw the beast let out a ferocious roar, and bubbles came out of its body. These bubbles were floating, and they noticed that its tails were placed in front of its head, and the bubbles began to concentrate and formed a large sphere. Searches. What is that? Satoshi. What a way to accumulate those bubbles. Just then, they saw the sphere shrinking in size, but as it did, the ground around the beast formed a crater. Kazuma. What the hell? What the hell is he doing? Hakao. Well, it seems your little soldiers are doomed. Isaka. What concentration, she said in a low, surprised voice. Then they see that its mouth opens wider than usual and devours the sphere completely. Kazuma. Was it just a bluff? But they see that the beast was inflating. The renegades had a bad feeling and were preparing a defensive magic circle to block it. Then they saw the beast expelling a little steam until it opened its mouth again and a sphere shot out at high speed and impacted the magic shield. All the concentrated energy began to disperse in the direction where they were, and unfortunately for them, the shield broke easily. Many wanted to get out, but the range of attack was so great that they were disintegrated, and the few who managed to escape ended up seriously injured. Ashura. With that, most of them were dealt with. He said with his arms crossed. Ali. That attack was very devastating. Kazuma. How? He asked in complete shock as he saw how a large part of the soldiers he had sent were decimated by that attack. Then they saw that the fox began to growl and make strange movements. Arcadia's subconscious. The fox and the dragons were trying to control Uzumaki, who was out of control. Kurama had given him his chakra, but it had been sealed away for a long time because of Kazuma and his dealings with the Chaos Brigade. That same brigade had taken everything from the silver-haired man. His parents, his home, his siblings, his people. But his anger was so great that he lost control. Dark Kurama. Come on puppy, snap out of it before it's too late. The water around the Arcadia was evaporating, it was noticeable with its red eyes and about to turn its body completely red. Bahamut Ankalagon. You can get through this, I know it hurts to lose everything, but don't let anger overcome you, remember your brothers that you will see them soon. Dark Kurama. It's true, soon you will be reunited with them, with the people who truly love you, your friends, the girls who really care about you, your brothers who long to be reunited. The silver-haired man opened his eyes and tears were flowing, remembering again those brief moments with his family, and also when he reunited with his parents, his friends and the girls who were really by his side and cared for him, so with all the willpower he had, he clenched his fists and teeth, and little by little his body was returning to normal. Outside the subconscious. The fox growled in pain and opened its mouth, the red hair coming out, although its skin was somewhat burned. Issei. Grayfia. The beast slowly began to disappear, and the retreat screamed in pain. Ah. A few seconds passed and the red chakra had disappeared, but unfortunately it had consumed a large part of his energy. Remember that he was chained and tortured for a whole year, barely eating and drinking, and vomiting up what he ate due to the beatings. Underworld. Rias and the X's. Issei. Satoshi. Shit, where are they? He said worriedly, and Takao was the same. Ashura. This doesn't look good. He also wondered why they hadn't arrived yet. Issei. Ah damn it. He placed his hands on the ground and tried to stand, but he was a little unsteady and his body couldn't take any more. Shit, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. My body. Michael. Oh no, he saw more renegades appear, but with criminals who were there. Azazel. Volley please, go to Tartarus. Kazuma. It's useless, lazy crow, they'll finish the job. He smiled arrogantly. Zenobia. Bastard, leave him alone. She launches an attack, but the brunette uses a couple of boosts and dodges the sword attack. Kazuma. You're all brute strength, but you lack speed. He punches her in the abdomen, slamming her against the wall. Searches. Order them to stop immediately. Kazuma. What for? Wasn't this what you wanted? Didn't you want to execute him for treason? He replied mockingly. Azazel. You wretch. He clenches his teeth. Issei. Should I can't stay here. He struggles to his feet, but his body feels heavy. I can't die here, I have to see my brothers. He turns and notices several rogues approaching. He tries to move forward, but ends up falling. Ah. Shit. It was a matter of seconds before they would finish what their companions couldn't do. The silver-haired man was frustrated when he felt someone lift him up and put him on their shoulder. I'm sorry for the delay. Arcadia opens his eyes upon recognizing the subject. Issei. Razor what? Razor. It was a bit of a struggle to get here, but we've got you now. Go look at the bodies. Tell me what happened later, we have to go now. Issei. But with that large amount. Razor. Throws a powerful burst of flame, let's go. He proceeds to carefully and quickly take the retreat away before they arrive. Kazuma. Damn Phoenix. He exclaimed furiously. Takao. Didn't you see it coming? Even he believed in his innocence because the white-haired boy promised to take care of his sister and Issei is a man of his word. Satoshi. Unlike the other idiots. Kazuma. Damn it. Razor and Issei were already close, but the renegades began throwing whatever they had at the pair, although they managed to escape by the skin of their teeth thanks to the blonde's effort. Razor. There's the portal. The silver-haired man looks up and notices a white-haired woman concentrating her energy in her hands, although it was clear she was overexerting herself to keep it open, but she was being helped by Lux. Lux. Razor. Issei. Elma. Brother. Issei. Her sister. They tried to advance, but the constant attacks from the enemies caused Razor to lose control of the flight and they fall. Razor. Damn it. He gets up, you go through the portal first, I'll distract them. He carefully lifts him up and proceeds to return the attacks. Issei. But. Razor. We didn't do this in vain, your sister longs to see you, now go, I'll catch up. Blocks an attack and responds with a fireball. A silver-haired man, with what little strength he had saved, walked and managed to cross the portal. Lux. Come on Razor, this won't hold up. Razor. The mission was to bring him here, so we succeeded. Now close the portal. Elma. But. Razor. I've made mistakes thanks to him, I was able to change in time before the point of no return. He throws another burst of flame. Besides, there are dangerous criminals here, I won't let them out since most of them were caught thanks to their teamwork. Referring to the cursed triangle. Issei. Razor. Go through the portal. Razor. Take care of my sister and tell Ashura to be a good godfather. I also apologize to you Baluna because I won't be returning this time. He gives a smile like the ones he showed at the beginning. Now close that portal. Lux stopped concentrating and slowly the portal closed. Issei. No, Razor. He extends his hand, but the portal closes. The blonde man saw a large number of renegades approaching furiously and just snorted. Razor. I can't believe I, the great Razor Phoenix, am saying something like that. He looks at the spot where the portal closed and smiles, but thanks to you, I learned to appreciate what I have. He dodges an attack. You all seem desperate, so I'll go join you. The blonde man makes his wings shine like never before and begins to gather his flames. Razor. It's time you witness the power of a phoenix. The wings embraced his body, but it was to concentrate all the energy. The renegades had already reached their range and what they saw was the blonde boy extending his wings again, but his body shone intensely, followed by a powerful explosion. As Kazuma's familiar was nearby, it also received the attack and was incinerated. The radius was about 50 kilometers and everything within that radius was burned to a crisp. Underworld. The silence was sepulchral. Everything was seen until the Redeeds escaped from that hell and how Razor Phoenix gave his life to protect him and, at the same time, take down a large number of renegades. Ashura had his hair covered and Sekiryuutei placed a hand on his shoulder. Kazuma. Damn Phoenix. He ruined my plan. And who the hell were those guys? Referring to the Redeed and the silver-green-haired guy. Hakao. People important to him were worried about him. Due to the proximity, the chestnut-haired man draws Ankalagon from his gauntlet and pierces the blue-haired man's heart. Bluerg. Serafal. Takao-kun. The blue-haired boy spits out some blood while the brown-haired boy smiles arrogantly. Kazuma. You idiot. You ruined my plan, but I'll send you to hell first. He exclaimed as he plunged the sword deeper into his own flesh, but the blue-haired boy only grabbed his arm. What do you think you're doing, you moron? Hakao. Did you really think I was just going to walk right up there like nothing was wrong? Lightning surrounded him. Kazuma. What? The blue-haired boy with the piercing begins to dissipate into multiple beams, all of which hit him. Ah. The chestnut-haired man fell to his knees, having received a strong shock, while the blue-haired man walked out among those present, looking at him indifferently. Hakao. Stupid. Kazuma. Grrrr. He got up, wincing in pain. You bastard. Hakao. And you're a traitorous scum. Searches. Arrest him. The guards approach. Kazuma. Bullshit. I hope they rot now that they've lost a great ally and the powerful Sekiryuutei. Ha 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 ha. He unleashes his dragon power and a crimson flash, taking the opportunity to disappear. Hakao. Coward. He meets with his partners. Serafal. Takao-kun. The blue-haired boy simply ignored her as she began to sob. Searches. Where is Issei? Hold. Please, Satoshi-san. Who took Issei-kun? Satoshi. Now you're calling him Issei-kun. Didn't you call him a traitorous bastard? The vampire lowers her gaze and tears well up in her eyes. By the way. Ingvald, Himari and Mizar approach the blonde boy who slashes the ground with his sword. I renounce this alliance full of idiots who believe the fabricated evidence. Azazel. Wait. The blonde man and the girls disappear from there. Searches. Hakao. No. Searches. Hakao. I said no. Rias. Who took my Issei? Hakao. Did you say Issei? His eyes turn red. Rias. Tell me who took my Issei. The others started demanding too. Akeno. Where did they take Issei-kun? Zenobia. Who were those wretches who took him? She demanded angrily and with tears in her eyes. Zenobia. Where has Ice-kun gone? With each complaint, Sekiryuutei and Ashura began to lose their patience. Isaka. Where has my future husband gone and who took him away? Kunu was now the one who was annoyed by how shameless the one who gave her life was. Where is our hero? We want our hero back. Let Issei-sama return. Those were the complaints of most of those present, further angering Sekiryuutei, Sona, Ashura, Kunu. Searches. Takao, where did they take Issei-kun? We want to apologize too. Hakao. Silence. He expels an aura, causing most of them to be pushed back. The leaders were watching as a ribsage covered the blue-haired boy and an arm and head were already beginning to appear. What frightened them the most was that the bones were beginning to be filled, forming a humanoid being. Yusaka was in shock, as was Serafal, especially the latter since her eyes were shedding tears of blood. Hakao. You are all a bunch of bucking hypocrites. His eyes bled more and the humanoid figure was covered by a cloak. Azazel. Hey, calm down. Hakao. Calm down. You're a bucking cynical. I say the same about the others. Searches was about to speak. You shut up, Mayu's excuse. Some frightened guards tried to surround him, but the blue-haired man just looked at them and the humanoid figure swung his arm, slamming the guards against the wall. Isaka. Tak. Hakao. Shut up. He glares at him with pure hatred. I forgave you for what you did to my parents, but I won't forgive you for betraying my friend. You slept with that traitorous bastard and turned your back on the one who saved your life. The leader of the yokai just lowered her head while shedding tears, but the blue-haired man wasn't finished. Hakao. And he didn't just help you. He helped you get out of an arrangement. He points at Rias. He helped you reconcile with that fallen jerk who thanked him with torture. He points at Akeno and Barakiel. He saved that useless nun from that fallen jerk. He points at Asia, who was waking up and started crying. You gave him a purpose, and you disregarded it despite his effort. He points at Zenobia. As for you, he made you reconcile with your sister. He points at Kuroka. You were too demanding of the perfect man, but he loved you anyway. He points at Roswas. He accepted you and supported you through your internal conflicts and even helped you make peace with Satoshi. She points at Emmethold. And you, with Marius Teeps. She points at Valerie Teeps. You said he was your secret love and that you wanted to be with him unconditionally. At least your sister knew how to value him. She points at LaFay. But they repay him with betrayal. Tears of blood continued to flow while the girls only cried. Arthur, annoyed, lunged to attack him but received a blow from the figure. Hakao. And the worst part is, I have to listen to these hypocritical assholes. He looks at the other guests. He risked his bucking life more than once and they thank him by turning their backs on him. Don't come at me with hypocrisy now. All those who turned their backs on him, who spat on him, who threw things at him, lowered their heads in regret, especially a child who had asked him to autograph a plushie of the silver-haired man some time ago, a plushie that was incinerated along with all of Issei's material when he was a star on television as the White Warrior, but the adoptive parents, those who turned their backs on him, were crying. Hakao. And as for you all. He looks at the leaders. Mayu Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus Leviathan. He said the last part venomously, breaking the black-haired girl's heart even more. Azazel and the disgusting fallen angel. He looks coldly at Penimune. The one who can't do things right in heaven and the archangel who fell for the charade and didn't read the heart. Michael and Gabriel lowered their heads. The latter was crying. She had a power, but she didn't even bother to use it because, like everyone else, she just let herself be swayed by the words of others. That useless pervert Auden. The bearded man lowers his head. Now that I remember, you imprisoned Lux Arcadia for defending Issei. At least she's free. Auden. What? Are you? Hakao. The person who pulled him out is the same person who just saved my friend, Lux Arcadia, the son of Elena and Mark Arcadia, the king of Adismata and, at the same time, brother of Issei, or should I call him by his real name, Issei Arcadia. The bearded man's eye widens at this news. Searches. What are you talking about? Hakao. That's Issei's real name, and Lux is his older brother, the brother who was unjustly imprisoned by that perverted old man Ga. The blue-haired boy feels a sharp pain and covers his eyes, worrying Seraphil. Then they see the humanoid vanishing. Seraphil. Takao-kun. She approaches worried. Hakao. Stay away from me. The black-haired girl stops when she meets the blue-haired boy's gaze. And continuing with what I was saying, Ashen offered to help us, and the white-haired girl who was there was his younger sister, Alma Arcadia. That surprised the leaders. And now Issei is safe. He covered his eyes again as the figure completely vanished. It was painful to wear, and blood was coming out of his eyes. Hakao. As for me, I also renounce this mediocre alliance that you didn't investigate when I warned you more than once. You can keep my territory for your love nest with Kazuma, Yasaka-sama. Oh, I remember now that he revealed himself as the traitor, and I still remember when you wanted to cede part of my territory because you didn't trust him, but fine, I'll give it to you. He turns around but stops. Ah, I almost forgot. He looks at Rias. On behalf of Kaneko, she says to Rot that she's renouncing your entourage and cutting all ties completely with you and her bore of a sister. He looks at Yasaka. The same goes for you, Yasaka-sama, from Senko and Iko. That hurt her the most. And don't worry, they and the friends my friend used to hang out with, yes, they really love him. He said that last part forcefully, making them open their eyes. They will heal my partner's wounded heart and, best of all, form a relationship. Rias? What? Hakao. Goodbye. Seraphil. Wait, Takao-kun, don't leave me. Too late, the blue-haired boy disappears in scattered beams, and no. Searches lowered his head. He had made a grave mistake. Then he saw Rias fall to her knees and start to cry, but she wasn't the only one. Those who were the Redeed's partners also began to cry. Rias. Issei remembering when he raised his fist high after defeating Razor. Issei she remembered when he was the one who stood before Sererg. No, she recalled the moments they shared, all the memories she had with him, but everything changed when he fell into a coma. No, now she remembered when Kazuma approached her, comforted her, and kissed her. Suddenly, they were kissing on the Riti's bed as they undressed, and little by little, the others joined in. Forgive me, she felt dirty remembering the day the silver-haired boy arrived and saw her being penetrated by the brunette, feeling a lump in her throat. Forgive me please. Now she remembered the trial and the torture the silver-haired boy endured. Forgive me. And finally, the cruel truth about Kazuma and how the silver-haired boy disappeared. Forgive me. She covered her eyes and cried uncontrollably. Sirzechs wanted to go and hug her, but he noticed her gaze turn to the side and felt her face on the ground. It was Ashura, who had a serious expression and her hair covering her eyes. Ashura. Instead of worrying about your bitch of a sister, you should assess the damage caused by that traitor, don't you think? Sirzechs. But. Ashura. But nothing. He lifts him by his robes. Do your role as leader. He throws him against the wall. Serekh. Ashura. The white-haired man turns around. Ashura. I'm withdrawing from this alliance. I can't stand seeing idiots like you. He disappears in a circle of flames, but not before glancing at Baal, who nods. The white-haired man arrives at his mansion, or at least a large part of what remained. Those members of the Chaos Brigade had damaged many parts, and they were already disappearing from the guarded portal. Having witnessed Razor's death, he remained as serious as possible. Now that he had arrived at his mansion, he just walked through the halls. Ashura. He stares at the ruins and seconds later turns to head towards his training room. Damn you, Razor. Now you want me to appreciate you when you ask me for these things and then never come back. He raises his gaze and turns to look at a wall. Chaos Brigade Tortoro's renegades Kazuma. Although he sounded calm, there was venom in his voice, especially for the last being, but he places a hand on the wall. He chuckled while smiling, but suddenly his gaze turned serious and he unleashed a powerful inch-long flaming punch that blew up the wall and destroyed a considerable amount of ground behind it. You damn sons of bitches. He screamed, impulsively releasing flames from his body. I swear I will hunt down every last of those bastards. A great torrent of flames shot from his body into the sky, swirling the clouds until nothing remained. Suddenly, the flames ceased and his body relaxed, though his gaze was shadowed and obscured by his hair. Now I must take care of your kid, so be it. He gave a bitter smile as his eyes were obscured by the shadow of his hair, his gaze fixed on the floor, until he decided to leave without doing anything more in the room. You accepted your death while doing something that would be considered good. I suppose I owe Issei something for changing your perspective. He raised his gaze as if nothing had happened, leaving the room. Elsewhere. The group in charge of rescuing Issei, Satoshi and the girls from that event had already returned, followed by Takao, who appeared enlightening. Satoshi. Ready. Takao. We can go. He looks at the unconscious Arcadia. Poor thing. Ashen. Yes, but she'll recover. Now let's go. Elma steps in, moves her hands, and creates a portal. Let's go. Everyone enters and notices a very beautiful citadel. Takao and Satoshi, along with their respective partners, were amazed by such a landscape. Ashen. Welcome to Firgna, the capital of Alverdich. Satoshi. Wow, this is beautiful. Takao. After that we'll go sightseeing, first we have to take Kenichi to get him treated. Ashen. Come with me. Satoshi. Where will we go? Ashen. To Slaint, the medical area of this nation. They nod and follow him, while the white-haired girl had a smile. Elma. Soon, brother, once you wake up, the family will be reunited. She looked at the silver-haired man. End of chapter. Chapter 4. The damage assessment took a long time because they let their guard down during the party. The Kuoh's brigade had caused a lot of havoc and at the moment they were holding a meeting. The leaders had a multifaceted expression. Anger at being deceived by their hero, frustration at all the damage caused, but above all, guilt and regret for having betrayed, imprisoned, and tortured a hero. But it wasn't just the leaders. Those who admired him turned their backs on him and not a single trace of him remained. When he was judged, everyone abandoned him. Toys, stuffed animals, merchandise, posters, even clothes bearing his image were completely burned. Not even ashes remained. Those who called themselves his friends betrayed him. Kiba was one of them. He had promised, sworn, to be his guardian knight, but he stabbed him without mercy. Arthur was almost the same. He had even given him permission to date his sister, and when he was branded a traitor, he didn't even care that his sister was with Kazuma. He simply saw him as a good guy, but his other twin sister didn't. He had to comfort her after the supposed betrayal, and how well she was comforted, but he felt like a fool when the truth came out. But the worst off were the women who claimed to love Arcadia unconditionally and turned their backs on him, those who preferred to be with Kazuma. Now they regretted betraying the boy who fought for them. All those who were with him were devastated. Kuroka was in the Hyoudou mansion crying non-stop. Emmahild and Valerie wanted the Redede to hug them. They even wanted to take some of his blood like they did at the beginning. LeFay wanted to wake up from that nightmare. Love and lust had blinded her, and she hadn't even heeded her sister's warnings. But when the truth came out, she hasn't stopped crying and having constant nightmares where the wedding is interrupted by an unwanted child, the product of his infidelity with Kazuma. Zenobia, with her sword, sliced the dolls to pieces, thinking it was Kazuma mocking her for being so stupid. Reliving that made her cry, while Leasia was being hugged by her adoptive parents, who were weeping uncontrollably. They had lost their biological son, who turned out to be a traitor, and their adopted son, the one who had lived with them for so many years and was the complete opposite of Kazuma. Well, the brunette wanted everything, to be the center of attention. He was a shameless pervert, and it turned out that all his achievements at the academy were just a farce, since he was a copycat who stole credits, while the silver-haired boy was hardworking. When they said that he the Redede didn't have a sacred gear when they first encountered the supernatural. Issei worked hard physically to avoid being a burden, both intellectually and physically, always climbing the ladder little by little and learning. But their favoritism prevented them from seeing the difference. They pampered one who wanted to be the center of attention all the time and felt hatred and envy as he watched a brown-haired boy who sacrificed parts of his body to access his armor, always one step ahead. When he was the one who saved Asia, he not only gave them a chance to care for her like a daughter, but she loved him. But everything changed when he ended up in a coma and the favorite son ended up sleeping with her. Instead of scolding him, they gave him their blessing, and the worst part is, they believed the charade. Now they were crying uncontrollably. Akeno locked herself in the temple, her gaze lost. Her father, Barakiel, wanted to help her, but all she wanted was the silver-haired man back. Besides, her father couldn't say anything. During one of the torture sessions, a father and daughter activity, he was electrocuted. She longed to be embraced by him and couldn't sleep, plagued by terrible nightmares. Roswis was in her room with the silver-haired man's exercise book. She helped him with things he didn't understand, and he improved. It was a precious memory for her, the only thing she had left after her infidelity. She felt dirty after sleeping with Kazuma while in a coma. Yusaka was almost the same. She still had a yukata she'd lent to the Redede when he'd come to see her. It had been a good time, unforgettable, I'd say, since she'd even seen her daughter happier than ever. But she ruined it all by rolling around with Kazuma like a dog in heat. She didn't care about her daughter's happiness, not even when Kunu told her that Kazuma wasn't a good man. She wouldn't forget the look of rage on her face when she slapped her for saying that. She hated her. She refused to be her daughter after all, after turning her back on a great guy who saw him as a father figure. When the truth came out, she looked for Kunu, but Kunu told her that if she went near her, she'd attack. She went to find Takao, thinking he was just going to lock himself away, but she realized he was right when she saw his home completely reduced to ashes. She was sure it wasn't the brigade who was responsible, but him. As a symbol of renunciation, with a broken heart, she had to do her duties because Senko wasn't around. Help her. But of all of them, the one who was the worst was Rias' Gremory. She had the silver-haired pawn piece, she hugged it like it was the most valuable thing, and only said one thing. Rias. Issei, forgive me for everything I did to you, she cried uncontrollably while clinging to the pawn. Why was it the only thing she hugged? Simple. By labeling Arcadia or Hyoudou as before a traitor, they had burned all of his belongings inside the house. Although Kuroka had claimed that Takao and Satoshi had passed away after the trial and some of his things were missing, at the time they hadn't cared. But now that they knew the truth, they wanted to get them back. However, the burning house of the blue-haired boy was the clear answer to screw you. That made things worse for her. She had nothing left except the pawn piece that had once belonged to the silver-haired man, and she hadn't stopped crying. She had very noticeable dark circles under her eyes and she couldn't sleep. To tell the truth, almost all of them had those dark circles, and it was all for a reason. They shared the same nightmare where the silver-haired man came into the room and witnessed them like dogs in heat, fighting to have pleasure with Kazuma. Remembering that immediately woke them up and they started crying. They wanted to wake up from this nightmare, but it was the harsh reality. But Rias wasn't the only one devastated like that. Serafo was at the same level. Searches hadn't bothered her anymore, unlike Rias. She did have a couple of things to remember the blue-haired boy by. A pendant and a jacket he'd left behind. The black-haired girl with pigtails had bought him one so they could match as a couple, but he left it the day he found out she'd kissed Kazuma. As for the pendant, it was the gift he'd given her on one of their dates. The blue-haired boy had other partners, but he loved them all equally. However, the black-haired girl didn't appreciate him. Serafo. Tak-kun, sniff Tak-kun, forgive me, she hugged the memory he had given her tightly and remembered when they met. Flashback. The first time they had arrived in Kyoto, there was a misunderstanding. The Redede had ended up with some scratches from both Taiga and Takao due to Yusaka's kidnapping until Senko had reported the arrival of the foreigners. They immediately apologized and offered asylum in one of their inns and treated the wounds of the redeed with black tips and the brown-haired Hyoudou, although they gave him short attention since the shameless one was leering at the girls. After the medical attention, Azazel, Seraphol, Kenichi and Roswis, while on the side of the Akaze were Senko, Takao, Taiga and Kunu. After introducing themselves, the black-haired girl glanced sideways at the blue-haired boy, trying to get his attention, and after the meeting, the redeed became mocking. Issei. Is something wrong, Seraphol-san? Seraphol. Huh? And nothing's wrong, you should rest for the operation. Issei. I know that, but I noticed she seemed distracted. He chuckled slightly. Could it be that she was looking at Takao-san? Seraphol. No. She shook her head comically. You're misunderstanding things, I was just focused on the activities. Yes, that's it. Issei. Yes, I believe you. Seraphol. You. She pulls out her wand. You will be judged by my magic. Issei. Nijirandeo. He runs away while being chased by the black-haired girl, but he didn't expect that in an acrobatic move, he manages to lose her and ends up colliding with a blue-haired boy who was walking through the hallways. Seraphol. It hurts. Then she notices a hand. Takao. Sorry, I was distracted. The dark-haired woman simply nods and takes his hand. Seraphol. Don't worry. She gets up while the blue-haired boy only manages a slight smile. Takao. Would you like me to guide you to your assigned room? Seraphol. Oh, of course. By the way, my name is Seraphol Sitri, although I am the Maleviathan, and I am also. She twirls her wand. A girl who will eradicate evil with my magic. She strikes her classic pose while the blue-haired boy, instead of feeling uncomfortable, just chuckles slightly. Takao. I see, my name is Takao Heiko, nice to meet you, Seraphol-san. He extends his hand and she smiles and returns the gesture, beginning a friendship. End of flashback. She had had many conversations and outings with the blue-haired boy. He had introduced her to his partners and they had gotten along well. She had also begun to feel something for him, a beautiful relationship. But everything was ruined because Takao trusted his friend's innocence too much, something Seraphol didn't agree with. They not only fought, but she ended up seeing Kazuma and, with false words, ended up kissing him. She ended a relationship with Takao, married Hyoudou, and, to top it all off, gave herself to the brunette, even though she had already been intimate with the blue-haired boy. Seraphol. Tak-kun, please come back. She started crying again. Forgive me for not listening to you, forgive me for not believing, forgive me for choosing Kazuma, don't leave me please. Her eyes were completely swollen from two things. Lack of sleep and crying too much. She had vivid dreams where she was about to go on a honeymoon with Kazuma, but instead of being allowed by the dark-haired girl, it was now like a forced wedding. The brown-haired boy was tearing off her clothes and was about to mark her as his own, and she was desperate. But Rias and the others told her to relax, that she would feel better. She didn't want to, but her inner self was invaded by Hyoudou. She cried and looked at Takao, who was far away. She held out her hand, pleading for his help, but she saw how little by little he turned his back on her and walked away, saying those words as he did so. Fine, very well, I hope you're happy with your decision because there's no going back now. I don't want you coming back later asking for forgiveness and pretending that none of this happened, because not only am I not going to forgive you, but you're already dead to me just like us. Goodbye forever, Seraphol. After those words, the black-haired girl with pigtails would wake up, embrace her memories, and start crying as she was doing at this moment. Returning to the leaders, they were now almost reunited, as Seraphol was not present due to how devastated she was. Searches. How have you been? Auden. Everything is chaos, those wretches invaded during the party and destroyed almost everything. Michael. My territory too, there's a lot to fix. Azazel. The worst part is that they destroyed all my research on the sacred gears I've seen, and they destroyed the artificial sacred gears, especially the one I was going to give to Issei. Everyone lowers their heads while Yasaka starts to cry. The worst part is that her daughter had left Kyoto to live with Ashura, so now she was alone. Yasaka. Kyoto is worse, and Takao's house was completely destroyed. It was impossible for the brigade to do any harm, so Takao destroyed it himself, as a sign of resignation. Everyone lowered their heads. Emahold. Satoshi did the same thing. Our lands were damaged, but Satoshi's lands, which weren't in our territory because of the conflicts we had at the beginning, were also destroyed. Everyone lowered their heads. Isaka. There are no traces of Senko and Taiga either. Searches. The same goes for Kaneko, Irina, Faya, Ravel, and Iko. They truly believed in my little brother's innocence until the very end. He said, lowering his head, though it was shameless to call him little brother after what he did to him. When I asked Tannin, he chased me out of his territory with nothing but attacks, just like all the other dragons. Isaka. Even my daughter trusted Issei-kun if she believed in his innocence, and I refused to believe it. She looked at her hand. The worst thing I did was slap him when she defended him and said Kazuma was a despicable man. She started to cry. She left because of me. Azazel. Who did she go with? Isaka. With Ashura, have you seen him? Searches. I haven't seen him since the blow he gave me that day, plus he's devastated about losing his cousin Razor, so I gave him his space. Isaka. And Serafal. Searches. She's completely devastated. Remember that she was Takao's partner, but because of everything that happened. Isaka. That's right, she remembers when she started going to the Hyoudou mansion to see the brunette after ending her relationship with Takao. Bajuka. We lost many things because of Kazuma and his damn lie. Azazel. I know, even Penamune wants to rip his balls off for betraying us. Michael. My sister Gabriel is having constant nightmares. She should have fallen for it a long time ago, but since she's his sister, he gave her a necklace to prevent her from falling. And despite knowing the truth, instead of doing the right thing, he defends her and looks for the redeed so she can be happy. Searches. My sister is worse, she wants Issei back. Azazel. Speaking of Issei, Takao said that with the help of Lux from the kingdom of Adismata, he was the one who saved him. Auden. Adismata, now that I remember, but she was with them. If Takao said that Lux was free thanks to her, then I have to talk seriously about having someone very dangerous and unstable. Searches. Besides, they have our hero, Rias will be happy if she sees him, and they'll form an alliance for having rescued him. Azazel. Do you think they will? Searches. Of course, we could also have more allies to face the Chaos Brigade and that wretch Kazuma. Michael. That's true, and we also owe a great debt to the nation for saving our hero. Isaka. Yes, also to make amends for our mistake and rebuild our relationship. She said, hopeful of getting back together with him. Searches. We'll talk to the other girls later. We've suffered several injuries and have a lot to fix. Auden. I hate to admit it, but it's true. But I hope the brat is alright. I have a lot to settle with him and his brother for unjustly locking him up. Searches. That's what I'd like to know. Is that boy named Lux really your brother? Auden. Yes, when I met him, he introduced himself as Lux. I trained him personally and he revealed his surname Arcadia to me. He told me that he was looking for his two brothers, and Takao confirmed it. One of them is Elma and the other is Issei. Searches. So they're his blood brothers, maybe. Auden. I imprisoned Lux because she supported Issei's innocence. It will be difficult, but I also want to make amends for my mistake. Azazel. I agree, besides, I didn't expect Issei to be able to awaken a sacred gear. I mean, I wanted to give him one, until that damned lie happened. He clenched his fist until he destroyed his glass of liquor. Searches. I know, damn Kazuma Hyoudou and his lies. He clenches his fists. His envy, his jealousy, and his desire to be the center of attention. Michael. We'll fix it. Emmaheld. Of course we'll fix it. I'm sure he'll forgive us and we'll be together. Isaka. Yes, he's kind-hearted. We'll have a chance to get back together. That would make my daughter happy to have her father figure back. She replied with a smile. Searches. Then let's take some time to fix this. Besides, we don't know when they'll attack again and it's best to be prepared this time. Everyone nods. I'm sorry for all the harm I've caused you, Issei-kun, but I'll fix it and you'll be happy with my sister and the other girls, as it should have been from the beginning. Bali, who was at the meeting at Azazel's request, only denied it internally. Bali. Seriously, you're all idiots. Do you really think that apologizing, giving him the recognition you denied him, and marrying those boars will make Issei come back to you? Honestly, I would have been better off going with Ashura, but I have to keep you all informed. That's what he was thinking. He'd recently beaten Arthur to a pulp just because Arthur said that bringing the silver-haired boy back would make his sister happy again, and now having to hear that put him in a bad mood. Adismata, medical area. The silver-haired man slowly opened his eyes and noticed that he was in a bed, completely comfortable. He slowly got up and sat down while examining his body. To his surprise, the scars had disappeared. Arkarama. If you're wondering why those scars are gone, it's because being inside you gives you a very good healing factor, although of course, your body couldn't withstand it. When you access the fourth tail and return to normal, most of the scars faded, except for the one on your chest, which left a mark. Indeed, the place where his piece came out had an X-shaped scar, the one Rias' Gremory had caused him, which made him clench his fists for a few seconds, as he remembered the look the Redeed gave him when she ripped it off. Issei. I know it's been a year, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Those tortures, having to watch that bastard. He recalls when Kazuma mocked him and had Hex in front of him, forcing him to listen and watch. If he looked away, the bastard would hit him to make him keep watching. It was so disgusting and he still has fragments of memory. I hope I can forget them because I don't want to end up in therapy where I have to recount all of that. Say what? The Redeed turns around and sees Lux Arcadia, his friend from the academy and the one who rescued him from Tartarus, something he didn't expect since he thought he didn't know about the supernatural. Issei. Nice-san. He gets up abruptly, although he feels some tiredness in his legs, so Lux takes him by the shoulder. Lux. Don't get up like that, you've been resting for days and haven't walked, it's a miracle that when you were freed you could move normally after a year. Arkarama. The boy is right, it was thanks to instinct and adrenaline, plus you went crazy with my chakra that you ignored the pain in your legs. Issei. And here I was thinking I could get moving. Bahamut. Technically you were in one place for a year, chained up and unable to move your legs, so it's almost impossible that you could move with such agility. Issei. I see. He steps out of his mental space. So that's why I have trouble staying on my feet. Lux. You surprised us all. Suddenly you seem to be full of energy. Issei. Well, it's a long story, though you owe an explanation too. Lux just nods. The silver-haired man proceeds to apologize for hiding the supernatural and also tells him about his location and position as a prince, as well as how he investigated and contacted Takao and Satoshi and the plan to get him out of Tartarus. Issei. I see, so not only did you save our sister Lux, but you were also the one who arranged for me to be freed from Tartarus. He remembers when Razor lifted him and carried him to the portal. Damn it. He starts trembling. Damn it. He punches the wall, leaving a crack. Lux didn't flinch for a second. He remembered how the blonde boy helped him get out of there and stayed to fight against the rogues and members of the brigade. He remembered when he first met him, a total annoying arrogant jerk. He appeared as Rias Gremory's fiancé, and they had 2 fights. They lost the first one, but the Redeed was the second to last one standing, while Kazuma, thinking himself so powerful, ended up falling in the most humiliating way. But in the second fight. Flashback. The silver-haired man had done a powerful somersault, knocking down the guards, while the chestnut-haired man smiled as he finished off 2 of them. Razor. How dare you come and interrupt my party? Issei. Sorry, I had the invitation, but I forgot it and they wouldn't let me in. He replied sarcastically, angering the blonde. But I didn't come here to enjoy it, I came to stop this. Razor. You miserable low-class demons. He said angrily while Rias looked surprised and happy. Issei. I don't give a damn about your complaints, I won't let you steal Rias Gremory's happiness. Kazuma. That's why I demand a duel with you. The Redeed just rolls his eyes. He knew how arrogant and impulsive he was, but there were limits. Even Kiba, Akeno, and Kaneko were angry because his reckless actions led to his defeat. But before Razor could refuse, Sirzechs seized the opportunity as a second chance for both of them to face off against the blonde. Sirzechs. What do you think, Phoenix-san? Kazuma. I can take him on alone. I won't lose this. Issei. Shut your mouth, idiot. He's giving us a good opportunity and you're ruining it. Use your head. The brunette just huffs. Razor. Fine, I accept. It'll be fun finishing off these 2 for interrupting the main event. He grins as he cracks his fists. They'll be my last flings before I'm a married man, so I'm going to enjoy this more than you can imagine. The 3 appeared in the pocket dimension, the Redeed was stretching his muscles, while the brunette just looked at the blonde with confidence, believing that with his ace up his sleeve, he had it won. Razor. If you want, you can both fight me. I won't call you cowards. You're facing a high-class demon. He said confidently. The fight had begun, and instead of using the gauntlet prudently, Kazuma used Balance Breaker, and its limit was 10 seconds. The first few seconds seemed to have stunned the Phoenix Heir, but because he was overconfident, he didn't take advantage of it to give him a critical hit and it ran out, even though Arcadia, at that time Hyoudou, left Razor as a target due to the techniques of a martial artist. Issei. Damn it. He flips back to get to the same level as the brown-haired boy. Is that what you used that armor for? Kazuma. Shut up. I had it under control. Issei. Well, you had it under control. A burst of flames was approaching, so the silver-haired boy jumped and used Kazuma as a boost to get out of there, saving both of them. The blonde doesn't waste any time and lunges at the brunette, punching him in the abdomen. The Redeed pushes him away with a few kicks, but now he was the target. Despite having good agility, it wasn't as effective against someone who had spent years with experience in raiding games, so he grabs him by the leg and slams him to the ground. Kazuma tries to hit him in his blind spot, but the blonde, still holding the leg, uses the silver-haired man, causing them to hit each other. Issei. Arg. He clutches his ribs, that blow had fractured 5 of his ribs, then the blonde lifts the brunette by his shirt. Razor. You go first. But he didn't expect Kazuma to pull out a bottle with a cross logo, startling him. What? Kazuma. How do you put out fire? With water, of course. The effectiveness is increased with the boosted gear, and the liquid causes significant damage to Phoenix's face. Razor. Ah. He covers his face because of the burning sensation, and his regeneration is difficult, which works in both their favors. While Kazuma uses his gauntlet with the rosary, the Redeed delivers knee and elbow strikes, dealing significant damage. Kazuma. What do you think of this? You damned wretch. The blonde, furious, tries to throw a flaming punch, but the silver-haired man places his hands on the brunette's back, propels himself forward, and kicks him in the face. Razor. You bastards. Issei. Don't complain, you said we could both go up against you, and you wouldn't call us cowards. He punches him a few times in the stomach. After all, you're a high-class devil. He steps aside. Use the dragon shot, quick. Kazuma. No, I'll smash his face in. Boost. He lunges at the blonde. Issei. No, you idiot, no. The blonde dodges the gauntlet's blow and throws a point-blank flame, sending him crashing into a structure, causing part of it to fall on top of the brunette. Rias and the others were worried, now that the Redeed was alone. Issei. Damn it, I can't use these blasted wings. He notices a powerful flame heading towards him, jumps to avoid it, but the damage from the explosion pushes him back, causing him to get hurt. But he doesn't react because the blonde man grabs him by the face and throws him against another building. Razor. What's wrong? I thought you'd improve a bit and defeat me. He presses the head of the silver-haired man who was somewhat dazed. Issei. What can I say? I got stuck with a disobedient partner. Razor. Yes, it is, now you will be punished for interfering in my wedding. Issei. Well, I think you'll have to wait a little longer. The blonde notices a red sphere heading towards him. It was a dragon shot that Kazuma had used. The phoenix was about to break free, but the Redeed delivers a strong elbow to his arm. Razor. Arg. But that wasn't all, the silver-haired man had set a trap, snagging his clothes on the rubble so he wouldn't escape and fall from the building. Issei. Good job, idiot. The brunette just had a smile while panting. He was in pain and using the dragon shot in that state was exhausting. The silver-haired man now had another problem. He couldn't take out his demon wings yet, so he had to improvise his landing, propelling himself off the tower and doing somersaults as if he were doing parkour. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough because he hurt his arm. Even so, he got up and rejoined the brunette. They thought it would be enough, but they didn't expect the blonde man to emerge from the rubble. Half of his clothes were destroyed, and part of his body was covered in flames and regenerating, albeit with some difficulty. Issei. Oh come on, can't he stop regenerating? Razor. Well, you miserable low classes. His flames spread, and from their perspective, he resembled a truly enormous phoenix. I will make you beg for your miserable lives. He flapped his wings, and the strong wind hampered their movement. Received the true power of a phoenix. They both watched as a flame, spinning at high speed, headed towards them, so the silver-haired man, despite the force of the wind and the pain in his arm, threw himself and pushed the brunette, although he received more of the explosion, and worse, his arm ended up making a dry sound. Kazuma. Damn it. His body reached its limit from using the boosts, but he saw his brother getting up, though his arm was literally dangling. He couldn't move it at all. Issei. Issei. I'm fine. He said, but he was holding his arm tightly. Kazuma. So what do we do now? Issei. Improvise. He extends his hand. Give me the rosary. Rias and the rest of the entourage opened their eyes, even Kazuma. Kazuma. Are you crazy? I can handle it because of my gauntlet, but you're just. Issei. Don't contradict me and give me that rosary. The brunette felt intimidated. When the silver-haired man became serious or angry, it frightened him somewhat, so he handed it over, although as expected, the silver-haired man's hand began to burn. Arg. Razor. Are you stupid? That will hurt you like poison. Issei. F for me clenches his fist. This pain is nothing, come on Razor Phnonix. Rias. No. Get out of there, Issei. She shouted, completely worried, while the Redeed just watched the phoenix prepare a more powerful attack. Razor. Die. The attack was aimed squarely at the Redeed, no one could escape that, but instead of closing his eyes or begging for mercy, the Redeed just takes a deep breath. Issei. Grayfia. The flame falls completely on the Redeed. Rias was crying, Akeno and Kiba had their eyes wide open, even Kaneko had left her serious face for one of concern. Razor. One down. But amidst all the flames that had fallen, the Redeed shot straight towards him. What? Issei. Razor. He clenches his fist tightly with a rosary and points it at the blonde. His body was battered, he had burns, some serious, especially his fist, that fist that was ready to throw a punch. Razor. So you used the explosion to propel yourself. But that won't be enough. He prepares another attack, but his eyes widen as he sees a figure behind the arcade. What the hell? The high-class demon had noticed a figure behind the Arcadia, something that filled him with fear. It was a giant dragon with a look full of fury, leaving him paralyzed for a few seconds. When he reacted, it was already too late. The fist was going straight to the phoenix, to be exact, in the center. Razor? No. The redeed pierces the center of the phoenix. Arg. The bird figure had vanished, and only Razor remained with a large perforation in his chest, and behind him was Arcadia, with his fist raised and carrying that rosary, making the damage critical. Razor? Arg. Both he and the redeed fall, and the last thing he saw was the silver-haired man smiling. The impact with the ground was very strong, leaving a large crater. Razor was trying to regenerate, but the blow had a sacred effect. It was difficult. But what frightened the blonde was seeing Issei getting up, despite the damage to his body. How could he? But what terrified him was that he was approaching him. Razor? I'll get away, he screamed, his eyes wide with terror, but the silver-haired man approached. His body was at its limit. He begged him not to take another step, but the silver-haired man only continued. Not even the burning sensation of his fist could stop him. The blonde man tried to crawl away, but the wound in his chest hadn't closed. He just stood there, leaning against the rubble he had created earlier with his technique. The redeed was in front of him, breathing heavily, his gaze hidden by his hair. Issei. This is over. Razor? Wait. You have no idea how important this wedding is. Issei. I couldn't care less about the importance of this wedding. He clenches his fist. Arrangements mean an unhappy life, and I won't let you steal Rias Gremory's happiness. Now surrender before the next fist is towards your face. Razor? No, I can't do that. Issei. Then he raises his gaze slightly, intimidating Razor with the redeed's cold stare. This is your end. The fist was aimed squarely at Razor's face, combined with a rosary, it would be another critical blow. The blonde just closes his eyes, waiting for the impact. Stop. The blonde boy immediately opened his eyes. Between him and the redeed was Ravel, who had her arms outstretched and was looking at Issei, who deflected his fist to the side, although part of the rosary chain grazed his cheek, and although the blonde girl had a slight expression of pain, she did not move. Issei. Step aside, he retracts his fist, but she faces him. Ravel. I won't do it, you won't hurt Onisama anymore. She opens her eyes and sees that the redeed was preparing another punch, this time it was going to her face, she was going to close her eyes, but a centimeter away, she stops him. Issei. You have a complaint, then go ahead, attack. His eyes were those of someone resolute. I'm prepared to fight to the end. At that moment the blonde blushed at such courage. Searches. The fight is over. He said seriously as the blonde man fell unconscious. Ravel watched the silver-haired man. Since the fight was over, he just lowered his hand, finally letting go of the rosary. He fell to his knees and his body fell backwards. He had exhausted all his energy, and he sketched a slight smile, being caught by Rias before his head touched the ground and looked at him with tears and a smile. That was the last thing he saw before closing his eyes. Current events. Issei could only sigh as he reminisced about how he had faced him, though he partly regretted saving Rias since he turned his back on her after she fell into a coma, but if it weren't for that confrontation, the following wouldn't have happened. Remembrance. Issei. Huh? You want me to help you? He asked, completely perplexed. In front of him was Ravel, who didn't show an arrogant side, but rather someone who was worried. Ravel. Yes, since the fight, she hasn't wanted to leave the room, please, she bows. Help me. Issei. Well, I guess there's no problem. He looks at the redeed and she nods. Tazuma. I don't understand. Why does he have to go? Issei. I don't know, it seems my last blow left him affected. Tazuma. But it was just a stroke of luck, besides, it wasn't because I gave you the rosary. Issei. The rosary Asia lent us, stop being so arrogant. I'm ordering you to do this as your older stepbrother. You may have more pieces than me, but I'm the one in charge when it comes to maturity, so I don't want any arguments. Do you understand? The silver-haired man looks at him seriously, and he just lowers his head. Seeing him serious left him speechless, but seeing him angry scared him, while the silver-haired man looks at the blonde with pigtails. Issei. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ravel. Yes. She takes his hand and they disappear in a circle of flames, appearing in the Phoenix Mansion in the underworld. Issei. Wow, this is a fantasy castle. He said, very surprised. And very elegant. Ravel. Feel lucky, not just anyone is able to witness the elegance of the Phoenix clan's castle. He said while puffing out his chest with pride. Issei. Well, yes, I must thank you for inviting me. But don't you think we should look for your brother? Ravel. Huh? Oh, yes. This way. They enter the mansion and head to the blonde's room. Issei was surprised that the girls who were once his opponents gave a slight bow in welcome. They continued walking until they reached the designated door. Brother. Razor. Ravel. I had a bad dream. I don't feel like seeing anyone. The blonde just sighs. Ravel. He's someone important, part Gremory. Razor. Rias. Are you here to make fun of me? Or are you here to tell me about your wonderful life with Huh? He opens the door and looks at the silver-haired man. No. Don't come near me please. I didn't do anything. Get out. I don't want to remember that moment. I don't want to go through that again. Please, go away, giant dragon. Issei. Giant dragon. Is he really like that after the fight? The blonde nods. Oh please. Just because I hit him. She approaches, but the blonde throws things as an obstacle. Razor. No, get away. He throws a painting at him, but the silver-haired man catches it. Kenichi. Behave yourself. He throws it in his face, stunning him. Now come here. He grabs his leg and drags him. Razor. No. Ravel. Oh come on brother, you have to go out. Even Rias was chuckling. Once they changed him and took him out of the room, the blonde one was acting like a child, while the silver-haired one was preparing what was needed to leave. Rias. What do you have in mind? Issei. Don't be impatient, I've already called someone to help me with that. It's been a while since I've seen them. They all raise their heads and the silver-haired man smiles. Issei. Hello Tannin, it's been a while. He said excitedly as Razor fell, not expecting the former Dragon King to be there in person. Razor. Tannin. The top-class demon, the legendary dragon. He was terrified by its presence. Tannin. Razor Phoenix, right. I was watching you with interest because you seemed like a promising king. He said with his arms crossed. But now that I look at you more closely, it seems you have a serious problem. Issei. Excuse me, master, do you think I could help you with some training? Although he knew Tannin's training was difficult, it benefited the silver-haired boy since he grew stronger, and he also asked for more training than usual, so as not to be a burden. That way he can regain the courage he lost, although there's a catch. He's not traumatized by Kazuma for being the Sekiryuutei, but by me, since when I punched him, he thought he saw a giant dragon behind me. Tannin. A giant dragon. Do you have something hidden like that? Issei. No, not at all, but that's what he thinks when I hit him with a critical hit. Tannin. It's very strange, but I accept. You'll go to the mountains, won't you? The blonde phoenix was about to escape, but the dragon caught him with its claw. Don't run away. If you're a man, don't give up. Issei. Well Rias-san, see you later. Rias. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. She blows him a kiss, making the silver-haired man blush, and smiles. Issei. Sure, no problem. Ravel. I'll go too, I want to help my brother. Issei. Ravel. Tannin. That girl certainly has beautiful eyes, don't you think? Well then, Issei Hyoudou, it's your responsibility to protect her in the mountains. Rias. I ask the same of you, Issei, take Ravel with you. Issei. Okay, let's go Ravel. He extends his hand and she spreads her wings to climb aboard, but not before changing her clothes. Razor. No. Why do I have to go to the mountains? Ravel. This is for Ani-sama's sake. Though she glances sideways at the redeed, then looks at her brother. So do your best. Razor. No. The dragon takes flight towards the mountains. Current events. Issei chuckled softly, remembering that day. He recalled how he had made a dragon resemble a giant ape, which, he said, was what he saw behind him. Now he understood that he was a Saiyan, and if they had tails, they transformed upon seeing the full moon. Although he'd been told that since he'd just activated those genes, the chance of a tail appearing was only about 1 in 5. He remembered how Razor gradually overcame that trauma, even having a bare-knuckle fight where the blonde acknowledged the Redeed's physical effort and introduced him to Ashura. He was trained by Son Goku and his parents, which means he acquired his Saiyan and his Eri transformations. He also remembered Ravel's interactions with him, the times they shared tea and cake, or when they chatted and got along better. He recalled the luck Ravel brought him during their confrontation with Seraerd Bale, or when he warned him not to make Ravel cry. Issei. Even though he was arrogant at first, he remembers when he toasted with Razor, Ravel, and Ashura. He eventually earned my respect. Lux pats him on the back. Although I should tell Ashura the message he gave me, he thinks. Luke. Do you want to keep resting? Issei. No, I've rested enough. I need to improve my physical condition. I have a lot of things to do. He placed his hand on the wall because his legs were bothering him a little. Lux. Oh, by the way, some people want to see you. At that moment there is a soft knock on the door. Come in. The visitors were none other than Elma and Irie. The silver-haired man was in shock for a few seconds. He had the opportunity to see Lux when he went to Asgard, even at the meeting, without knowing that he was his older brother. Well, he hadn't seen Elma since they separated. Kenichi. Elma. The girl nods. Irie, the white-haired girl, was shedding tears of happiness as they approached. Elma. We'll meet again, brother. The three of them come together and hug each other while they couldn't stop crying, also remembering an event from their childhood. Elma. Finally, sniff, finally we're together. She tightened the hug. Issei. After several years we are finally together, brothers. Lux. I know, we went through a lot, and when I was finally able to find you, I ended up locked up. Issei. You too. Yes, when he discovered that you are our long-lost brother, he wanted to free you, but even that old man said that you were a traitor, which is a lie. Lux. Of course, you gave it your all, you trained like crazy, only to fall behind. You broke your limiter, you almost died more than once. Issei. About that. Elma. What's wrong? Issei. Well, during one of his tortures, my heart couldn't take it and I ended up dying for a few seconds. They both opened their eyes, since as far as they knew, they could only recover their memories by being in deep meditation or in a state close to death. Elma. Irie. What? Even Luke had his eyes open. Had he died? Lux. So, how did that happen? Issei. Well, Kazuma, it was with Akeno, Kiba, and to my disappointment, Seraphol. The four of them tortured me beyond belief. I had puncture wounds, electric shocks, blows amplified by the boosted gear, blocks of ice, and I even received a stab wound with the Ankalagon sword. What I didn't know was that Takao and Satoshi were at the entrance. The blue-haired boy only sharpened his gaze upon hearing that Seraphol had even tortured him, but it wasn't over yet. I used to get tortured by Kazuma with the women who claimed to love me, but the ones that hurt the most were when Rias ripped my pawn piece off, when Yusaka dug her nails into me and attacked me with senjutsu like it was target practice, Akeno's electric shocks, Kiba's stabbings, but Kazuma was the worst torture. Seeing him take them in front of me, everyone showed disgust. Those who knew Kazuma thought he was annoying, but hearing that disgusted them even more. What a vile, traitorous bastard. Issei. But getting back to the topic, Kazuma buried Ankalagon in my abdomen. The water was freezing, I was electrocuted and punctured, my body couldn't withstand all that, and my heart stopped. I was dead for a while and I got to meet our parents. He leans against the wall. I was able to come back to life minutes later, and I also have Dark Kurama, Ankalagon, and Bahamut. Luke. That explains why you disappeared, but those three also liked you, although as our parents said, they separated us so we wouldn't be in danger because of the Chaos Brigade. Elma. Damn features. Her hair turned golden for a few seconds, while Shun and Issei were nervous. They had forgotten, their sister inherited her mother's character, and what to say about Lux who was present. He was sweating. Issei. Calm down, sister. I know everyone's furious with the factions. He places a hand on his sister's head, calming her down. Including you guys, Satoshi, Takao. Everyone stares at the door and they both enter. Satoshi had a frustrated look while the blue-haired boy looked even worse. Takao. We were here when we heard the scream of their reunion, but it wasn't time to go in yet. When you told us what you've been through, he clenches his fists. It doesn't make me angry that Yusaka, even Seraphol, came to torture you. Satoshi. And what about Valerie Teeps and Emmahild Klarstein? I gave them my blessing when they started a relationship with you, but I was furious when they married that son of a bitch Kazuma. Unlike Takao, the blonde's fists were bleeding. Takao. And we couldn't get you out before you had to suffer through all that. He lowers his gaze, as does the blonde man. Issei. Relax, you all found a way to prove my innocence and get me out of there, and even though it took time, the truth came out and we're reunited once again. He looks at Satoshi. I know it was disappointing that the girls you gave a chance to be better ended up betraying me, but don't carry that guilt, you had nothing to do with it. Satoshi. I understand. The Redeed pats him on the shoulder and then looks at Takao. Issei. I'm telling you the same thing. Don't carry the burden of what Yusaka did. She didn't appreciate it and was ungrateful. As for Seraphol, I know you love your partners equally. It's painful that she didn't believe in my innocence because I thought she knew me, but I was wrong. What hurts even more is that after an argument, she left with Kazuma. But it wasn't your fault. It was hers for not believing and not valuing a great friend. He gives him a small hug, patting him on the back. Don't cry over someone who lost a great guy like you. Takao. Thanks, friend, I feel better now. He wipes away the tear that was falling. Issei. Relax, buddy. He extends his fist and the blue-haired boy does the same, then he does it with Satoshi. Irie. By the way, how are you feeling physically? Kenichi. My legs are still a little uncomfortable. I've been chained up in the same place for a year, but thanks to Dark Kurama, I managed to escape. Lux told me I slept for a few days after that and now my legs feel a bit numb, but I'd rather walk than stay in bed. Luke. I understand, at least you could exercise, and once you've recovered, I want to introduce you to someone. Issei. Okay, and don't worry, that problem with my legs will go away as soon as possible. He gives a thumbs up, and both brothers laugh. Lux. Of the three of us, you were always the most lively and stubborn. He places his arm around the silver-haired boy's neck and with his other fist, rubs it on his younger brother's head. Issei. Ouch. Hey. Elma. By the way brother, some people are coming to see you. Do you think you can stay here for a few minutes? Issei. Yes, I have no problem. He sits on the bed for a while. But who are they? Pakao. You'll be glad. He replied with a smile while the Redeed was even more curious. Issei. Well, then I'll wait here. Irie. See you later, little brother. Everyone leaves and the Redeed stays looking out the window, but he is called by his tenant, so he accesses his subconscious. Arkarama. Pup, before they arrive, let me tell you that you must train to control my power. Bahamut. The same applies to me, but first, you must unlock the full power of my flea-ridden companion. Ankalagon. Just like my friend said, you must go to a temple to unlock 100%. Issei. Which temple? Arkarama. One of your clan, there is sure left a seal that will allow you to access 100% of my power. Bahamut. In our case, it is a Protest temple far from your home, on the coasts of Asia. Issei. Don't tell me it's because of Japan. Bahamut. Unfortunately, they were going to expand, but due to the coup, everything was interrupted. Since I get along better with the allied race of your people, I assimilated a hybrid form. This means that in this phase, your appearance will be like theirs, and we will also be able to better synchronize our power. Arkarama. It's up to you, pup, which one to start with, although the sooner the better. Issei. Yes, most likely, but I need to improve my physical condition first. Being in one place doing nothing has left me a bit rusty, but I'll take the opportunity to go to the Uzumaki temple. Where is Dark Kurama? Kurama. As I recall, it was one in the forested area of Alaska. Issei. Well, after I recover, I'll go to Alaska first. Anyone who can assimilate your power is a challenge. Dark Kurama. You're right about that, but don't worry, I'm getting your legs back as quickly as possible so you can train. You have a goal, don't you? Issei. Yes, clenches his fists. I will reclaim my home and make Honest pay dearly for what he did, although, the people of Air also demand justice. Bahamut. Well said, kid, and you'd better head back now, they're at the door. He replied as the silver-haired boy nodded and emerged from his subconscious. The silver-haired man watched the door open and, to his surprise, there were the girls he hadn't seen in a year, those who had cared for him and hadn't gone off with his bastard ex-stepbrother. Levi, Louise, Mikan, Arya, Shauna, Stella, Eris, Lucifer, Lucifer, Philippi, Celestia, Yuroka, and others who were part of the alliance, Senko, Kaneko, Irina, Faya, Invalid, Kunu, Ravel, Iko, and Taiga the Redeed, was surprised and happy at the same time. It had been a long time since he had seen them. He had a memory with each one, whether on a date, at the academy, or at home, although he also remembered the bitter moments when his ex-partners made a scene out of jealousy. But before he could say anything, the girls present rushed towards him, many with tears in their eyes, leaving him somewhat stunned, but he remembered every moment he had with them, so little by little he let himself go. Bahamut. Relax, puppy, it's true that some girls didn't appreciate you. Arkarama. However, these girls do show genuine concern for you, especially the Yokai girls, the Phoenix girl and the dragon, even the Infinity Dragon, and the others are not far behind. Issei. I see. The silver-haired man was still troubled after what had happened to him, the girl's infidelity. Even though he said it didn't matter, it hurt him deep down. As a dragon, love was something precious and profound, and that betrayal had left a scar on his heart. But he didn't know that they would be the ones to erase that scar and be by his side. The traitor Kazuma is seen walking through the darkened corridors. Around him were some soldiers with the Chaos Brigade logo, but their armor was different from that of soldiers from other countries. Honest was expecting Kazuma Dono. He gave a slight bow as he had the soldiers open the door. There was the one who betrayed Bardock and Jain and the Kingdom of Air. Now he is the new leader of the country, at least what remains of it, since the civilians managed to evacuate, and it is now one of the best bases. Well, with Honest as the governor, things have changed since the soldiers of the Chaos Brigade were there. They gave him and those soldiers loyal to him carnal pleasures and supplies. Honest. Oh Kazuma Dono, welcome to this place. He said while eating meat. Kazuma. I came at Rizavum's request, at least I'm happy that these factions were left without their pillars. Honest. That was indeed a beautiful presentation. Rizavum showed me how you revealed yourself as the true traitor. It was satisfying to see their faces change to absolute terror. He finished, while eating more meat. Kazuma. That was satisfying, and now they're weakened, although I couldn't kill my bastard stepbrother. Honest. It won't last long. If he's been gone a year, as soon as they find him, they'll kill him. Kazuma. You're right about that, but for now I want to enjoy my break. Honest. I'll ask for the best women to go to his bedroom to satisfy him. Kazuma. Always so kind, honest. My stay in air was worth it. Honest. I owe you all a lot, since I was able to reach this position because of you. He smiles, which the brunette returns, and then he leaves. You and humans have strange tastes, he said as he emerged from his hiding place in a column. Honest. That's just how we are, Alarak. By the way, do you have any idea where the kingdom of Adismata is? In front of him was a Protus with an intimidating look, one of those who led the coup. Alarak. Almost, that kingdom knows how to stay hidden, but they won't stay that way for long. Honest. Rizavam will be happy to have this kingdom under his control. Eats another piece of meat. Alarak. I'll continue with the location for now, see you. He disappeared while the governor remained observing the ruins of Air. Honest. Ah, what a beautiful landscape. He said with a disgusting smile. I hope Adismata shows me a landscape like that. The silver-haired man had broken away from the hug. It had lasted a long time. The girls were wiping away their tears as they sat down in front of him. Issei. To tell you the truth, I'm really glad to see you all here. He said with a sincere smile. Eris. You had us completely worried. You disappeared for over a year and 4 months. Issei. Yeah, well, it was all so sudden, being stabbed in the back by those I thought I could trust. He said as he looked at the scars that were slowly fading away. Taiga. Yes, we were there. We were furious when they said you were guilty of something you didn't do. She clenched her fists. Senko. And Yusaka, whom I respected so much, turned out to be a bore clinging to that bastard Kazuma. He frowned, remembering how she behaved with Kazuma during the trial, acting like a lovesick girl in front of the brunette and looking down on the redeed. Echo. When Tannin found out, he refused to train that traitorous scum anymore, even though he was still recovering and didn't find out until after the trial. Ravel. You were in a coma for 4 months after the Trahexa was sealed, and for them to disregard what they did and label you a traitor was the most outrageous thing. He clenched his fists. Louise. And she clutched her skirt. When you were gone for the first 4 months, we went to your house and nothing, to the places you frequent and there was no sign of you. Issei. This. Levi. We're not finished. When we asked Takao, he told us you went somewhere else. It was very strange because you would have told us and we couldn't wait any longer, so we forced ourselves to find answers. Stella. We also knew about the supernatural. Issei. What? Eris. That Gremory bitch was running around the academy all hot and bothered with Kazuma, but not only her, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia and Roswis, and little by little other women like she placed her hand on her chin. Lekin. Their names were Emahild, Valerie, and that dark-haired girl named Kuroka. The redeed nods. Stella. And on the teacher's side, there's a blonde named Gabriel, a purple-haired girl named Penimune, and a teacher with a childish attitude named Seraphol. The redeed just closes his eyes, disappointed by how ungrateful she was to Takao. And the student's fantasy, Yusaka. The redeed just raises an eyebrow. Was she really quitting her job to go off with Kazuma? Taiga. Yes, I knew she was here. The damn girl went to Kuoh, leaving me with all the paperwork while she enjoyed her 24/7. I even had to ask Senko for help with her responsibilities and she didn't even care about Kunu. Issei. Wait, didn't he care about his daughter? Senko. Unfortunately, Kunu would have been alone and prey to Kazuma, but thanks to Ashura-san, she cheered up and well, now they're a couple, but Yusaka didn't care at all, she only sought her out for events, nothing more, but what outraged me was that she slapped her for defending you. Issei. Yusaka, he clenched his fists. Have you sunk so low? Turning your back on your own daughter to be with a bastard. He remembered when he played with Kunu, she was so happy together with Yusaka, she saw him as a father figure, and how she smiled when they were together as a family, but the queen not only betrayed him by sleeping with Kazuma, but turned her back on her own daughter just for mere pleasure. Issei. Although I'm grateful to Ashura for being with her. He sighed, but felt bad. What will I say to her when I see her? Ravel. Takao informed me of Ani-sama's rescue and sacrifice. She lowers her head slightly. The silver-haired man acts only on instinct and gives her a tight hug. Issei. I'm sorry, the blonde was just shedding tears. I'm so sorry. Ravel. It wasn't your fault, he made the decision. She tightened her embrace. They stayed like that for a few seconds, but then they separated. Kaneko. It wasn't just because of the interactions, they also got carried away and expanded the mansion or favored the occult club, especially when they remodeled it. Arena. That's right. Levi. Oh, and that crazy white-haired priest too. The Redeed opens his eyes. Issei. Did you run into Fred? Stella. So that was her name. Arya. He was going to attack us for witnessing something, so I shot him and scared him away, and we hid when then, someone with black feathers came looking for him. That day he was with Levi and Stella. Issei. That crazy exorcist was a pain in the neck. Levi. After that we started our own investigation, like when those exorcists arrived. The Redeed recalls when Zenobia and Irina arrived. Issei. Oh, so they were on the sidelines, investigating everything that was happening. Eris. Indeed, besides the jealousy these women displayed, if you could even call it that. She replied angrily, referring to those who complained about the boy she liked before leaving with her stepbrother. Issei. I see. Louise. We felt angry because you didn't tell us anything, although we had also hidden it, since we assumed that something would happen to us, and Kaneko confirmed it. Arya. Yes, we had an idea about that, there could be a possible memory wipe, and we didn't want to forget you. Eris. But when you disappeared, we searched for you tirelessly until Takao told us what happened to you, but thanks to him, Ashen, and your brothers, you were able to return. She said with a slight smile while holding back tears. Lycan. And now you're in Adismata, safe and together again. The Redeed placed his hand on her head, cheering her up while Kaneko pouted. Issei. Yes, that's right, heh. He replied, rubbing the back of his neck as he stood up. I'm sure we'll have time to talk after all this time. Louise. Issei. Issei. I'm fine. He smiles. I'm just going to get some air. See you later. The girls weren't convinced, but Taiga, Iko, Senko, and Kaneko all sensed something, and it shocked them. Eris. What's wrong? Taiga. Takao made a mistake about something. Lycan. What do you mean? Kaneko. Issei-senpai not only had a fox inside him, he also has. Echo. 2 dragons inside. Senko. But that's not the problem. He was trembling slightly. Stella. Just say it and don't create suspense. Echo. When 2 dragons love, it's a strong bond, but what Rias and the others did to him was betrayal. Taiga. And since he's a dragon, that betrayal affects him much more, so. Senko. The scar on her heart is very deep. She replied sadly as Taiga punched the wall. Taiga. Damn boars. She clenched her fists. Making a scene because we were with Issei, saying they loved him, but it was all just empty words, and they slept with that disgusting Hyoudou. Echo. Now, because of him, Issei's heart is hurt, that's why he's like this. Stella. Well, we'll heal her heart. They all nod. Eris. Let's put aside our fights over being with him. They had their chance and didn't appreciate it. They lost a great man, and now it's our chance to be with him. She raises her fist. Yes. Was the unison cry. Meanwhile, with the friends from Arcadia. Are you sure you won't say anything to him for now? Said the silver-haired man with a green streak, looking at Takao. Takao. No, it's something he'll notice soon enough. Besides, the emotional blow he received will wake him up. He said as he removed a gauze bandage from his arm and threw it in the trash. But I'd better help him with his training. He uses chakra, but I'll get him to a better level. Lux. I understand, the training rooms are available whenever you like. Takao. Thank you Ashen. Satoshi. If you need help with training, let me know. The blue-haired boy nods as they look at the Uzumaki leaning against the balcony. Takao. And apparently, the girls, including the ones I already know. He replied with his arms crossed while the others nodded. Tap 5. About 5 days had passed since Issei's meeting with his brothers, friends, and the girls who were interested in him. Although, as Senko and Iko said, he seemed a little distant, as if the trust they had diminished, the girls cursed Rias and her group of bitches for having played with his feelings and leaving him with a scar on his heart, but they would not give up. Now the silver-haired man was meditating, trying to control the power of Dark Kurama a little, since it was incomplete and activated by his anger, something he had to control. His body was better, his wounds had closed, although he still felt the internal ones. How he went from being the pillar of the factions, the white hero, the one respected and admired, to being deceived, betrayed, despised by a farce of his blood half-brother, but the worst, the grotesque moments came to his mind when the girls enjoyed pleasure with Kazuma, first in his own room and then in the prison, forced to watch how he took them, that filled him with anger and unconsciously the red cloak returned, so in order not to worry anyone and cause damage, he went to a remote point. Issei. TSK he gritted his teeth at those ugly moments. Yes, give me more Kazuma-kun. Were Akeno's moans as she let herself be penetrated by the brunette. Kazuma. Take this, my pretty masochist. He spanks her. Look, you foolish brother, what you missed out on for being a traitor. He said arrogantly and with pleasure. Rias, you're next. Rias. Oh, I'm so excited. She said, lost in pleasure, while Roswas was stimulating her. Issei gritted his teeth as the cloak began to encircle him again, but this time it wasn't one tail, it was two. Arkarama. Pup, calm down before you get four tails again. Said the fox worriedly. Bahamut. Issei, snap out of it. The Redeed opens his eyes as he notices the cloak surrounding his body, so he takes a deep breath and makes the cloak disappear little by little again. Issei. Not again. Looks at his hands. Arkarama. Those tortures really hit you hard. He said seriously, referring to the situation. Issei. I try to forget it, but those images flash through his mind again. It left a mark on me several times. And that's why you can't have a calm mind. The silver-haired man turns around and sees a boy whom Arcadia recognized instantly. Kenichi. Ashura. Ashura. The same as you saw in war. He said with his arms crossed. Issei. You'll see. Ashura. If you want to apologize for my cousin's death, leave it at that. You should show it with your attitude, which has disappointed me. The silver-haired man was about to speak. Shut up, it's my turn to speak. It's true, you've had a rough time, locked up in Tartarus, and who knows what torture they put you through, but you kept a positive attitude, so don't tell me those memories haunt you. Issei. You didn't witness what I saw. Ashura. I know, I didn't see it, but I can understand that those memories might surface, however, whether they affect you is another matter. That's all in the past now, and be realistic, it wasn't true love. They fought and manipulated at the expense of what Yushi Points thought. They sought your attention in a very unhealthy relationship. Issei. Ashura. Just as for a man, beautiful women as partners are achievements, for them, having you as a loving boyfriend, or rather, having your affection and attention to fulfill their whims, is an achievement, because that way they feel wanted, loved, and that's basically what you were, because otherwise, they would have taken longer to open their legs to Kazuma. Issei. Virginia Vaya. Ashura. Don't interrupt me, damn it. Unlike girls these days, they'll beat you up on the spur of the moment, even if you're just doing your own thing, or it's not your fault. Well, that was before, but now it's reflected in the girls who are your exes now. They just wanted your attention, lying that it was love. In short, they wanted to satisfy their desire to have a man like you who would love them, appreciate them, and give them attention, in other words, have your affection. But they wasted all that and replaced it with lust and sexual pleasure with a man who did what anyone with half a brain would have done to comfort them. The silver-haired man lowered his head, not out of sadness, but because the white-haired man was making him see things clearly. If they're that easy, then stop moping. Those women, if you can even call them that, didn't appreciate you, period. Besides, they weren't even that special if you heal their heart so easily. A year-long relationship that healed in a week simply had no value, nothing special about it. That's why I'm disappointed that you give importance to these things, letting them torment you. He's a jerk, and they're sluts, so you need to be better than that and stop taking it so seriously because what Kazuma wants is to keep you weak and you're just falling for it. He moves closer. It's time you turned the page. He finishes speaking, and the Redeed just nods. Issei. Yes, you're right. He takes a breath. I've been thinking about it, and I realize it was just a way to give them affection and attention. Ashura. At least you opened your eyes, because I wasn't going to train you in a state of mental weakness for that reason. Issei. Train me? Ashura. Indeed, you have a goal, don't you? The Redeed nods. Well, I'll train you too, so you'll be better than you were a year ago. Issei. I guess so. He rubs his eyes. What's that feeling? The white-haired boy raises an eyebrow. Ashura. Let me see. He's surprised to see the Redeed's eyes. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Issei. What's wrong? Ashura. Look at the reflection. The Redeed approaches the water and is surprised. His eyes weren't sapphire blue, they were red, with a black dot, something Issei recognized. Issei. The Sharingan, but how is that possible? It's because I donated some of my blood to you. The silver-haired man turns and notices the blue-haired man sitting on a tree branch. Not only were you exhausted when we brought you here, but the stab wounds you were receiving were causing you to lose blood, so I decided to donate my own blood. We're compatible, and I had a feeling that your DNA would combine with mine. That's why the Sharingan activated. Issei. Ta Takao. Takao. Relax, buddy, Ashura won't be the only one training you. Climbs down from the tree. Issei. Thank you. Ashura. Alright, let's begin. You said you would reclaim your home, so let's get started. And so began the rigorous training of the silver-haired boy. He had to be under Ashura's strict training all day, and at night, Takao was in charge of training him with Senjutsu. He barely slept a couple of hours and didn't even see his brothers or the girls. Ashura. 49,999. He said with his arms crossed while watching the silver-haired man do push-ups with one hand. After 7 days, the silver-haired man was wearing heavy clothing and only his feet were placed on wooden posts, and if he lost his balance, he would have to take a dip in cold water. 50,000. The silver-haired man stood up, though his body felt somewhat numb as he caught his breath and expelled a lot of sweat. The latter was heavy because the weight of his clothes was high. Issei. Mothers, that was intense. Heavier clothes fall in front of him. Ashura. Now use this and make 75,000. Issei. Oh, mom. Ashura. That's why there are 85,000. The silver-haired man paled with fear but had no choice but to get back on the logs and continue training. Satoshi. He's got a tough road ahead of him. He said while training his weapons against Takao. Takao? Yes, but he needs to improve his physique. He's been locked up in Tartarus for a year and now that he's discovered his lineage, he needs to push himself to the limit. He uses Steel Fang and deflects an attack from the blonde. Like the silver-haired man, they were wearing weighted clothing to improve their physique. The second week was both physical and mental training. Ashura and Takao wouldn't let him sleep and he improved even more. In the third week, Dark Kurama led him into meditation and he gradually improved. The fox sent him chakra and the good thing was that Arcadia no longer lost control. Plus, Ashura was there with his fists ready in case he did. Dark Kurama. You're doing well, pup, you're doing great. If you keep this up, you'll be able to access Bijuu mode. He launched a claw attack while the silver-haired boy jumped back and counterattacked. Issei. I know and besides, I want to do this right. I don't want to get beaten up by Ashura if I lose control. He takes advantage of the blind spot and grabs a tail, sending him crashing to the ground. Ankalagon. That must have hurt. The silver-haired man takes the fox's chakra to try to assimilate it. Kurama. Don't think I'll let you have it that easily. He sends out negative chakra to make him start losing control, and this time he throws those memories at him, not of the girls themselves, but of all those who turned their backs on him and locked him up. The effect was working. The Redeed began to frown as the tails manifested and part of his body turned red. Ashura was about to approach an attack, but he noticed that the transformation stopped. Again in his mind, the Redeed held his head, those insults, contempt and all the bad things that happened to him came back to him, but as Ashura told him, that was already a thing of the past. In that dark chakra he received, there was the silver-haired one, observing those who turned their backs on him, looking at him with contempt, insulting him, just like the leaders, but he wasn't going to let himself be carried away by that, those torments ended, and now he must overcome them. He closes his eyes and calms his mind, thus rejecting the negative energy, surprising Dark Kurama, Ankalagon and Bahamut. Hinichi. No more. He launches his attack as negative energy leaves his body, the same thing is shown outside where the red chakra disappears, slightly surprising Ashura. Ashura. Well, he finally managed to calm his mind. He said with a slight smile. Arcadia charges at Dark Kurama, the fox recovers and tries to use his claws and tails to counterattack, but thanks to his training, he was able to defend himself. Issei. Grrrrrrrrrrrr. He extends his arms and separates the fox's tails, then grabs its paw and slams it against the ground. Kurama. Don't think I'm finished. He opens his mouth and channels his energy to create a Bijudama, the Redeed puts his hands together and concentrates his energy. Issei. Dark Kamehameha the fox expels the Bijudama. Heya. The attack manages to stop for a few brief seconds, but the difference was high. The Bijudama pushed back the Uzumaki's attack. Issei. Grrrrrrrrrr. His hair was flickering as he resisted the attack. Dark Kurama. What's wrong? Is that all? Didn't you have a goal? Issei. I know that, I said I'd get stronger and reclaim my home. He looks up. And I won't go back on my word. His hair turns blonde and his attack manages to stop the tailed beast ball, surprising Kurama, Ankalagon and Bahamut, but they notice that they're joining hands again. Dark Kamehameha. The fox tried to attack with small, less powerful Bijudamas, but he couldn't stop them and the impact was direct. Kurama. Don't think this is over. He leaps towards the silver-haired man, but the Arcadian leaps high and extends his hand, generating a sphere. Issei. Rasengan. Kurama uses his tails to defend himself, but he didn't expect the Redeed to deflect his arm, pushing the tails aside and leaving him exposed. Then he delivers an axe kick to the fox and, to finish him off, grabs him with one hand while with the other he forms the sphere again. Adama Rasengan. The fox shot out while the chakra was taking it and due to all the damage and leaving it stunned, it manages to take it and assimilate it, changing its appearance. Kurama was regaining consciousness after the last attack and noticed the Redeed, now covered in yellow chakra and examining himself. The fox just smiled. Kurama. You finally did it, pup. Issei. Thank you, Kurama, and thank you all as well. The mental training has paid off handsomely. returns to normal. Bahamut. Indeed, I think you are now ready to go to the temples we have mentioned. Issei. Great. He extends his fists and both tenants reciprocate the friendly gesture. Kurama. But before that, meet with your brothers. They said they were going to introduce you to someone, but you decided to train first and be prepared. Now you are. Issei. That's right, it's time to speak with the higher-ups at my home. We'll talk later. They both just nod and the Redeed snaps out of his reverie. Ashura. So you managed to complete your test, although for a moment I thought it was a phase where you lost control and I almost hit you. Issei. Very funny Ashura, but no, I was able to access Kurama's new phase, the Biju mode. Ashura. Plus your Bahamut armor, you're ready. What do you plan to do now? Issei. I'm meeting up with the others, you're coming too. You helped me, even though you're also one of the demons who didn't turn their backs on me, and I thank you for that. The white-haired man just smiles and follows him. Ashura. Then let's go, besides, the girls must be waiting for your return. Issei. Yes, that's true. He looks at a giant rock in front of him, so he prepares his fist and pulverizes the obstacle. I have improved a lot. Ashura. Heh, thanks to my training in Takaos, you were able to reach this level. Issei. That's true, but oh well, let's go. They both leave. Issei reunited with his siblings, who were surprised by the change he had undergone during his weeks of absence. They also thanked Takao and Ashura for their training, as well as Satoshi for being so attentive and supportive. Shun went to make the call, and Alma spoke with Lux and Irie about the meeting. They agreed it would be at night. Meanwhile, Issei went to see the survivors of his home, receiving surprised and excited looks from the inhabitants. The news that King Mark's 4 children had survived had reached them, and they were happy that the 3 of them had survived, although they didn't mention the part about the confinement. That was something the silver-haired boy would bring up when the time was right. Arcadia looked at the district designated for those from Air, and memories passed by when he was a child, although they were few, he remembered the mischief, the times he ate, even when he entertained himself, and his parents scolded him when his mischief went too far, but despite everything, he remained humble, a valuable lesson that his mother left him days before that catastrophe, but he returns to reality when some approached him. Issei. Gee, good afternoon everyone. An old woman cheerfully took his hand. It's wonderful to have Issei Dono back, he said respectfully. Issei. Please don't call me that. I may be King Mark's son, but I'm not a prince, not after what's happened and my disappearance for years. You're still Prince Issei, despite everything, and we owe your father a great debt for helping us that day, another said. Furthermore, if it weren't for his father, the casualties would have been enormous. The silver-haired man turns around and sees a man with a slight smile, wearing a uniform and carrying a Japanese sword, something the silver-haired man remembers from his childhood. Issei. I recognize you, you're Hajime Sato, the police commander. The aforementioned simply smiles. Sato. I'm glad you recognized me, kid, and that you survived. He extends his hand, and Arcadia reciprocates. Issei. Same here, thanks for helping with the evacuation. Sato. Everyone gave their best effort, many fought to save their loved ones, although I am disappointed that a group, and especially honest, sold us out for carnal pleasures. Issei. He will pay for his crimes, for now, I am waiting for the meeting. Sato. Yes, Shun Dono informed us of that, and we are preparing. Issei. I see, then I'll see him at the meeting. For now, I'd like to see the place. Sato. Of course, I'll see you at the meeting, young Arcadia. He bows and proceeds to leave, while the Redeed continues exploring the place. The silver-haired man continued his tour of the place, even though he had run into Eris and Echo. Kenichi. Oh, girls, how have you been? Eris. Issei. She hugs him, as does Echo. I'm glad you're feeling better. Echo. You left for training without telling us. The Redeed blushed when she saw how muscular the silver-haired man was. Eris. It's true, the results of the training are noticeable. She said while touching her muscles, but regained her composure. Who trained you? Issei. It was Ashura, Takao, and Satoshi, plus the tenants I bring. Echo understands that. Echo. It's because of the dragons and the fox you carry inside you, isn't it? Issei. Yes, thanks to them, I reached a good level, that's why I'm here now, and I've organized a meeting. Eris. I see, if you need help, then we'll be there for you. We've also trained to be able to help you. You won't do anything alone. Echo. That's right, we're all ready to help you with the recovery of your home. The silver-haired man smiles and hugs them, leaving them surprised and blushing. Issei. Thank you to all of you and to everyone who looked out for me and for the food you sent me. They both look at him. Yes, Ashura told me that it was all of you who sent me food, including the sweets that you and Kaneko sent me. Echo. Thank you. She said, blushing. Eris. Well, Issei, I'm very glad to see you. We'll let the others know. We'll see you at the meeting. Issei. Thanks girls, I'll see you later. They both nod and he continues on his way. Night had already fallen. The king of Adismata, Argyle, and his wife Layla were present, along with his right-hand man, Humbert von Vestra. Ashen and his siblings, Ryoma and Elise Phantom, were also there. Representing Air were Hajime Sato, a dark-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes, and 3 strange-looking creatures. Elma, Irie, and Lux were also present, along with the girls Ashura, Sona and her entourage, and Kuoh. Just then, the door opened, and Issei arrived. Issei. I regret the delay. Lux. No problem, brother, come on, I'll introduce you to the higher-ups. Issei. I already saw Hajime Sato when I went to see the survivors. The aforementioned gives a bow. It's a pleasure to see you've recovered your memories, Issei-san. I'm L, in charge of intelligence, he said while eating sweets. And I'm James Raynor, leader of the Air Army. It's a pleasure to see you again, kid, he said confidently, bringing a smile to the silver-haired man's face. Issei. It's good to see you again, Raynor and L, he addresses the creatures. And you were always by my father's side. The 3 nod. And Taro Adun, Prince Issei, I used to be your father King Mark's right-hand man. My name is Tasader. He introduced himself respectfully. Adun Taritas Issei, I am the Dark Prelate Zeradal. I have served your father for many years and your father's father. It is a pleasure to see you again, said the grim-looking Protus. I am Taro Adun, Prince. I am Praetor Artemis. Mark assigned me the task of taking you to a safe place during the attack. With Phoenix's help, we'll leave you in Japan. The silver-haired man nods. Issei. Thank you for saving me. He said with a slight smile. Tasader. Master Lux informed us of what happened to you. It is outrageous how that alliance did that to you, despite everything you did. Issei. I know, but they already received part of their punishment with the revelation of their beloved hero. He mentioned his former stepbrother sarcastically. But let's leave that aside and begin this meeting. To start. He looked at the kings of Adismata and bowed. King Argyle, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for granting asylum to my brothers and the people of Air. Argyle. You're welcome, young prince. Your father was a good friend of mine, and when we learned of the coup in Air, we rescued all those who evacuated. I was also informed that the princes had been sent to different locations to ensure their safety and allow them to live normal lives. Issei. That explains why Ashen was nearby. He nods. Argyle. Indeed, my son was with you to keep me informed of what was happening, although I had become worried when he was absent for a year and 4 months. Issei. I understand, and I suppose they told you a little about the situation. Argyle. More or less. The Redeed looks at his brothers. Lux. We only talked about what happened, I think you should tell the story. Issei. I see. He looks at his friends and they nod. Okay, I'll start from the moment I made contact with the supernatural. Thus, Arcadia proceeds to recount how he became acquainted with the supernatural through an attack by rogue fallen angels who, at that time, sought to assassinate his former stepbrother for possessing a sacred gear. He describes how he became Rias Gremory's pawn, everything they went through, and how he met various people, mentioning the girls he gradually got to know, then the leaders and how they formed an alliance, the constant battles against the Cow's Brigade, and the sealing of the beast, until the moment he fell into a coma for 4 months. The girls who were unaware of this incident were somewhat saddened because they couldn't visit him. But then came the most bitter moment. How he was betrayed by the girls, by the leaders, and by those who once called him a hero. Ashura could only frown at the stupidity of Sirzechs and the others. Sona felt the same, since even her sister betrayed not only Issei but also Takao, someone she respected. Although the Luck siblings and Elma were furious, and the girls were equally so, Argyle was outraged, as was his wife, at this revelation. Afterward, Takao and Satoshi explained the evidence investigation and the escape plan. Argyle. I can't believe the ignorance of that supposed alliance, falling for false evidence, even Odin fell for that, truly disappointing. Layla. It's sad what Issei Dono had to go through. Issei. That's all in the past. I managed to escape Tartarus and have trained to make up for all the losses I suffered during that time. However, I must take care of some business. I need to visit 2 temples to unlock the abilities of the entities within me. For now, I'd like everyone who can fight to regroup. Can I count on you, Raynor and Artemis? Jim. Of course, I'll take care of gathering the troops. Sato nods. Artemis. I say the same, your majesty, I will prepare the Templars. Shun. Elma and I will be keeping an eye on the brigade's movements. Issei. Understood. Takao. Satoshi and I will go with you to the temples. Tasader. And I will ask that Phoenix accompany him. I see. No problem. He notices Mikan, Arya, and Shauna raise their hands. girls. Lycan. We volunteer to go with you. If there are any problems, I can provide support. Sona. I say the same in case there are any unwanted people. Issei. Thank you very much, then we'll depart at midnight. We'll go to the temple in Alaska, then to the one in Japan, so get everything ready. The team nods. Rainer. He'll have transport ready. Issei, thank you Commander. After the meeting ended, the silver-haired man headed to his assigned department. He didn't have much to take with him. He simply put on his combat gear, grabbed something to rest on, and packed some supplies. Issei. Heh, I feel like I'm going on a trip. That comment brought back brief memories of his trip to Kyoto. Kurama. Ready, kid. The Redeed reacts. Issei. Ah yes, I'm ready. Just then there's a knock at the door. Just a moment, I'll be right there. He goes to the door and opens it, revealing Faya, Ravel, Taiga, Iko, Senko, and Kaneko. Oh, hi girls. Kaneko. We're sorry to interrupt, Issei-senpai, we wanted to see you before you leave for the temple. Issei. Oh, tell me, what's wrong? Ravel. We wanted to spend some time with you. After everything that happened, we haven't interacted much. He said while playing with his fingers. Issei. Oh, right, and sorry for coming to train without warning. Also, I'm sorry for being a bit distant from you all and the others. Senko. You were affected by what had happened, weren't you? Issei. Sighing, I won't lie to you, before I left, it affected me, it even interrupted my meditation, but they made me open my eyes and understand that love was fake, it was only so that I would give them attention or in any case, to pamper them, they only wanted my attention for themselves. Don't you remember how when I spoke with Eris, Louise and the others they made a scene? Taiga. I know. They were always staring at you and pulling your cheek. She said, clearly angry. Issei. Yes, that's why I was a little unsure. Ravel glares at him. Ravel. You know we're not them. We don't beat around the bush. The others look at her. Well, not all of us, but what I mean is, we don't play with your feelings. We're looking for someone with a good heart who would risk their life to protect us. You weren't even afraid when you confronted demons like Zephyr or Seekvaira at that meeting. Echo. Those little notes they made were just to feel satisfied, but we do it because we truly love you. She placed her hand on her chest. Senko. At one time, we wanted to ask permission to enter, we won't deny it, but after you sealed Trihexa, their strange behavior and what happened afterward, we distanced ourselves from them. Taiga. And we discovered that there are more people who truly love you and don't see you as a consolation prize. Kaneko. What we want to tell you, senpai, is that both we and Eris, Louise. Senko. Levi, Shauna, Mikan. Taiga. Arya, Stella. Ravel. And Eris, they and we truly love you and we will be by your side until the end. And what about me? Everyone turns and notices Office. I'm interested in you, Kenichi. Issei. Office, I believe that. Office. The damage I had received was extensive and more of my power had been stolen, so it took me a long time to recover and now I've come to find you, although I didn't know there was a place like this. Issei. Well, firstly, welcome to Adismata, secondly, I'm glad you're here, and thirdly, do you feel something too? Office. I'm interested in you and I'd like to be with you. My heart feels calm when I'm with you. What do you say, Issei Hyoudou? Issei. Heh, I don't have a problem with that, but one thing, I'm no longer a Hyoudou, I discovered my true identity recently, besides, as you can see, Rias and the others aren't here. Office. I'd like to know that. Why aren't they with you? Issei. It's a long story, but you'll have to wait a little longer. I'm going to some temples right now. Okay. The dark-haired girl nods. Office. Okay. The Redeed gives a thumbs up. Issei. As for you girls. They all look at him. It makes me happy that you're telling me your feelings, and well, if you'd like to be. We accept. They all said at once. Taiga. We've been waiting for this and it makes us happy. She hugs him first. Office. Then I want to be by your side too, Issei. She approaches while imitating the brunette's action, but by the neck, making the Redeed giggle. Issei. Okay girls, though I'll warn the others too. Senko nods and is the next to hug him, then Echo. Ravel. Being by your side makes me happy, although I also thank my cousin for helping you. She is the next to hug him, but tightly. Issei. I see, thank you for that, now I must go. They all nod. Senko. Good luck, we'll keep training so we can help you. The Redeed gives a thumbs up and leaves the room. In the palace courtyard, a ship was ready. Inside were Takao, Satoshi, Arya, Shauna and Mikan, along with a Protus, a Shen and Ashura, Lux, Alma, Irie, and the other girls. Just then, Kenichi arrived. Issei. Sorry I'm late, I had a little chat with a small group, but I'm ready now. He sees the Protus approaching him. Oh, so you're Phoenix. Phoenix. Interoadon, young prince, my blades are at your disposal. Gives a slight bow. Issei. I'm grateful you're joining me in this, and I say the same to you all. His friend smiled while the girls nodded. Satoshi. Well, what are we waiting for? He and Takao enter the ship followed by the others. Lux. Good luck, brother. She smiles, as does her sister, while the silver-haired man returns the smile and gives a thumbs up. Issei. I'll have it. He's the last to board the ship and takes the copilot seat. The ship begins to activate and ascends until it disappears into the clouds. Ashen. They have to go around, now that I remember, Air is in the North Atlantic. Ashura. With Lux, Alma, Irie, and Issei's home so heavily fortified, it's best to go another way. Just then, they see a white-haired girl approaching the retreat. Look. Lux. Do you know her? Ashura. Yes, she was a maid who worked with my father for a while, she's kind although she has a sadistic streak. Murahin. Oh, Ashura-san, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ashura. I agree. Notices a ring. Could it be? Lux. She's my fiancé, although I don't think she needs an introduction anymore. Ashura. Well, congratulations, and I hope you make her happy, though. He places his arm around the retreat's neck. Be careful because her sadistic side is quite strong. He recalls when she took on a more savage aspect when a noble demon tried to take advantage of her. Lux. Haha, I appreciate your advice Ashura and I will make her happy. Ashura. That's the spirit. And what do you say Alma? Alma. I'll tell you later. The white-haired man just nods. In the sky, the ship was heading through the Arctic Circle, avoiding passing over the Atlantic Ocean since its country was there, and although they disabled some things so that the trader could not take advantage, there are objects that could and it was better to hide from the radar of Air and the brigade. Issei. I'm surprised at how fast this is, faster than a plane trip. Takao. I agree. The only other time I've flown to Europe, it took a long time, but with this, it feels like we'll be there in no time. Satoshi. Yeah, we're already flying over the Arctic Circle. He looked in surprise at the completely white terrain. Shauna. What surprises me is that it doesn't freeze, this place is very cold and a normal plane wouldn't withstand it. Issei. Well, the plating can be adapted and that's good. Going this way is a better idea than going south. He looks at the map. Although we still have a little way to go before we finish traveling that way. Lycan. And what part of Alaska is it exactly? The Redeed looks at the map and places his finger. Issei. That's exactly it. Once I finish what I have to do, we'll have to return to Japan. Now that I think about it, how's Rito? The last time you told me, he had given the Deviluk sisters shelter. Lycan. Well, the last time I spoke to him was 2 months ago, though he didn't sound very cheerful. Yami's taking care of him in my place, and he considers her like a second little sister, even though there was a misunderstanding at first. Anyway, I hope they're doing well. Issei. I hope so, although if you want, we can pick it up, I have no problem with that. Lycan. That would be good. She said, sounding somewhat cheerful, although inside she had a bad feeling. They traveled for another hour until they managed to leave the polar circle, pass through the territory of Alaska, and 20 minutes later they managed to reach a remote area. Takao landed the ship and the Redeed was the first to get out. Issei. Ashura's temple, let's see what he has in store. The others leave. Stay alert, I won't be long. The group nods as the Redeed proceeds to enter. The darkness inside the place was intense. He could barely see within a 2-meter radius, so he activated his blade for better visibility. Issei. Hey Kurama, is this safe? Kurama. You have to see that, you're just entering. The Redeed steps on a trapdoor and some blades shoot out, which he dodges with a backflip. Issei. That was a nice reception. He gets up, but another trapdoor is activated, this time scythes covering almost the entire area. But Arcadia sweeps across and propels himself forward, spinning and cutting through some of the scythes as he continues advancing. Not bad for a warm-up. He keeps moving forward and 1 or 2 traps are triggered, but the white-haired boy could manage, although not the part with the hollow floors. Issei. Damn it. He takes a piece of wood and places it on the floor, causing the mat to fall, revealing spikes underneath. Great, the penultimate test of the Squid Game. He walked carefully through the place, but there were many gaps. The Redeed continued down the temple until he reached a point where he could only pass by a thin line. He stood on his hands and proceeded to walk along the short path. Issei. Calm down, calm down, calm down. The step grew narrower with each step, but he noticed the edge, propelled himself with his arms, and leaped high, landing on the edge, noticing the gap once more. Yes, it's deep, but at least I made it through. He activates his blade again and advances through the darkness until he notices a small glow. He goes down the stairs, finding a passage with lit torches and an altar in the center. Issei. Well, it wasn't that difficult. He takes a step forward and a fierce wind rushes past him, extinguishing the torches. I had to open my mouth. To make matters worse, his blade is deactivated and he has no field of vision. Hey, guys, are you there? He tries to access his mind, but he can't enter his subconscious. I can't believe you betrayed us, you're a miserable wretch. The silver-haired man recognized the voice and noticed Serapho looking at him furiously. Not only her, but also Grayfia, Sirzechs, and the other faction leaders. He tried to move, but felt chains on his hands and was once again in the depths of Tartarus. Issei. What the hell am I doing here? He tries to activate his blades, but nothing happens. He looks at his body and it looks the same as when he was trapped. Then he notices Rias and the other girls who were with him, now looking at him with mockery and contempt. Rias. This is where you belong, traitor. Kuoh. I can't believe he wants to be with you, Kazuma is better Naya. She replied mockingly while the others laughed. The Keno. Fufufu, Kazuma is quite the man when he makes us his. Kazuma. Oh, those words make me happy. He stepped out of the shadows and kissed the black-haired girl. Rias. I want my love too. Kazuma. And what if I also give you what you love? That excited the Redeet and the others started fighting for her attention. Issei just closed his eyes, but those sounds returned, but he wasn't going to let himself go and open them again, but to his surprise, in front of him was his chained version, while Kazuma enjoyed the girls, in short he saw his torture. Kazuma. Your women are very tasty, brother. You've really missed out on this while you're in a coma. He said mockingly while looking at the Redeet. Kenichi. Bastard one eye turned red with Tomo, while the other became the foxes, and red chakra slowly covered his body, which he noticed and reacted to. And no, I won't fall for it. He tried to calm himself, but now he heard the same Redeet. What's the point of letting it go? The silver-haired man looks at his chained version with a lifeless expression. After what they did, how they repaid me. Issei. That's what I thought, but I still have people who trust me. Kazuma. Are you sure about this, brother? They wouldn't believe you either, and they'll pay you back just like our friends the leaders did. Showing Takao, Lux, and Satoshi looking at him with disdain. Takao. We believed in you and this is how you repay us. Satoshi. You're scum. Bashen. I regret being your friend. Kazuma. You're nobody. Your parents abandoned you, your siblings don't even love you, and the woman who claimed to love you came to me after you fell into a coma. Haha, you have nothing. Issei. I have more than you think. Kazuma. Are you talking about the others? Who knows, they might be like my dear Rias, sooner or later they'll come to me. He said mockingly, showing a version of Kaneko, Ravel and the others approaching the brunette with lust. Issei. You just want to destroy my mind, you bastard, but your words are false. I have true friends, a family and girls who truly love me. He moves aside towards a trail of light, ignoring his chained version. Kazuma. Do you really think you'll find happiness? You're just living in an illusion. Issei. Think what you want. He continues walking towards the light, ignoring Rias and the others. Kazuma. Damn it, you should be crying. He steps between them. Don't you want to tear me apart? Don't you hate me for taking you away? He looks down and notices Issei piercing his stomach. Issei. That's obvious, but it's not because of what you did to me, but because of everything you threw away. He continued walking toward the light while Kazuma just stood there, agonizing. You tormented my mind for a long time, but no more. It's time to turn the page. Arcadia reached the place where the light was, although he closed his eyes for a few seconds, but when he opened them, he was back in the place, the torches were lit, and now he was on the altar. Issei. Did I move unconsciously? He notices his hands and they are surrounded by Dark Kurama's yellow chakra, but his appearance has changed. Now he seems to be wearing a trench coat. Dark Kurama. Congratulations, dog. Issei. Was that the test? Dark Kurama. Indeed, and you succeeded, you were able to turn the page, this is the second phase, and soon you will be able to access the last phase, the Ashura phase. Issei. I see. He looks at some blocks and stretches out his arm, grabbing one and creating a tower. And with good force control. Dark Kurama. Indeed. Bahamut. Heh, now you just need to go to the other temple, and you'll be ready to reclaim your home. Issei. That's true. He returns to normal. It's time to leave and go to the next temple. A door opens and he decides to go out that way. 2 a.m. In a bar in Kuoh, Volley was drinking some liquor. His team had fallen apart. Arthur wanted to find the Redeet to comfort his sister, who was still devastated. The white-haired boy gave him another beating for being a fool, but Biku stopped him and, along with Kuroka, had kicked her out. Volley. What a load of crap, they're ungrateful, and that idiot Arthur doesn't understand the mistake his sister made. Continues drinking. Is this a good season for drinking liquor? The white-haired man turns around and notices a black-haired man with a smile and a logo. It was an emblem of Adismata. Ollie. Indeed, my dear friend, it's the best time to drink. The dark-haired man sits down. Nice to meet you Volley Lucifer, my name is Sherm, he replied with a slight smile. Ollie. So you're the contact Sona told me about. He took a sip. Give my friend a round. The bartender nodded and poured him a glass of liquor. Sherm. How's the situation going? Ollie. They are already recovering, soon they plan to go to Adismata, firstly to thank them for saving Issei, although they also want him back as a pillar, and to establish an alliance, something impossible. Sherm. You said it yourself, Ashen is Issei's friend and one of the king's sons, and he knows what happened to him. The chances of forming an alliance are nil. And he plans to go to his home, Ollie. Sherm. The home of Issei and his two siblings, Lux, Irie and my girlfriend Elma, but that's a story for later. The white-haired man nods. And do you have any news about that brigade? Ollie. There are few attacks, but Biku, Fenrir and I take care of that, although we are furious about what he did. Sherm. Wasn't Fenrir under LeFay's care? Ollie. Before Issei's imprisonment, Fenrir was reluctant to be with the witch. He recognized Kazuma's scent within her, from so many interactions he had with my friend, only for her to then leave with him. That's a betrayal, so now he's under my care. Sherm. I see, thank you for the information. He finishes his drink. Before we finish, could you tell me where the academy is? Sona wants me to pick up Momo, Haruko, Tomo, Ria and Tsubaki. Ollie. Sure. Pays the bartender and they leave. Sherm. Let's go Indra, Aaron. Both black-haired men who were outside the bar had to join them. They were walking through the city where the Redeed grew up, passing by the Hyoudou mansion. Indra. That's. Ollie. Yes, that's where I lived, heh, I remember when he gave me the warning when I went to hide there for a while. Sherm. Warning. Ollie. Well, I was acting as an infiltrator, though the results weren't good, so I went to Azazel for help and he sent us to that mansion. But because of the conflict I had with them during the first meeting, Kazuma didn't put up much of a fight, but Issei sure knows how to fight. He rubbed his chin, remembering the tremendous punch he'd taken that day. Back then, I wasn't wearing armor, and even so, he managed to land a good hit on me. Although that traitorous Hyoudou kept the orb, Issei interrupted my half-dimension and left me with this. He showed a bruise on his chest, but it had a mark. The last blow was an ace up his sleeve. He had a rosary, and it left a mark. Indra. Whistling he certainly has a good strategy for leaving a mark like that on you. When the situation improves, I'd like a duel against him. He said excitedly. Aaron. Yer days, you're really lively. Ollie. Anyway, let's go. They walked for a few more minutes until they reached the academy. There were still students there, but Volley had privileges to enter, and they headed to the student council hall. They were spotted by Asia and Arena, who had sad looks, which turned to surprise at seeing the white-haired boy and 3 other individuals with the Adismata emblem. Ollie. Okay, I spoke with Momo and Tsubaki, they agreed to meet in the student council room at this time. They proceed to open the door, and indeed, there was the former vice president of the student council, accompanied by a white-haired girl and others. Hello girls. Tsubaki. Volley-san, we're ready. Ollie. Perfect, they'll take care of getting them to Adismata. Sherm. I'm Sherm, it's a pleasure, ladies. My companions are Aaron and Indra. They both bow. I hope we get along well. Momo. We feel the same way, to tell the truth, thank you for coming, we couldn't stand being with ungrateful hypocrites, besides him. Indra. Him. Tsubaki. Saji Genshiro was part of the council, but after the incident of the supposed betrayal, he became more arrogant and demanding, treating most of the group like his servants. Unfortunately, Yura stayed with him, despite how he treats her. Aaron. They had to be masochists. Momo. But thank you for taking us. And where exactly are they going? Everyone turns and sees Saji with his arms crossed. They're not going anywhere. He wasn't alone, Irina, Zenobia, Asia, Kiba and Gasper were there. The blue-haired girl notices the emblem and approaches. Zenobia. You are from that kingdom that took Issei. Asia. We want to see Issei-san. Aaron. They are. Indra nods. They are not allowed to see him. Saji. I don't care about that rotten tomato, I want to know, where are they taking my females? That made both girls frown. Momo. We're not your females, Saji, we never were, and I'm disappointed that the others are going with you despite how you treat them. Saji. I treat them as I please. I am a dragon, and they are my females, and you are not going anywhere. I do not give you permission. He approaches and is about to take Momo's arm, but Indra stops him. Indra. The one who possesses a dragon. He squeezes Saji's arm, making a slight cracking sound. Saji. Erg. He breaks free from the grip. Damn it. Don't you know who I am? Ollie. An idiot who got a big head now that Kazuma revealed his face and Issei was freed from his prison, and you think that because you possess a dragon, you have the supposed power to command others. Indra. Yes, the description fits, but don't you dare touch the lady. He sees the blonde boy activate his sacred gear. Really? The blonde boy throws a blue ribbon, but the black-haired boy with blue spikes raises his arm, catching it. Is that all? Saji. I'm just getting started. The bond is engulfed in black fire. With this bond, you can't break free, so I suggest you give up. Indra. You're bragging about that so much. He clenches his fists and purple flames disintegrate the bond, surprising some of those present. Saji. What? What have you ag? Indra kicks him in the head. Indra. Having Vritra around has definitely gone to your head. A mark appears on her forehead. You should come down from there. Eren. Relax, the last thing we want is to cause more problems. Saji. You're the only ones causing this. He gets up and tries to attack, but the dark-haired guy with the cap pulls out some clackers, takes a breath, and hits him in the jaw with them. Arg. Eren. Yer days, what a noisy brat. Puts away his tool. I'd rather avoid a fight with the demon faction, so stop adding fuel to the fire. Saji. You won't leave without giving me my females first. He demanded furiously while spitting blood and a tooth in the process. Indra. Yes, you are a masochist. What a lovely moment. Shall we participate? Everyone turns around and sees 4 fallen angels, which Tomo, Haruko, Ria, Tsubaki, Momo and Saji reacted to with surprise. Tsubaki. You were supposed to be killed. She said in shock. Eren. Do you know these crows? Tsubaki. Sun Rainer, Middled, Kalwerner and Donishik were behind Kazuma and Kenichi, and they were also the ones who took them to the supernatural world. Rainer. Oh, I'm flattered to be recognized as the great Rainer. She said haughtily. Indra. Sate, they had to be exhibitionists and a weirdo. Middled. What did you call us? Kalwerner. You really want to provoke us. Both generate a spear of light. Donishik. Yes, a lot has happened, but at least that white-haired brat isn't here anymore, although I would have liked to kill him. Rainer. No way. She clenches her fists. I want to kill him for what he did to me in the church. Indra. He doesn't have to get his hands dirty with someone like you. Rainer. And who are you to say that, brat? He throws a spear, but the dark-haired man with blue tips catches his sword and deflects the spear, sending it flying back with even more force, causing the fallen woman to jump aside. What the hell? Indra. It's obvious you're impulsive, that's why you don't have a husband. She said with her chibi face. Eren. Her next line is. You dare call me a spinster? He points his finger at the dark-haired woman. Rainer. You dare call me a spinster? She opens her eyes wide, as do the others, except for Indra and Sherm. Momo. He guessed it. Indra. It's a gift he has. Scratches his head. Rainer. Now you've really angered me. I'll take care of finishing you off. She sprouts her wings, as do her companions, though they expel a stronger aura. Tsubaki. They're stronger than when Issei and his friends faced them. She said worriedly as she prepared her Naginata and Momo extended her hands. Indra. I had a feeling there would be a fight, but not with the reanimated. She prepares Lost Vein as the mark on her forehead becomes more evident. Eren. Yer days. He breathes deeply as yellow rays envelop his body. And I wanted to avoid this, but there's no other way. Ollie. Do you mind if I join? Spreads his Albion wings. Sherm. Sure, join the party. Donishik. They can't do anything against us, we have much more power than before. He adjusts his hat while generating a spear. Sherm. They already died once, and it will happen again. He said with determination. The 4 of them charged at the fallen angels, starting another battle. Ashen, Alma and Lux were walking around the plaza of Adismata. Lux. Thank you for helping us get our home back. Ashen. You're welcome, we're friends and we're happy to help. He replied with a smile when Piri arrived. What's wrong, dear? Piri. There's a problem, the border base has lost contact with us. Lux. What? She turns into a serious-looking person. Piri. Yes, this gives me a bad feeling. At the border base, smoke was billowing out and everyone defending the place was killed. One of the wounded soldiers tried to send an emergency signal, but his hand was stepped on. I don't think so, you little bastard. He lifts the wounded soldier, a brown-haired figure in red armor. Cardinal Crimson King. Damn, they won't get away with this arg. The chestnut-haired man activates his sword Ascalon and pierces him through the stomach, killing him. Kazuma. You stained my armor with your blood. He said with a disgusted expression and threw him against a wall. It's clear now, Alarak. Alarak. Well, let them prepare to enter Alverdage, although I wasn't expecting your visit. He looks at a silver-haired man who had a haughty smile. Rizavum Sama informed me about the problem with the seal of the beast of the apocalypse, so I want Kenichi's blood. He said while adjusting his suit. Kazuma. In the end, my former stepbrother is useful to Rizavum, but you're leaving that job to me, Euclid. Euclid. As you wish. Alarak. Let's leave the conversation for later, let's go now. He leaves the base followed by both of them, where a moderate army of demons and traitorous soldiers who participated in the air coup were waiting for him. Latest theories. I forgot to mention that I'm thinking of making more. For example, We're Dead DXD. This theory is almost identical to the original, only it's reversed. Instead of a boy suffering abuse, it's a girl who was raped and her father gives her a virus meant to grant her strength, but instead, he creates a virus that transforms her into something worse. Issei isn't in love with the girls in the occult research club, but with the student council. They love him too, but lack the courage to tell him. Saji and Kiba hate him because he's secretly taking the girls they love away. When the infection reaches the school in all of Japan, they are transformed, but not completely, because they possess genes that prevent them from becoming like others. They gain immense strength and are virtually invincible, even if thrown from a building. This theory begins with 2 seasons. The other will be called the Apocalyptic War, since the virus was not only in Japan, but a zombie was traveling by plane and fell in the United States, where a bigger war must begin between the whole world against the infected. Issei Trishinato en Sajaku Muhai no Bahamut. He is betrayed by the girls who swore to love him. But then he is sent out of nowhere to another world where he will meet Lux, who is supposed to be his brother, because upon crossing the portal, he acquired the Arcadia genes. He will end up falling in love with many girls and will have many challenges in that world. There's no going back now. Issei is betrayed by the factions and by his girls except for a few, and decides to leave Japan and go to another place where he will meet more women or soon have a huge family. Issei x Krull. A love between a vampire and a dragon. Issei meets Krull when he is 8 years old and is despised by his brothers for having no power, then she offers him something that when they grew up, she would return for him and offer him power and to be together forever. Issei x Kunu. The love between a yokai and a dragon god. Here, he's going to end up falling in love with Kunu, even though she's a 10-year-old girl, but since he's a glutton, his kind doesn't care about the ages of their partners. They only care that they're appreciated. And you might wonder why only with them. Well, it's simple. He loves some of his girls as if they were his sisters and companions in his entourage. Issei x Harem and Sajaku Muhai no Bahamut. Here, Issei and his partners are taken to another world because their world was destroyed. Having no other option, they decide to go along with some survivors from the human world and the underworld, where they will live new adventures and experiences. And that would be all for now. Later I'll tell you what other ideas I have in mind. Until next time. Chap 6. In the skies of Alaska, there was a ship leaving its territories, now it was heading to the country of Japan, and inside the cockpit was Takao who was piloting and Issei as co-pilot, although he had a somewhat worried look. Takao. Is something wrong? Issei. Well, I had a bad feeling about this, I hope everyone else is okay. Takao. They'll be fine, so calm down, you need to concentrate on your task of going to the temples. Issei. I hope so. He gives a slight smile as the blue-haired boy gives him a thumbs up. Takao. Then let's go, let's increase the speed. They both pull a lever and the ship accelerates. Kuoh Academy was once again a battlefield, this time for the fallen angels Rainer, Middled, Kalwarner and Donishik, who had returned from the dead. The student council building was struck by a barrage of spears, destroying part of it. Indra and Eren emerged, and Kalwarner and Middled landed in front of them, while Sherm faced Rainer, and Volley fought Donishik. Kalwarner. I hope you can entertain me a little, brat. He prepares 2 spears while Indra had lost vein ready. Indra. I say the same, old woman. That made a vein pop out in her throat. Kalwarner. You'll regret calling me an old woman. She throws a spear at her, but Indra slashes the air, and the spear is redirected towards her. What? Indra. Surprised. Kalwarner. You wish. Prepares some spears and launches a melee attack. The black-haired man moves from side to side, dodging each attack from the fallen woman, and in the next act, he kicks her away. Indra. If that's all, you disappoint me. This angers the fallen angel, and she launches another attack, but the dark-haired man only has a slight smile as the mark spreads across his eye. With Eren, he easily dodged the blonde goth spears. Middled. Wow, you're really good. Eren. Points at her. Your next line will be. It's a shame I have to end up with a handsome guy. Middled. It's a shame I have to end up with a handsome guy. He opens his eyes at what the dark-haired man with the cap predicted. Eren. And you know what? It's sad to have to eliminate a Hexigov, but you guys made the first move. That made the blonde blush slightly, but at the same time, she became defensive. Middled. And no, I won't fall for your charms. He replied as he launched his attack. Baron. Yer days. Look, I'd rather avoid a death. Can't we resolve this peacefully? He steps aside, dodging a thrust. Middled. I would if I could. He replied quietly, but Aaron heard him and adjusted his cap. Baron. Then I'll defeat you. He abandons his friendly playful side and launches an attack. Volley was facing off against Donishik. The demon was surprised because, according to what he had told the Redeed with black tips, he was strong, but not that strong. He also had a pair of wings, so he wouldn't be dangerous. However, now he had increased power, and his spears were more dangerous, to the point that he scratched Volley's cheek before he could use his armor. Volley. Seriously, whoever resurrected them really showed them love. She said mockingly while the fallen angel just adjusted his hair. Donishik. You can't make me angry. He remains calm as he throws himself forward with two spears at the same time as the white-haired man in his fully armored suit. Sherm was doing somersaults, dodging multiple spears from Raynor. They were faster and more powerful than the last time he appeared, to the point of having torn his clothing. Sherm. That's my favorite jacket and Enju bought it for me. If she had been here, she would have broken your bones for damaging it. Raynor. Well, that's a shame, because your jacket won't be the only thing ripped. She creates two more spears while Sherm just closes his eyes and clasps his hands together. Sherm. Protection. He begins to separate his hands as a copy of the Lost Vein sword appears. Although it's not like Indra's, at least he moves his sword, deflecting a spear that was heading for his head and causing Raynor to move aside. Raynor. You're starting to get annoying. Spreads her wings and moves at great speed. The black-haired boy leaps onto the academy's roof, dodging Raynor's attack, and takes a defensive stance. Just in time, she appears behind him and almost pierces him, but Sherm's agility was good. Sherm. Is that all you've got? He takes a step back, dodging another attack. Raynor. TSK, don't make fun of me. Sherm. Oh, she's angry now, she's probably on her period. This enraged the black-haired girl, and she threw several spears at him, which the boy easily dodged or blocked. He approached and managed to cut part of her abdomen. Raynor. Arg. She places a hand on her cut and, seeing the blood, becomes even more enraged. Damn you. Sherm. Did I hurt your feelings, miss? I don't understand if you enjoyed doing that. Remembering what Enju told him about how the Fallen One dragged him into the supernatural world. I enjoyed playing the cute little girl to mess with others, including Issei-san. Raynor. So you know him, you know the miserable wretch who told that redeeded bitch Rias to disintegrate me. She recalled that day in the church with bitterness. If you know or are friends with that tomato-headed bastard, then I'll kill you, though I was glad to hear how they turned their backs on him. I honestly would have liked to see that firsthand. She stroked her cheek as she smiled. To mock his misfortune despite the efforts he made and how he ended up in prison. The dark-haired man looked at her coldly, which she didn't care about, and she caressed her thighs while moaning with pleasure. Raynor. I really wish I could have seen him, suffering, crying while the friends he was protecting turned their backs on him. Ha 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 ha. Sherm. You really are a disgusting fallen angel, no wonder Kenichi ordered you to be disintegrated. That silenced the fallen angel. Raynor. You'll regret saying that. She launches an attack, but Sherm now has a cold gaze, dodging each attack and leaving more cuts on the fallen angel. Damn you. Sherm. Says the fallen one who mocked her victim's misfortunes, you're simply scum. He positions himself behind her and lands a punch to her face. Raynor. Grabs her face where the punch landed. You bastard. She generates two spears and aims them at his legs, but the dark-haired man cuts off her hand first. Arg. He holds his severed hand while Sherm continues, the next thing he cuts is a wing, as he tried to escape. Raynor. I can't fly. Sherm. Perhaps the one who revived you gave you more power, but in physical form, he's the same. He cuts off her other wing, leaving her with no possibility of escape. Raynor. My wings. She steps back but now cuts off his leg. Ah. He falls abruptly while backing away from the dark-haired man, but Sherm places his foot on the fallen man's abdomen. Sherm. Where is that sadistic smile? Raynor. Please spare my life, she exclaimed in terror at having been humiliated and having some limbs severed, but the dark-haired man cut off her hand. Arg. Sherm. You really think I wouldn't notice your move? I suspected you'd make a spear and use it as an opportunity to escape. Raynor. Please don't kill me, she cried, but the dark-haired man didn't even flinch. Sherm. Don't worry, I won't kill you. She smiled slightly. Because I won't be your executioner. He grabs her by the neck and knocks her unconscious. But volley, he reduced the power of Donishik's spears, angering the fallen one. Volley. Seriously, whoever resurrected you was stupid. Imagine giving you guys more power and all you managed to do was scratch me. That traitor Kazuma did the same thing, and the only one who managed to give me a fight is somewhere else. Anashik. Never mind, we've been informed he's in Adismata and they'll go after him. He tries to pierce the white-haired man's abdomen, but he manages to dodge it. Ali. Could it be because of the seal? He thought to himself as he grabbed his arm and gave him a strong elbow. Anashik. Arg. But his punishment didn't end there, as the white-haired man jumped up and gave him a strong kick in the leg. Ali. Pathetic. He strikes him with his forearm, throwing him against a wall, then generates a couple of spheres and completely disintegrates him. One less, this one won't cause any more trouble. With Indra, he had a Kalwarner covered in wounds and with her clothes torn, showing more than she had been wearing at the beginning. Kalwarner. Bastard, he held his left arm due to the bleeding, but the black-haired man remained stoic. Indra. If that's why you revived, then you were the most pathetic way to waste my time. We should have left a long time ago, but no, you wanted to show off your revival and attack this place. Generates flames. Kalwarner. Please don't kill me, I will be your servant, your slave, I will do everything you tell me. Indra. Will you do as I say? She nods desperately. Then say hello to whoever resurrected you. He throws flames at her, disintegrating the blue-haired girl. Valerian continued to fight the last fallen angel, leaving her with torn clothes, some wounds on her body and leaving her tired. The Joestar took advantage of that and managing to pass the blind spot and placed the blonde's arm on her back while the Joestar's forearm was on her neck, leaving her immobilized. Aaron. If I were you, I wouldn't move. Your arm is about to break if you push yourself. She just lowers her head. Look, your friends are gone and I don't want to do the same thing. If you surrender and give us information, you can save yourself. Middled. They're gone now, the black-haired man nods and she simply lowers her guard as if surrendering. Aaron. Good answer. Can someone pass me a rope? Volley nods and goes to the gym to borrow the rope, returns a few minutes later and the black-haired man with a cap ties the blonde's arms together who did not resist. Indra. It's strange that you surrendered, I thought you would be furious about having killed your friends. Middled. I have no friends left. Ever since Gabriel decided to wage his war, I've been forced to commit many crimes, especially her. She looks at the unconscious Rainer, who was being tied up by Volley. Sherm. I hope that's true, because if you deceive us, the same thing will happen to you as happened to her. Middled. The fact that I let him tie me up means I've given up. Aaron. At least you made the best decision. I'll be supervising you. The blonde just looks away, hiding her blush while Tsubaki stares at the black-haired boy with a cap. Indra. Okay, let's leave this moment and get going, the mission. Are you coming, Volley? She sees a red circle appear in front of them. Oh shit. Aaron. Who was it? That Tsubaki points to the blonde boy who was making a circle disappear from his ear. It had to be this crybaby. Searches. What happened here? He notices the emblem the foreigners were carrying. He notices the emblem. Irideed, who had a somewhat lost look, regained her sparkle upon hearing that name. The last thing she knew before being locked up was that the Irideed had gone to that nation and was now standing before its inhabitants. Azazel. Wait a moment, he recognizes Rainer and Middle gagged. How are you? Searches. Excuse me, could you tell us what you're doing here? He asked with a touch of chivalry, although the three of them had a neutral expression. Saji. These bastards want to take Momo, Haruko, Tomo, and Tsubaki away. He exclaimed angrily while pointing accusingly. Aaron. Yer days, what an annoying wanted dragon, and just so you know, Sona asked us to go pick them up and you have no authority over them. Serafal. Wait a minute, is Sotan in the dark country too? Aaron. She's his sister, right? Indra just nods and their gazes turn cold. Serafal. Respondin'. Indra. We don't have to respond to someone as miserable as you, who turned his back on Sona and Takao. She just stays silent and before Searches can speak, his sister intervenes. Rias. I want them to take me to Adismata, they have my Issei. Sherm. My girlfriend's brother, the guy who gave everything for you guys and you thanked him in the worst way. And you have the nerve to call him my Issei. Searches. Brother of mine. No, do you happen to know Issei and his brothers? Sherm. Yes, I know them, but I won't say anything to those ungrateful people. Searches wanted to respond in a non-aggressive way, but his sister spoke up again. Rias. You are nobody human, I demand to see my Issei, now. She expelled her aura of destruction. But Indra stood in front while expelling a purple aura, the mark covered his forehead, and two large dark wings came out from his back, scaring the Irideed and the others. Indra. Look, spoiled brat, you're nobody to force us. She steps back trembling while the dark-haired man returns to normal. Ali. Let's go, I can't stand being with these scumbags. Azazel. What are you talking about? Ali. I, Volley Lucifer and my friend Bhikkhu, who supposedly left for a job I asked him to do along with Fenrir, resigned from this pathetic alliance. Searches. But. Ali. You were swayed by fabricated evidence sent by an anonymous source, and you didn't use your brains to try and decipher it. You simply declared him a traitor and that was it. You tried him and locked him up in that hellhole, where he was tortured. That's why we withdrew. Indra. Ajo, get us out of here. The dark-haired man nods and takes out a portal card. Azazel. Wait, you must hand over the fallen to us. Aaron. We'll take care of it, we'll take it, so don't bother us. He throws the letter, but Saji catches it. Saji. You're not going anywhere, you bastards. Aaron. Let go of that. He tries to take it, but the blonde man moves aside while raising the arm where he has the letter. Saji. Give me back my girls and I'll give them to you. Aaron. Don't you understand they don't want to be with you? Now give me the letter before the blonde destroys it. Saji. I told you so. He said with a mocking smile, but Indra approaches and draws his sword. Indra. Breath of the moon, first stance, night sanctuary. Delivers an upward slash, cutting Saji's arm. Saji. Ah. Indra. We told you nicely, but you chose the wrong path, you piece of scum. He kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying to join the leaders. Aaron. Pulling out another card, they do something like that again, and the next cut will be more than just that miserable blonde guy's arm. He throws it to the ground and a portal opens, revealing Japan Speedwagon Airport. Let's go. Rias. Wait. But they ignored her and went through the portal. Saji. Damned. Searches Sama, they must be arrested for taking my women. Azazel. Kid, if they said no, then they're not with you, so don't be stubborn. Besides, our intentions aren't hostile, and you're ruining it. The blonde was about to reply, but the fallen angel's serious gaze silenced him. Rias. I want to go to Adismata. Searches. Herma. Rias. I want to go, Ani Sama. I want to see him, hug him, kiss him. I made a mistake, but he's kind-hearted, always worrying about me and the others. This time we'll do it right. She started to sob. Serapho was the same, but for the blue-haired boy. The ship finally arrived in Japan and was flying over the temple indicated by Bahamut. They found a landing zone and proceeded to descend. Issei. To be honest, I still have a bad feeling about this. Myken. Don't worry, we'll be on the lookout for any unwanted visitors. Issei. Heh, thanks Myken. He pats her head. Arya. Pouts. I want some too. Issei. Haha, okay. He pats both her and Shauna's heads, who blushes. Well, I'm going inside. A silver-haired man disappears into the temple while Takao takes out some supplies and distributes them to his companions. Satoshi. You know. If it weren't for the situation, I would have enjoyed the trip. I've never been in anything as fast as that ship. Eats his chocolate bar. Takao. Honestly, I agree. Takes a sip of ice-cold soda. But first we have to finish the job. Satoshi. That's right, hey Phoenix. How did the evacuation go? Phoenix. Everything was chaos the moment Honest betrayed us. Many of my brothers fought but lost their lives because of another traitor, Alarak. He didn't agree with our alliance with what he considered the weakest race. He looks at the sky. He would have gotten away with it, but Tsader and Zeratul forced him back and we were able to evacuate. In the midst of all that, we were summoned by King Mark, who, along with his wife, was carrying their unconscious children. They asked us to take them to a safe place, even if they had to be separated. Artemis and I went to this country and waited for him to regain his memories, but he had to wake up in the worst possible way. Takao. That's true, but thankfully he got out of that damned place. He freezes his can and destroys it. But it was mostly because his former stepbrother turned against him, because if he had stayed, they would have executed him. Phoenix. If they were going to execute Issei, my blades would intervene and save him, despite the numerical disadvantage. Takao. You guys are really devoted despite the disadvantages. Phoenix. Our race is one that yearns for the fervor of battle. We are honorable warriors, willing to give our lives for a better future. Satoshi. Wow, they're truly admirable. Finishes his drink. Shauna. And are they like that with the former kings, like in the case of Issei's parents? Phoenix. Yes Miss Shauna. Tsader and Zeratul were close to the father of Lux, Issei, Irie, and Elma. We established a long-standing alliance with them because of their honorable character, especially Adun, one of the founders of our home, and a great warrior who gave his life to protect and provide a better future. Takao. Who did he face? Phoenix. Against the original demons. Takao and Satoshi open their eyes. Satoshi. Wait a minute. Did they fight against the original demons? Does that mean there were records of the Great War between the factions? Phoenix. That's right, they located our territory and tried to seize it to use it as a control point. Why do you ask? Takao. Because when we faced the Cow's brigade, we were facing the original demons. Phoenix. What? Satoshi. Well yes, Issei, Takao and I faced off against the original mass, as Isil disintegrated the Mao Leviathan, Issei finished off the Mao Beelzebub twice, while Asmodeus was disintegrated by Sirzechs' period head, all of them led by Rias of Lucifer. Phoenix. It can't be. While Ladon couldn't eliminate them, he left them seriously wounded and we believed they died during the faction war. I find it hard to believe he's alive. Takao. Well, yes, he's alive and kicking, he has a grandson who hates him a lot and is our friend, and he almost released Trahixa, but fortunately he was sealed away once again. Phoenix. I see. His gaze shifts to the forest and he stands up, noticing a purple mist and the atmosphere turning dark. Someone is approaching. Takao. Yes. He draws his sword, followed by the others. You'd better come out, stealth isn't your thing. A noise is heard in the branches and some people emerge who both Takao and Satoshi knew. Satoshi. The faction of false heroes. He said with hostility upon seeing Cao, Leonard, Jean, George, Heracles and Siegfried. Cao. Well, look who we have here, our dear friends Takao and Satoshi. And the other one? Oh yes, he was in Tartarus for treason. He said mockingly. Takao. Says the one who got a big head and almost committed a massacre simply because he wanted to fight the Dream Dragon. Satoshi. What have you come for, you imposters? Cao. That temple has the power of an interesting dragon, Bahamut, a beast superior to the power of Great Red and even the celestial dragons, but all they know is that it left a trail of power here and I have come to claim it as my own. Phoenix. We will not let them interrupt the young prince's mission. Cao. And who are you and whose mission are you on? Satoshi. You already know him, he's our friend and we won't let you interfere. Cao. Wait a minute, him? A prince? Ha. What a joke. Jean. Prince of what kingdom? Of the traitors. Phoenix activates his blades. Phoenix. I will not allow them to insult the prince. He exclaimed angrily. Heracles. And what will you do? Whatever you are no match for our power. He replied arrogantly. Takao. And for that reason, they are imposters, their ancestors must be disappointed and turning in their graves to see how they use their powers. Siegfried. We are not imposters, you damned hybrid, and you had better stand back. He draws his swords. Cao. I suggest you do it, you are far from the Alliance territory. Takao. This is Issei's home, you piece of scum, and we won't let you enter this place. Your mere presence defiles it. He points his steel fang at him. Sona. If you want to enter this place, it'll be over our dead bodies. She draws her sword while Arya points her pistols at them. Cao. So be it, I will not hesitate to wipe you out, whoever gets in my way, I will eradicate him, and that's it. Cao. All the more reason for me to call you a fraud. This angers the dark-haired man, who launches an attack but is repelled by the blue-haired man's sword. Looks like I've struck a nerve. Cao. I'll make you shut your mouth. Siegfried tries to attack him from behind, but Satoshi pushes him back with his chaos blades. Satoshi. Going from being someone who uses multiple swords to attacking from behind, you really disgust me. He said with a repulsive look. Siegfried. Those swords will go in my collection. The blonde man simply twists his chains and attacks him. Leonard. Hurting a girl is something that saddens me. He said with feigned remorse as he created some monsters, but Arya shot at them. Arya. I don't want to hear your hypocrisy, wannabe hero. She steps aside and shoots the beast in the head. Annihilation Maker, honestly, I'm in trouble. Although Sona was facing off against Jean, the swordsmanship was even and neither was giving an inch. Jean. Aren't you going to say anything? Sona. I don't usually talk to future corpses. Finally, Phoenix was in a duel with Heracles, who claimed to be the strongest of the hero faction. Well, now the Protoss warrior would put that to the test, capable of deflecting blows. Heracles. Not bad for a creature. Phoenix. I am a Protoss warrior. He deflects another blow, but notices a hammer fist approaching his head. Heracles. Yes, I'll keep that in mind when I annihilate you. He replied mockingly, but to his surprise, the blow didn't connect. A kind of force field prevented it from reaching its target. What? The Protoss warrior counterattacks with a direct blow to the face, sending him back about 10 meters. Phoenix. I've heard that the original Heracles was able to withstand several blows during his 12 labors, I hope you don't disappoint me, successor. Heracles. I am much better than my successor. He gets up angrily and launches an attack. But no matter how many attacks the hero made, the opponent's agility was superior, and the few blows he managed to land were repelled by the shield. Heracles. Damned. He steps back and buries his hands, taking out 2 large rocks and proceeds to throw. The Protoss activates its blades and easily splits both rocks, but the hero took advantage and hit it hard with a tree trunk. Heracles. Hump, that was easy. He points the log at Myken. Get out of the way, brat, or you'll get what's coming to you. Myken. Do you really think you defeated Issei's protector that easily? Pericles. What are you talking about, brat? At that moment, he receives a kick in the back, sending him crashing into some trees. Arg. Phoenix. Is that all? Pericles. That blow was with all my strength. How the hell didn't it hurt you? Phoenix. You call that a blow? You've shamed the original. He faced a Hydra, the Nemean lion. I longed to fight him, but I learned he has a descendant with his power. And what do I see? An arrogant human who, instead of respecting his legacy, has committed crimes against his own kind. You are a disgrace and shouldn't bear that name. Pericles. Shut up. He exclaimed furiously. I won't let you speak to me like that, much less a creature like you. He buried his hands in the ground, and when he pulled them out, they were covered in rocks that served as gloves. Prepare to die. And again he launches an attack, but the Protoss warrior simply dodges every blow. Phoenix. Anger makes you predictable. This fight already has a winner. Pericles. And that will be me. He manages to trick him and lands a blow, but again he hits the energy field. The warrior retreats a few meters and tries to counterattack, but the hero was smiling. I don't think so. Variant detonation. The point where he hit begins to glow, producing a powerful explosion. Pericles. What? As the smoke clears, he sees the Phoenix as if nothing happened. That explosion must have hurt you. Phoenix. You'll have to try again. The hero gets angry and attacks again. Each blow hits the ground or a tree, but nothing works against the Protoss warrior. Are you done with your tantrum? Hercules. That was my plan. He extends his hand as the places where they were hit begin to glow. Variant detonation. The powerful explosion shook the entire area, even startling the allies. Hercules. Staying there was a mistake. That technique works with the slightest contact with my attacks, and being caught in the middle of it all, the combined explosion killed you. It's so powerful that the Regulus Nemea armor was severely damaged. Referring to his fight against Serurg. He turns his gaze to the brunette. Now move, or I'll do the same to you. I don't care if you're human. If that's all, then you disappoint me. The hero turns around in shock. There was the Protoss warrior, he had some wounds from the explosion, and part of his armor was destroyed. Pericles. Impossible. Serurg wouldn't have withstood such an explosion. Phoenix. But I'm not a demon, I'm a stronger warrior, and a wound like that is nothing. He readies his blades. And now it's my turn. Pericles. I will kill you. I will not let you keep mocking me. Pericles, in a very aggressive offensive, tried to hit him, but the Protoss dodged them with greater ease. Each blow continued to impact the ground, rock, or tree. The hero takes advantage of this and detonates the impact points, but this time, Phoenix moves at great speed and kicks him, sending him to receive part of the explosion. Pericles. Damn it. Die already. Detonation mighty comet. Around him begins to light up and missiles head towards Phoenix, causing a huge explosion. Phoenix. Your trump card had no effect. He had used the same explosion as momentum and threw himself at him. Heracles was preparing a blow and they attacked, turning their backs on each other. Phoenix received a blow to his armor at the height of his shoulder and ended up breaking. Heracles was going to take advantage to finish him off, but he felt half of his body detach and fall abruptly to the ground. Heracles. Arg. How? Phoenix. The fight is over. He looks at him. I'm honestly disappointed to see the descendant of someone who worked hard and performed difficult tasks, protecting humanity, but the descendant turned out to be part of a group of dishonorable beings who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice innocent lives to achieve their goals. He deactivates his blade. I hope that if there is a descendant, he will be an honorable opponent. That was the last thing Heracles heard before his eyes closed and he never opened them again. Jean, who was able to witness her companion's death more closely, frowned and gripped her rapier. Jean. How is it possible that a strange being could defeat Heracles? Sona. He is the protector of someone important to me, and now you will follow. Jean. Do you really want to be with a traitor? She said mockingly. Sona. Silence. You know very well who the real traitor was, and I won't tolerate you speaking about my tomato like that. Swords clash again. Jean. Well, I'll make you wait for him in the other world. She tried to thrust, but the Redeed's agility allowed her to dodge the attacks. Are you only going to dodge my attacks? Sona. There's no point in fighting someone who tarnishes the name of a great warrior. Jean. How dare you? She tries to deliver a powerful thrust, but the Redeed twists her sword, breaking her weapon. What? The Redeed moves her sword elegantly as flames adorn the movement. Sona. Is that all? You really make your predecessor look ridiculous. Jean. Don't think this is over. Using her sacred gear, she draws a different rapier, now with a touch of lightning. I'll tear you to pieces. Sona. Please, she moves her body at great speed, dodging the impacts. Is that all you can give? As I understand it, you wield the blade blacksmith, capable of creating weapons with your thoughts, with the added advantage of having the effect of a holy sword. Jean. Don't mock me. She lunges to strike at chest level, but the Redeed counters and they turn their backs on each other. To the blonde's surprise, her weapon is destroyed. Impossible. Sona. Places her sword on her shoulders. I'll give you the chance to leave, you're not worth it. Jean. You damned bitch. I am the one who possesses the soul of the great Joan of Arc. Entering the temple and obtaining that power is something we will do no matter what, and we will fulfill the plan we organized from the beginning. And I don't care if we form an alliance with the Chaos Brigade or if we kill humans. She buries the piece of her weapon in the ground and several swords emerge. Stake victim dragon balance breaker. The swords come together and take the form of a dragon. Bruoir. The roar would have previously intimidated the DXD counter-terrorism team, however, Sona was not even fazed. Sona. So you chose the path of death, so be it. She assumes a fighting stance as flames engulf her sword. Jean. It's useless, your flames won't destroy my dragon made of swords. Sona. We'll see about that. I hope your toy can withstand my flames. Guren no Suioku. Wings of fire appear on her back and she positions herself atop the dragon. Jean. Dragon breath. Sona. Guren no Adachi splits the dragon's attack in two. In case you forgot, ITSA dragon made of metal and metal melts with heat. Splits the dragon in half. Jean. Damn you, I'll kill you. The blonde creates another sacred sword and launches an attack, Sona does the same, and there is a clash of swords. Jean believed that because it had a fire effect, she would be saved, but her weapon is destroyed, followed by her arm, and she receives a deep cut in her chest. After that, her body began to burn. Jean. Ah. Sona. Sheathing her sword, the only thing you and your ancestor have in common is that you were burned alive, but she was for an unjust cause. As for you, this is the punishment for having used power for selfish purposes. The blonde extends her hand, but the intensity of the flames gradually turns it to ashes. A blonde lady in armor emerges, smiles, and nods in thanks. The Redeed nods, and the original spirit of Jean Dark disappears. Sona. I thank Stella for helping me improve my flames, and I hope that the next one to possess the spirit of the Maid of Orleans will be honorable and not repeat the mistakes this woman made. She glanced briefly at her opponent's ashes as they faded in the wind. With Arya, he tried to give Leonard a projectile, but the boy's creation served as shields. Leonard. I suggest you give up, you don't stand a chance against me. He said stoically. Arya. Only because you have Annihilation Maker. Reloads her weapons and looks for a blind spot. Leonard. I'll put it simply, get out of our mission or I won't hesitate to kill you. He summons armored centaurs armed with arrows. Arya. Shit. She ducks behind a rock, taking cover from the arrows. Hitting them is just a waste of time, the brat will get more. Leonard. You don't stand a chance, so leave. But notice his artificial centaurs being split by Phoenix. Phoenix. It's incredible that a child could have such extremist thoughts. Prepares his blades. Miss Arya, I apologize for interfering in your fight. Arya. Never mind, his sacred gear is one of the most troublesome. Takao told me what it's capable of, and taking it on alone is suicide. She holsters her pistols and draws her sword. But I'll take care of that brat. Sona. Sure, we'll cover you. They both launch into attack, cutting through each of the boys' creations, but doubles appeared. Arya. Damn this brat. She launches into the attack and dodges some attacks, while her companions push away the monsters they can. The boy proceeded to create skeletons armed with swords and shields, but they were no match for Phoenix's blades and Shona's flame-wrapped sword. Leonard. This is just the beginning. He places his hands on the ground and generates a giant, intimidating-looking worm. Enjoy your dinner, worm. Sona soars on her wings, dodging an onslaught from the worm. Phoenix, on the other hand, steps aside and runs his blades around its body, making it roar in pain. Phoenix. Whatever you summon will be destroyed. Leonard. Well, take this. The boy now creates a terrifying-looking ogre and, with his club, strikes Phoenix first, who, despite having a shield, was thrown to another place. Sona managed to dodge the ogre's blow, but receives a strong tail attack from the worm. Sona. Kaya. She crashes hard into a tree as the worm was heading to devour her. Leonardo. Enjoy your meal, my dear worm. But Arya leaps from a tree and buries her swords near his head, then presses to the side, causing the worm to veer off course. Arya. Well, you disgusting worm, there's your dinner. The ogre tries to counterattack but is bitten from the waist up. Leonard. Damn it. Generates werewolves who jump on the worm and attack the pink-haired girl, but Arya pulls out one of her pistols and shoots the creatures in the head. Arya. Your game of creating monsters is over. She withdraws her swords and jumps off the worm, who crashes into a rock. Leonard. No. He tries to create another creature, but the pink-haired girl moves at great speed and cuts off his hand. Ah. The worm tries to attack again, but is pierced by Phoenix, who flips over and snaps the worm's neck. Leonard. This isn't over. He uses his free hand to continue generating monsters, but it's impaled by Arya's other sword. Ah. Arya knocks the child down and buries the sword, hand and all, causing more pain. Arya. You won't be able to create those damn things anymore. Leonard. Pity. Arya. You should have left, but by continuing with that mission you condemned yourself. Besides, someone as unstable as you doesn't deserve to use such a weapon. She pulls out her gun and points it at his head. Leonard. No please, he didn't finish speaking because he received a bullet in the forehead and the sacred gear came out of his body. Arya. We'll destroy this later. In the wrong hands, it would cause a massacre. Phoenix and Sona, who had recovered from the blow, nod. Now with Satoshi, the blonde was having a somewhat difficult time due to Siegfried's swordsmanship skills. Siegfried. Kiba and Zenobia couldn't beat me, and you won't be the exception. He flips and lands behind the blonde, but his attacks are repelled due to the spinning swords and chains. Satoshi. You are very confident, but let me tell you something, I am not that stupid prince with weird tastes and that airheaded exorcist. He moves away from the white-haired man and moves his arms, causing the swords to clash with Siegfried's weapons. Siegfried. Don't think you can beat me by waving your arms around. He moves his artificial arms and deflects the attacks. You probably only know how to attack from a distance. The white-haired man runs at great speed, dodging Satoshi's attacks, and was about to strike him, but the blonde man pulls his chains, causing his swords to strike the swordsman's back. Thinking he had anticipated the attack, Satoshi moves his arms and crosses his weapons, but the swords don't reach that spot. Siegfried. What? The swords reach Satoshi's hands and, taking advantage of his lowered guard, he makes an X-shaped cut across his chest. TSK. Satoshi. What were you saying about my attack range? He asked mockingly. Siegfried. You'll pay for that haircut. He drops his smiling face and adopts a serious posture. The blonde man kicks him, sending him reeling backward, and then channels fire into his swords. The white-haired man dodges the first slash and then positions his swords to repel the second attack, succeeding, though part of the searing cut burns his sleeves. Siegfried sees the third attack coming and jumps back, thinking he's safe, but the blonde man releases the sword's hilt and grabs the chain, extending the attack's range. This leaves the white-haired man stunned, and he receives a cut to his abdomen. To make matters worse, the sword was engulfed in flames, so the wound cauterized but continued to burn. Siegfried. Arghhh. He places a hand on his abdomen, then sees the blonde man grab the chains and direct the next attack at him. He tries to dodge it, but the impact of the swords is so strong that it produces an explosive shockwave, sending him crashing into a tree trunk. Satoshi. As you can see, I'm not like that pair of traitorous idiots. He uses his swords to block a quick attack from the white-haired man, and I don't let my guard down like they do. The blonde man moves his arms quickly, blocking each attack from the white-haired man, who was beginning to get frustrated, so he spins two arms like propellers, sweeping through and cornering the blonde man, but he wasn't going to give up and lunges, which is blocked by the white-haired man, and before he can make a horizontal cut, Satoshi ducks and wraps his chains around his legs and throws him against another tree. Siegfried was recovering from the blow, but noticed the blonde man take a high jump. He threw his swords beside him and propelled himself with the chains to dive down. The white-haired man miraculously escaped while the tree was split in half by the blonde man's footstep. Siegfried. Damn it. He gets back up and attacks again, but the blonde just smiles and intercepts the attack with one of his swords, while with the other, he cuts off the white-haired man's artificial arm. Arg. Satoshi. Follow your other arm. He points to the upper artificial arm, which angers the white-haired man, and he attacks him, but the blonde man ducks and using the chains, breaks the arm in two, leaving him now with 4 swords. Siegfried. You'll regret this. With his original arms he raises his swords and tries to pierce him, but Satoshi manages to block them. Even so, the white-haired man moves his lower artificial arms to cut off his head. Satoshi, noticing this, turns back while releasing his swords and picks up the chains again to make a twist and coil them up. Siegfried. What? Satoshi. You fell for it. He channels his fire into the chains, causing them to burst into flames, eliciting a grimace of pain from the white-haired man, but the blonde doesn't finish and pulls the chain forcefully, breaking the artificial arms. Siegfried. Kai Kasamaya. Satoshi releases his chains. What are you doing? Satoshi. I'll give you 2 options. Surrender or die. He looks at him seriously. You've lost 4 of your 6 swords, leaving you at a great disadvantage, so I'm giving you a chance. choose wisely. Siegfried. Surrender. I am the descendant of the hero Siegfried from the Song of the Nibelungs. He grips the hilt of the demonic sword Chaos Edge Seed tightly. You will regret underestimating me. Satoshi. Well, just so you know, you brought this on yourself. He clasps his hand together and it begins to glow red, and something striking is that his index fingernail grows. Siegfried. I don't know what you're planning, but I'll make you regret mocking me. He lunges forward at great speed, gripping his two swords tightly. Satoshi. You will feel the power of my needle. He also runs at great speed while extending his right hand with his index finger, and in a swift attack, they both turn their backs on each other. Siegfried turns around and notices that part of Satoshi's clothes had been cut, smiling as he thinks he managed to cut him. Siegfried. Your attack had no effect on me. But he is surprised to see that he only has a slight cut on his shoulder. Satoshi. You should worry more about yourself than about me. He said as he turned his back on her. Siegfried. What are you saying? He prepares to attack, but stops abruptly when he feels something in his chest. What is this hole? It feels like I've been pricked by a needle. Satoshi. It's the scarlet needle, that's the mark of Siegfried's needle, but you didn't feel it immediately, so he prepares the attack again, while Siegfried clutches the impact zone and can't move. Feel the scarlet needle again. Siegfried. Ah. The attack was direct and he crashes backwards into a rock and finally falls abruptly to the ground. Satoshi. The scarlet needle attacks the central nerves and paralyzes your body with excruciating pain. Siegfried tries to get up but feels a sharp pain in his chest again. Now the left side bears the mark of a needle. But this technique doesn't finish you off with just one needle. Surrender or die. You still have to go before reaching 15, which represents the 15 points of the Scorpio constellation. In short, you must receive 15 needles, and you've already received 2. Siegfried tries to remain steadfast. The blonde man simply sighs and prepares his attack again, delivering 3 needle strikes. One near the neck, another at the waist, and the last in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters. Satoshi. What is your answer? Siegfried. I'm a hero and I'll make sure to finish you off. He said as he gripped the hilt of his sword as tightly as he could. Satoshi. You asked for it. He launches his attack and gives him 4 more perforations, this time in his legs. Siegfried. Ah. And again he falls abruptly to the ground. Satoshi. You've already got 9. Siegfried. I won't give up. The blonde man just launches another attack, stabbing him 3 times in the knees. Ah. Satoshi. 3 more and you're finished, but I suppose you'll give the same answer. He said stoically. The white-haired man remained silent, implying that he would continue fighting. You asked for it. As the white-haired man launched his attack, the blonde man delivered 2 more wounds, causing Siegfried to scream in pain once more. The attack made him retreat a few more meters, but with his superhuman strength, he buries the sword in the ground, using it as a brake. Satoshi. Interesting, I thought you'd be paralyzed, but you're holding up well. He was about to move, but his feet felt immobile. What? Siegfried. Ha. You fell for it, you bastard. He drops his sword Dane's Leaf. This sword is capable of creating pillars of ice, so all it took was for it to be made along with your legs, and now you can't move. He gives a victorious but tired smile as he takes another sword. And the sword Graham, it rejected me before, but I have it in my possession again. This one is as powerful as Durandal. The white-haired man raises his sword with some difficulty while Satoshi tries to move. Siegfried. Die. He slashes the ground with a powerful slash, creating a massive shockwave that, upon impact with the ice, creates a cloud of smoke. Haha, 1 down. Satoshi. Good technique, but it's ineffective against me. The white-haired boy opens his eyes in shock and notices the blonde boy somewhere else as his eyes return to normal, but he swears he saw they were red with a different pupil. By the way, look at your body. Siegfried. My body. He obeys and opens his eyes wider as he sees a large amount of blood pouring from his body. What is this? Satoshi. The cavities made by the scarlet needle have dilated and now blood is flowing and now you feel your senses are failing. Siegfried. Damn it. Satoshi. You had several opportunities, but you squandered them. I warned you about the attack, but you ignored me. He takes a breath. You could have left and never returned, but you chose to be stubborn. Now you will receive the 15th and final needle. Siegfried. Die. He exclaimed in pain as he tried to make another cut. Satoshi. Take the Antares needle. Dodges the cut and pierces his fingers below the ribcage, causing him to expel a large amount of blood. Siegfried. Arg. He falls abruptly as he feels his breath slowly stop. Satoshi. If they had used their powers for good, we would have been good comrades. He takes the swords and returns to the temple, since their fight made him wander a little, although that lost dimension of George bothered him. With Takao, he repelled the spear attacks, but Cao wasn't the only opponent. George supported him from a distance, which was somewhat annoying for the blue-haired man, since they were both the strongest. Cao. What's wrong? Is it too difficult? Takao uses the fan to repel a powerful burst of flame. Not at all, unlike those pathetic leaders. He leaps and tries to slash it, but a magical shield covers the black-haired man, causing him to bounce off. TSK. George. I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat us. Takao. We'll see about that. He deflects another burst of flame with his fan while with his other hand, he plunges his sword into the ground and gathers cold air. Diamond dust. George uses magic shields to defend himself from the attack, but is surprised that the cold air affected his trench coat. Cao. I'm here. He positions himself next to the blue-haired man, intending to pierce him, but Takao takes the sword and blocks the attack. TSK. Takao. Do you think I get distracted when I'm fighting more than one person? He spins the fan, generating a very strong wind and pushing the black-haired man against a rock. George. You fell for it. He extends his hands and multiple circles surround the blue-haired boy. Die. The place where Takao was standing received a powerful explosion, making the brunette smile, but he was surprised to notice a skeletal figure covering the blue-haired man's body. It was damaged, but little by little it was being rebuilt. George. So you had your ace up your sleeve. The blue-haired man makes the humanoid figure disappear, and his eyes turn red again with 3 Tomo. Takao. I always have an ace up my sleeve. He launches an attack, but George teleports away, keeping his distance from the blue-haired boy. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? George. No, but I prefer to attack you from a distance, he said with a slight smile as he generated multiple magic circles, bursting with fire. But Takao spun the fan forcefully, creating a strong gust of wind. The brunette prepared another spell, but when he saw the smoke dissipate, he realized there was no one there. Where are you? The chestnut tree turns around and generates a magic shield, as a gust of cutting wind was heading towards it. George. You plan to do the same? He looks around and notices another blast heading towards him, so he generates another shield. You won't be able to defeat me with that. Takao. No, but at least I was able to distract you. Chidori Nagashi. He connects his technique to the ground, and the electricity reaches the chestnut-haired man, who clenches his teeth and endures the pain. George. Not bad, damn it. He extends his hand and generates multiple magic circles, but with a Nordic appearance. My turn. Takao notices the imminent attack and covers himself with a dome of ice, although he didn't withstand it for long. Even so, the blue-haired boy was able to disappear again in the middle of the impact, making the brunette stand on his guard. Cao. Don't take all the fun. Polar Night. Longinus Chakra Valdine. 7 orbs surround the black-haired boy. Takao. The 7 treasures. I thank Kenichi, Ashura and Serurg for telling me about this. He thought seriously as he generated a cold attack. Diamond dust. Cao. Bad Ratana. The ice attack is redirected. The blue-haired boy only smiles slightly and moves to another hidden spot. Where are you, Takao? A barrage of ice stakes heads towards George, who manages to block it with his magic shield. At that moment Takao approaches at great speed and gives him a diagonal cut through the chest. Although the brunette remains strong, Cao turns and prepares his spear. The blue-haired one uses his war fan, but the black-haired one says the following. Cao. Chitsuka Ratana. The spear pierces and destroys the blue-haired man's fan, who clicks his teeth. You're finished. Takao. Not yet. He raises his hand and generates a small flame. Kura Yager. Since George was still recovering, he couldn't help his companion. Cao healed himself with his arms, but the flames hit him and gave him some severe burns. Cao. Damn it. He ignores the pain and tries to fight back, but they both notice that Takao has disappeared again. You can't hide forever. George. Leave it to me. He generates multiple circles, and a barrage of elemental blasts destroys everything within a 500-meter radius, yet there was nothing there. Where could it have gone? They both looked around, but the blue-haired boy didn't seem to be anywhere until they heard some stones falling and making noise. Cao. I'll take care of it. At Kusaratana. He appears at the place where the noise came from and destroys it, but there was nothing there. What? He hears the cracking of a branch. Seriously, I'm tired of playing hide and seek. He runs at great speed and with his spear splits the tree in two, but there was no one there. Cao. Were you looking for me? The black-haired boy turns around but couldn't react in time, and the blue-haired boy throws him into a dark place. Cao. Damn it, the blue-haired boy gives him another cold attack, leaving his legs frozen, and he is enclosed in an ice dome with a thick layer. Cao. And now. He flaps his arms like a bird, becoming engulfed in flames. Fly, Phoenix. A firebird heads towards George, who, noticing it, creates a magic circle. Due to the impact, he loses sight of the blue-haired boy. George. Damn it. Where are you? A burst of lightning flashed across the ground and struck the chestnut tree, this time with greater intensity. Grrr. The chestnut-haired man falls to his knees and Takao lands in front of him, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up forcefully. Takao. You've been a nuisance to me and my team before and you're doing it again now, but this is where you draw the line. George. Grrr, and no matter what you do, I've endured a lot of pain. Takao. I hope you say that after what I'm about to do. His red eyes with 3 tomo begin to spin wildly. Tsukiyomi. The chestnut-haired man opens his eyes and notices that the sky was crimson red, there was a red moon, and he was standing on water that covered his knees. Takao. Welcome to my world. George. Did you bring me to another dimension? Is that your technique? He asked mockingly, extending his hands. It's a shame I can change it at will. He smiled confidently as he activated his purple mist, but to his surprise, nothing came out. What? Takao. This is my world, so I'm the one who controls everything. He said with a cold stare. In short, goodbye to your magic and your sacred gear dimension lost. Now the chestnut-haired boy began to sweat profusely, since he depended more on magic than anything else. He tried to run to a temple he had spotted, while the blue-haired boy just let him escape. The chestnut-haired man was arriving at the temple and roughly opened the door, but there was no one there. Then he noticed the blue-haired man approaching, so he closed the door and looked for a weapon, but everything was empty. George. Buck. The door opens, so he decides to go to the second floor and set a trap. Takao. This used to be my home in Kyoto, but due to the incompetence of the faction leaders, I resigned from that alliance full of brainless idiots, and the message that will make that clear is by burning this place down. The chestnut-haired man noticed smoke and saw that part of the place was burning. George. Did you burn down your own home? Takao. It was never my home. My staying in Kyoto was at my father's request, since I was born a human yokai hybrid. Yusaka's partner hadn't accepted me. She couldn't bear the thought of a hybrid in those lands. But when Yusaka intervened, my father was on his deathbed. She made me promise to give her one more chance. However, she made another grave mistake. Believing evidence of dubious origin. The chestnut-haired boy was looking around, but only listening to her voice, when suddenly he was struck from behind. That's what made me quit. George gets back up, although he takes off his trench coat since he was caught in the fire. Takao. HMPH, you look pathetic without your magic powers. I'll be kind and give them back to you. Snaps his fingers. George. You're a fool to give me this chance. Do you think I'd be moved by your story? He extends his hands and multiple circles surround the blue-haired man. Die. The blue-haired boy tried to cover himself, but it was too late and the place where he was standing was completely pulverized. George. Stupid. He looks around. I'd better get out of here before this place collapses. I think the stupid one is someone else. George opens his eyes and looks at the area where the blue-haired boy had been, but there was nothing there. George. Where are you, you bastard? Why? To kill me with your magician's tricks? He asked mockingly, further enraging the brunette. George. Stop hiding. Whatever, I'm right behind you, you idiot. The brunette turned and prepared a magic circle, but froze completely when he saw himself, wearing a mocking smile. What's wrong? I thought you'd use your magic to eliminate me again. George. You bastard. I'll make you lose part of your body before I kill you for imitating me. Prepares a disintegrating beam spell. I'll start with the arm. The lightning bolt passed from his elbow to his hand, completely disintegrating it. The chestnut-haired man was smiling until he began to feel something in his body. He looked at his arm and realized that half of it was missing. George. Ah. He clutches his arm as the reflection laughs. You didn't see that coming, did you? The reflection replied mockingly, making the brunette angry. George. You unhappy guy. The reflection only remained with that smile. What if I take the next step? First it was my arm, now my leg. George opens his eyes, but before he can say anything, the same magic circle of disintegrating beam destroys part of his right leg. George. Ah. Now he was holding his missing leg as he began to cry. It's ironic that after the first fight, you acted arrogantly, sending Azazel's stupid crow flying several meters and boasted of great magical power, and now you're on your knees, missing an arm and a leg, the reflection said mockingly, while George looked at it with pain and anger. George. Stop. And now for the final act. He extends his arms, summoning multiple magic circles around him. The attack you used a few moments ago. George. And no. Stop please. He screamed in agony and tears streaming down his face, filled with fear for the first time, but the reflection just smiled and made the circles glow brightly. No. The reflection is mercilessly attacked by the very circles he created. George just closed his eyes waiting for his death, but nothing happened. When he opened them, he was on his knees, sweating, and his body was shaking like jelly. "Kuoh, what does it feel like to be in hell?" he asked with his arms crossed. "George, was it all an illusion?" he asked fearfully, although he felt the pain very real. "Kuoh, more or less, when you blocked my phoenix, I added an extra component when you came looking for me. I hit you with a blow you didn't see coming, straight to the head. The Phoenix Phantom Fist, only I enhanced it with an illusion technique, so the damage you received in that illusion feels so real." The brunette tried to attack, but the arm he had lost in the illusion wouldn't respond. He tried to use the other arm, however, it was trembling so badly that the circles he tried to create vanished. "Kuoh, it's useless, once you take the phantom hit, you're done for." He raises his right hand and begins to gather lightning. "George. Saint stop," he tried to back away, but his legs just wouldn't respond properly. "Kuoh, tell me something, the reason you're here, is it to improve your skills or is it because someone asked you to?" The brunette tried not to speak, but he was trembling, so the blue-haired man concentrated more rays, sounding like 1,000 birds. "George. I'll tell you, Euclid said there was a power source here that would help. Kuoh. Allied with the demons." He looks at him coldly. "First they wanted to demonstrate the power of humanity in the wrong way, they betrayed Volley's team and almost killed us during the attack on the underworld, and now they're allied with that damn brigade. George. Pity. Kuoh. It's too late for you to beg for your miserable life." The chestnut-haired boy was terrified and tried to back away, but he was lost. Chidori. The chestnut-haired boy's heart was pierced, ending his life. Kuoh had destroyed the ice dome, only to see George fall abruptly to the ground as Kuoh withdrew his hand from his chest and the rays disappeared at the same time as the dimension created by the chestnut-haired man disappeared. The black-haired man clenched his teeth and held his spear tightly. Kuoh. Bastard. He uses the teleportation treasure and tries to pierce his chest, but Kuoh uses Steel Fang to block the attack. "I will avenge George's death." "Satoshi. I think you should say that you will avenge everyone's death." The black-haired man turns around and sees the blonde man, the girls and the Pradas throwing away the bodies of their companions. "Kuoh. Jajin Heracles Leonard Siegfried," he said in astonishment as Kuoh returned to the group. "Kuoh. Accept that you have lost, you have a lot to pay for having allied yourself with the cursed brigade, surrender or there will be a new successor." Kuoh. Bullshit. I will not resign. I am the descendant of one of the most powerful men in China, bearer of the true Longinus, and at this moment I will avenge my comrades. Kuoh. And with that answer, you prove that you've renounced your humanity and are just another demon in that damn brigade. He said stoically. Kuoh. Shut up. I will kill you here and now. He raises the spear and makes it shine. Oh spear. The true holy spear that pierces through God. Kuoh. This isn't good, he'll use the true idea. Satoshi. I won't allow it. He generates flames when, at that moment, the group feels a pressure coming from the temple itself. This is. They turn around but only see a silhouette moving at high speed. Kuoh. Announce the will and turn it into a UG. He didn't finish the chant because he received a powerful punch to the stomach. Bluerg. The force of the blow sent him flying into several trees and slamming him against a thick rock, breaking off part of it. Kuoh, Satoshi and the others managed to spot a dragon-like armor with a tail, its fist raised and emitting some smoke. The power it radiated could be felt from a distance. At essence, Yusaka said, opening her eyes. Searches. What's happening? He asked, worried, as he sensed the power. This power. Azazel. You feel it, don't you? He said seriously. Yusaka. He has the same energy as when Issei emerged from Tartarus. She cries tears of joy, as do Rias and the others. It's him. Rias. My Issei. She said excitedly. Searches. We have to go after him. Azazel. Let's prepare the magic circle. The others nod and proceed to cast the spell. Phoenix. He did it. He said with slight surprise. Kuoh slowly opened his eyes and noticed the one who hit him, who jumped and landed a few meters in front of him. Kuoh. Who are you, damned? The armor began to disappear and the power it radiated began to be controlled, revealing someone the dark-haired man knew. Hyoudou. Issei. No, Issei Arcadia. He approaches with a cold stare. I didn't expect you to come to this temple. Kuoh. What are you doing here, traitor? He asked spitefully. Do you want that power too? Issei. Are you talking about the power of Bahamut? I've already taken it. Kuoh. What? Kenichi. You heard it, I just got it. Kuoh. Why you dared to take something that belongs to us? Issei. You're wrong, this belongs to Bahamut and I've only come to reclaim it. How cow. Recover it. The redeed shows some bracelets why you're not supposed to possess a sacred gear. Kenichi. You're wrong, this wasn't sealed by God. I carried this as a child, but it was sealed, just like my origin. But when Kazuma branded me a traitor, I was able to recover my memories, including that I possessed this dragon god, and how cow. Evil damned. Issei. Says the one who abandoned his humanity. He said coldly as the black-haired man stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. How cow. I'll kill you. He grips his weapon and launches an attack, but the redeed with black tips activates his blades and blocks the attacks. Issei. What's wrong? Did that blow make you too predictable? He said mockingly, angering the black-haired boy who attacked with more force, although the redeed simply dodged. Oh come on, you had great resistance, you didn't even flinch when I cut your arm. How cow. Shut up. He points the gun at his head, but the silver-haired man moves aside and twists his arm, severing one of the black-haired man's arms. Kenichi. Oh come on, don't be a crybaby. The black-haired boy tries to counterattack, but the silver-haired boy grabs his remaining arm and, with his elbow, makes his arm point in another direction. How cow screams again in pain and drops the spear. Issei. You won't cause trouble again. He delivers powerful blows to his face, abdomen, and chest, leaving him with bruises, broken bones, and blood, but the black-haired boy only had one knee on the ground. How cow. Damn it, but I assure you that it doesn't matter if I die, the next descendant will continue my legacy. The silver-haired man throws a punch but stops at the last second. Issei. You're wrong about that. If anyone wields the spear, they will be forbidden from using it for selfish purposes. Everything you've experienced will be erased from history, since you have defiled the name of that hero. He turns around and starts walking away. How cow. Where are you going? The fight isn't over. He shouted furiously. Turn around, you damn coward. Issei. There's no point in dealing with someone who's already dead. He continued walking while the black-haired man stared with his eyes open. How cow. Dead? You've got to be kidding me. Despite his broken arm and aching legs, he launches an attack, but the blow Issei had thrown, which he supposedly stopped, had indeed hit him. It wasn't just one blow, but several, completely destroying his ribcage and piercing his heart. Bluerg. He drops the spear as he falls face first, trying to look at his executioner, but his eyes close. The leader of the hero faction is dead. Issei. It's over. He rejoins the group. Cow. So you did it. The redeed nods. And the best part is, we took care of these dishonorable wretches. Satoshi. And well, we kept Siegfried's swords. Issei. What about the Annihilation Maker? Mikan shows an orb. Arya. Dealing with that brat was a headache, but we decided to destroy this, in the wrong hands. Issei. We have to leave here. I don't want to see people I never want to see again. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.